The hour of 6:30 having come and gone, I will call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, September 16th, 2025, and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Alder Matthews? Oh, sorry. Alder Mayor? Here. O'Brien? Here. Okovich? Pritchett? Tischler?
I'm here.
Verveer? Here. Vitiver? Here. Duncan? Here. Evers?
Here.
Field?
Here.
Figueroa Cole? Here. Glenn? Here. Govindarajan? Here. Ugair? Here. Harrington McKinney? Lankella?
Here.
Knox?
Here.
Madison? Here. Martinez Rutherford is excused. Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. As always, I'll remind us that we're here to do the business of the people of the city of Madison, and I ask that we do that with kindness and grace and respect, regardless of our role in the meeting tonight. And we have, as our first item tonight, a presentation. It's nominally Legistar 89887, but perhaps more importantly, it is one of our regular poetry presentations. And so I believe our poet laureate, Stephen Espada Dawson, is here to introduce someone new.
Hi, everybody. As Madison's Poet Laureate, I'm honored to welcome our new Youth Poet Laureate, Octavia Eichert, whose voice arrives to Madison with both strength and tenderness. Their work resonates deeply, rooted in memory, place, and identity, with a clarity that feels both intimate and expansive. Octavia's poetry doesn't shy away from the difficult. Instead, it transforms grief, legacy, and belonging into something luminous. Their command of language and fearless storytelling reflect the depth of a city's past and the promise of its future. I'm thrilled to walk alongside them as they bring new energy, truth, and vision to our city's creative landscape. Please join me in welcoming Octavia Eichert.
Hi, my name is Octavia Eichert, and today I'll be reading a poem for you today called Some Places. Some places stick to our shoes like gum. We did not shimmy off onto the concrete good enough. A reminder to how we live when we try to pick up our feet but still felt the old one anchoring us down. Some places stick like plaque to molars. Like if you took the joy you woke up with this morning and tried to scrub it off, only more of it would be revealed. For me, this is not a good thing. I do not want my smile to be a hallway. I do not want anyone to walk into the dead end of my eyes and find a scrap of me standing there. I do not want my kiss to taste like red clay from Carolina ground, the swampy heat of the Everglades. But I guess some places code into the bloodline. My dad drove me to a rickety group of houses in Madison and said, this is where your brother was born, and this is where the children used to play on the playground, and this is how me and your brother and your mother were a family that didn't include you yet. Some places are just like that, where your brother was born and you weren't. And yet still, I'm the sibling, the granddaughter, the niece from up there where it's cold, where there are tall buildings and bustling cities. Somehow the symbiote of the Midwest has integrated itself into me, and I'm a blast of winter air and foreign for my family, because I guess some places turn you into them. Other places are like the buildup of hairs crocheted in a drain, a problem you made but can't seem to touch, too used to water lapping around your ankles. My mom hadn't touched Madison long enough to leave a fingerprint, and yet when she moved me in, she told me this was a hard, hard place. Some places are where your mother died and you are not sure what killed her. And like gum, like plaque, like grief. You let that grow into something that shouldn't be love, but that is. Every place shouldn't be a poem, but I cannot unwrite my family out of the body of Madison. I cannot sit in a classroom and not wonder if there is a tile that touched my father's feet, and mine is sharing it. If there is a glance of this yawning lake that both my brother and I have reclined into, walked past, put a prayer into. Every place I have lived becomes a ghost peeking around the corner of my melancholy. Thank you.
I think you made an impression. Thank you. Alder Madison?
Yes. I'm sorry. Do you mind? What's your first name again?
My first name is Octavia.
Octavia. So, whew. So both as an alder and as someone who competed in slam poetry and traveled the country in slam, you are brilliant. You are brilliant. And I will be figuring out how to work with our poet laureate so congratulations to you. Congratulations to whomever the team is that chose her and selected her. But is this your parent?
Yes.
I know as a poet, someone who also raised a poetry kid, I know what your house likely looks like. So just that was beautiful. And I don't know if you're sending that to us, but whatever we can do to get that out into the community and get that out in front of more young people, however I can use myself to ensure that. But I just got to say one more time, that was brilliant. I'm so proud of you. You're very welcome. Oh my gosh. Y'all just don't know.
Thank you, Alder. Staff will clip the video and make it available to everybody.
Oh yeah, I forgot to stream it.
We can do that. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Artist, you touched my soul. And that's the best way to say it is that I sat here and I was vibrating. It was powerful. It really went to the heart and core of me, myself, and I. And so I almost stood in the mirror and looked into the depth of what you were saying. And so I thank you so very much for touching my soul and reminding us is that we meet each other as we come and go. But the picture that you pointed makes us just come out and be strong. And so thank you. I really appreciate you, but your parents are the ones that supported you. And was amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. This is perhaps a good reminder that our extremely small and underfunded arts program does incredible work in the community. So thanks to Karen Wolf for facilitating that. Karen over there, and that we do always have both an adult poet laureate, who you just heard from, and a youth poet laureate, and encourage you to find opportunities to work with them. They're always out there doing the work of spreading art and poetry in particular in our community. So thank you both. All right. Our next item is honoring resolutions. So item 2 is 89884, recognizing September 15th, 2025 through October 15th, 2025 as Hispanic Heritage Month. And to read this item, I'll turn first to Alder Harrington McKinney. Oh, and we do have an interpreter for this item as well. So alders, if you would just pause between the whereas clauses so they can be.
I think I'm gonna read the entire, and he's going to read it in English.
Okay. Yeah. So they'll read the resolution first.
Okay.
And then
All right.
you'll speak. You can stay there if you want. Okay, it's fine. Alder Harrington McKinney, go ahead.
Whereas each year the United States recognizes the economic, cultural, and social contributions that Hispanic, Latinx, and Latin A people have brought to our nation. And whereas the rich and distinctive culture of the Hispanic, Latinx, Latin A community has always been an integral part of our country's identity, and whereas this month represents the anniversary of independence of Chile, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, and Nicaragua. And whereas Hispanic Heritage Month extends to October, as October 12th is Dia de la Raza, and whereas, according to United Nations, there are 826 different indigenous groups in Latin America and the Caribbean. And whereas many Latinx and Latin A in the American continent are the descendants of indigenous groups and their diverse tribes, such as Iraq, Colombia, and Venezuela, Aztecs, Mayans, Mexico and Central Americas, the Incas, South America, and the Taíno, Cuba, Puerto Rico, the Dominican Republic, Haiti, and Jamaica, in addition to the many Latinx, Latin A who share additional cultural roots, including African or Afro-Latinx, Latin A, and Asian Latinx, Latin A, and Sabrina.
Oh, we're going to translate the full after. Okay. Whereas some Latinx have lost the ability to speak ancestral native languages such as, and my apologies if I get this incorrect, Quechua, Quiche, Nahuatl, Amira, and others, as these languages were replaced by the Spanish language during the colonization of present-day Central and South American and Caribbean countries. While others have lost or never acquired the ability to speak Spanish due to language suppression efforts here in the U.S., where Latinx are still told to speak English despite the fact that the U.S. has no official language and that Spanish was the first non-native language spoken on the American continent, and whereas 1/3 of the present-day United States was internationally recognized as Mexico prior to the end of the Mexican-American War in 1848 and was inhabited by free people of indigenous, African, and Mexican descent, where Latinx were able to cross the Rio Grande border freely, and whereas while Latinx people had their land taken away, they have won the struggle of cultural survival. And whereas based on 2020 census data, the Hispanic Latinx population of the United States totals 62.1 million, which represents 19% of our population. And in 2021, the population grew to 62.5 million, making Hispanic Latinx people the nation's largest ethnic or racial minority. And whereas based on 2020 census data, the Hispanic Latinx population of Wisconsin was 447,290, almost 8% of the state's population, and a growth of over 100,000 from 2010. And whereas the Hispanic Latinx population of Dane County totals almost 42,000, of which the city of Madison is home to 23,408, an increase of over 7,000 people since 2010. And
considerando que, según Latino Data Collaborative, el poder adquisitivo de la comunidad latina alcanzó los 4 billones de dólares en 2023, lo que representa un crecimiento de 2.4 veces superior al promedio nacional, y considerando que el mes de la herencia hispana es motivo de enorme orgullo para la comunidad hispana latina que reside en Estados Unidos, ya que la cultura hispana y latina ha tenido una profunda y positiva influencia en nuestro país y comunidad gracias a su firme compromiso con la familia, la fe, el trabajo arduo y el servicio desinteresado. Y considerando que Madison tiene la fortuna de contar entre su población con una dinámica comunidad hispana-latina que desempeña un papel importante en la economía y la sociedad de nuestra ciudad. Y considerando que alentamos a todos los habitantes de Madison a reconocer y aplaudir las numerosas contribuciones realizadas por nuestra comunidad hispana-latina para mejorar la calidad de vida en todos los aspectos de nuestra ciudad y que han contribuido a nuestra lucha colectiva por la igualdad y la justicia. Y considerando que ya sea que sus antepasados hayan estado aquí por generaciones o se encuentren entre nuestros residentes más recientes, reconocemos que la herencia hispana es herencia estadounidense y que nuestros hermanos y hermanas de la comunidad hispanoamericana representan una rica historia de país y cultura. Por tanto, se resuelve que la alcaldesa y el concejal municipal de Madison reconoce el mes de 15 de septiembre y al 15 de octubre del 2025 como el mes de la herencia hispana en la ciudad de Madison. Se resuelve además que la alcaldesa y el concejal municipal felicitan a nuestra comunidad hispano-latina en este importante mes y les agradecen su contribución a la vitalidad de la ciudad de Madison.
Gracias y bienvenidas a Nindik Figueiredo de Voces de la Frontera.
Gracias. Soy Nindik y he decidido hacer esta speech en español para representar a toda mi comunidad que no tiene la oportunidad de comunicarse en inglés en espacios como estos. Mi nombre es Nindik y soy coordinadora logística en Voces de la Frontera. Quiero empezar agradeciendo a la Alcaldía de Madison por proclamar nuevamente el mes de la herencia hispana y sobre todo por dar visibilidad a nuestra comunidad migrante. Este gesto reconoce que nuestras familias, nuestra cultura y nuestras contribuciones son una parte fundamental en la ciudad de Madison, en el condado de Dane y en todo Wisconsin. Este reconocimiento llega en un momento muy clave. Sabemos que el clima político y social sigue siendo muy difícil para las familias migrantes y trabajadoras, especialmente donde muchos de nosotros a veces decidimos decir que somos suramericanos o caribeños y no decir especialmente nuestro país. Enfrentamos leyes, narrativas y ataques que buscan dividirnos y deshumanizarnos, pero también sabemos que en medio de esos retos hemos demostrado resiliencia, unidad y esperanza. Desde Voces de la Frontera hemos visto que reconocer nuestros derechos ha sido fundamental. Aprender y entender que si tenemos derechos, eso nos da más fuerza para organizarnos y apoyarnos mutuamente. Y saber qué hacer en momentos de crisis. Cuando una familia sabe que no está sola y que cuenta con herramientas de defensa, se transforma. No solo su seguridad, sino también su confianza y su capacidad de ser parte activa del cambio. En lo que va de este año, hemos acompañado a miles de familias a través de programas de preparación familiar, protección comunitaria que incluyen entrenamientos de Conoce tus derechos, Know Your Rights, planes de preparación familiar y la formación de operadores de nuestra línea. Solo en los primeros meses del 2025 logramos reunir más de 7,600 participantes en 71 talleres. Con el apoyo de 22 nuevos facilitadores, desarrollamos más de 3,700 planes de preparación familiar. Estos números muestran el poder de una comunidad organizada e informada, capaz de responder con dignidad y fortaleza. Madison es un punto clave para conectar con otras ciudades y condados en el sureste de Wisconsin, como Monroe, Wisconsin-Dells, Darlington, entre otras, fortaleciendo un movimiento estatal que lucha por los derechos de todas las personas migrantes. Hoy es un día para celebrar nuestra herencia y con orgullo reafirmarnos nuestro compromiso con la justicia y la equidad, porque la historia de los migrantes no es solo la historia de nuestras familias, es la historia de Wisconsin, es la historia de los Estados Unidos. Gracias.
Gracias. And we'll invite our translator up, our interpreter up to read in English.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I've decided to speak Spanish to represent our community who is not able to, who doesn't have the opportunity to speak in English. My name is Nindik, and I am a coordinator with Voces de la Frontera. I want to start thanking the mayor of Madison to proclaim again the month of the Hispanic heritage, and above all, for giving visibility to our migrant community. This gesture recognizes our families, our cultures, and our contributions, that our families, cultures, and contributions are an essential part of Madison, Dane County, and all of Wisconsin. This recognition comes in a key moment. We know that the political and social climate keeps being very difficult for migrant and working families. We are facing laws, narratives, and attacks which intent is to divide us and dehumanize us. But we also know that in the midst of all these challenges, we are showing resilience, unity, and hope. At Voces de la Frontera, we have seen that knowing our rights have been essential. Learning and understanding that we do have rights has given us the strength to organize ourselves, to support each other, and to know what to do in moments of crisis. When a family knows that they are not alone and that they have tools to defend themselves, that transforms not only their security, but also their trust and their ability to be an active part of change. In this year, we have accompanied thousands of families through our family preparation programs and community protection. Amongst them, trainings, know your rights trainings, family preparation plans, and training of operators for our emergency hotline. Just in the first months of 2025, we were able to gather over 7,600 participants in 71 statewide workshops with the support of 22 new facilitators, and we created over 3,700 family preparation plans. These numbers show the power of a community that is organized and informed, able to respond with dignity and fortitude. Madison has been a key part to connect all these cities and counties in the south central Wisconsin, like Monroe, Wisconsin Dells, Darlington, among others, strengthening a movement, a statewide movement that fights for the rights of all migrant people. Today is a day to celebrate ourselves, to celebrate our heritage with pride. We reaffirm our compromise with justice and equity, because the history of the migrants is not just the history of our families. It is the history of Wisconsin, and it is the history of the United States. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Linda? Alder Figueroa Cole will present the proclamation. Y gracias a Voces de la Frontera para su trabajo en nuestro estado. I'm really grateful for the work that Voces does in our state and our community. They have been a key resource in helping to keep immigrant communities safe and helping to dispel rumors and provide clear and accurate information to everyone. And we are very, very grateful for that work. Thank you. So Alder Figueroa Cole is passing around some information about Voces. I would encourage you to share with your constituents, in particular, their hotline and their Know Your Rights materials are very useful, and they work very closely with Centro Hispano here in Madison as well. So thank you again for being here to receive this. Is there a motion on item 2? President Bittever? Moved and seconded to adopt. Is there any discussion? President Bittever? No. Alder Figueroa Cole?
Again, I want to thank you, Voces de la Frontera, for showing up here and for sharing with you guys the work that they have been doing on the community. I know some of you have reached out, to me and others, trying to understand how we can better serve our neighbors and our community members. And Voices they're kind of new to the Madison arena, but they have actually been able to incorporate themselves into existing services that we currently support. And they have, like any other services that are helping the immigrant community, they always have opportunities for us to volunteer. So even though we are not there's not much that we can do on the legal aspect of this situation, we can always try to connect with them and the other organizations that are doing very good work on that field and offer our time. And also, one very important thing, I realize that some of these things are in Spanish, some are in English, but I was telling Nick that even most of us that are citizens do not know our rights. So it's very important that we know what our rights are. So when we have to work with constituents that don't have, that are immigrants, they also know that they have the same rights as we do. So that was part of sharing this, and I have some more here on the desk. But again, thank you for coming, and thank you for the amazing work that Voices do. It's really, really important, especially during these times.
Thank you, Alder. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording an enthusiastic vote in favor of recognizing September 15th through October 15th of this year as Hispanic Heritage Month? Seeing no objection, we'll record that vote, and thank you again for joining us. That will take us to disclosures and recusals. Are there any disclosures or recusals from members of the body on tonight's agenda? Seeing none. All right, then we'll move on to the presentation of the consent agenda. President Bidever.
The consent agenda is moved with the recommended action listed for each item on the agenda, except items that have registrants wishing to speak and items that alders have separated out for discussion debate purposes. This document lists supermajority items, agenda items with recommendations different from the agenda, items for exclusion, items introduced from the floor, and agenda items with corrections. Supermajority items are not included in tonight's consent agenda. Items with recommendations different from the floor. Item 4, Legislative File 89375, creating Section 28.022-00724 of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 302 to 308 East Washington Avenue and 15 to 27 North Butler Street from UMX and PD District to PD District, and creating Section 22.022-00725 to approve a specific implementation plan. This is in District 2. Plan Commission recommends council adopt. Item 27, Legislative File 89344, accepting the 2025 Agency Annual Surveillance Technology Reports for the 2024 calendar year. CCE recommends adopt. 28, Legislative File 88483, creating Section 2.035 of the Madison General Ordinances. That has been re-referred to Common Council Executive Committee on 10/28 and Council on 10/28. Thank you. Item 35, which is both recommendations different from the agenda and excluded this evening, Legislative File 89779. Also note that everyone has a substitute in front of them. Extending the contract between the City of Madison and Mach 1 Health, DBA Madison Street Medicine, to provide services and extend currently allocated funds through April 2026 at an additional cost of $0 from the City of Madison, and authorizes the use of up to $100,000 of additional funds from Dane County to pay for those services. Item 36, Legislative File 88957, approving a certified survey map of property owned by Butler Plaza, LLC, located at 302 to 308 East Washington Avenue and 15 to 27 North Butler Street. Plan Commission recommends to adopt. Again, item 35 is excluded. Items introduced from the floor, Legislative File 89942, adopting the updated ADA transition plan. Disability Rights Commission on 1120, Transportation Commission on 10/8, and Board of Public Works on 10/29, and Common Council on 12/9. Legislative File 90056, amending the conditional use scope of approval. Plan Commission on 10/6 and Common Council on 10/7. Items with corrections. Item 10, Legislative File 86555, confirming the Madison Common Council meeting formats through December 9th. The correct location of the 1113 meeting is virtual in CCB 201. Item 67, Legislative File 89947, adopting and confirming the labor agreement between the City of Madison and the Teamsters Union Local 120, affiliated with the International Brotherhood of Teamsters for the period of January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2027. The correct Common Council referral date is to 10/7.
All right. Thank you, President Vitiver. We also have a registrant wishing to speak on item 33. And just for everyone's information, we did have a registrant wishing to speak on item 43, but they have asked to change their registration to available to answer questions. So we won't be excluding that item absent another request. Are there other items that alders would like to have excluded from the consent agenda at this time? We'll note we have 2 confirmations and a report from our new police chief on the agenda tonight. Are there any other items? President Vitiver.
Move to exclude the 2 confirmations and allow our 2 wonderful new folks to give slight brief introductions to the body, and move to exclude the report of our new police chief.
Right, so that will be items 8 and 9 and 37. Are there any other items that alders would like to have excluded from the consent agenda at this time? Seeing none, let me just run through that again in case. On item 4, the recommendation is to, items 4 and 27 and 36, the recommendation is to adopt. On item 28, the recommendation is to re-refer to CCEC on 1028 and the council also on 1028. Items that will be excluded from the consent agenda tonight are items 8, 9, 33, 35, and 37. We have 2 introductions from the floor and 2 items with corrections based on what is printed on the agenda. Right. Anything else for the consent agenda at this time? Seeing none, President Vitiver, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda with the recommendations therein. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda and move on to public comment. So our first public comment is on item 33, which is authorizing the allocation of approximately $3.5 million of combined city and federal funds among 7 nonprofit agencies to support the provision of homeless services and housing resources beginning in 2026. The outcomes of a competitive RFP process conducted by the Community Development Division, and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to enter into agreements with agencies selected to receive funds to implement the specified programs and services. On item 33, we have 1 registrant wishing to speak, Janice Judon of District 14, representing Urban Triage. Do we have Janice? Janice, it looks like you are able to unmute yourself, but you need
I'm here.
Oh, there you go. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi. My name is Janice Judon. I serve as the Director of Programming for Urban Triage. Earlier today, we received an email from our partner, Red Daily Drive, in regards to our partnership on the Unsheltered program. So I did respond back to that email and wanted to hold space and open the floor if there was any additional follow-up questions that were had at this time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the registrant? Seeing none. Thank you very much for making the effort to be here. It does not look like the council has any additional questions. All right.
Thank you.
That will take us then to item 35, which is extending the contract between the City of Madison and Mach 1 Health Incorporated, doing business as Madison Street Medicine, to provide those services and extend currently allocated funding through April 2026 at an additional cost of $0 from the City of Madison, and authorizes the use of up to $100,000 of additional funds from Dane County to pay for those services. On item 35, our first registrant wishing to speak is Colin Erickson of District 6, to be followed by Benjamin Paul Bishop, to be followed by David Rivera Kaur. Do we have Colin?
This is Colin.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Colin Erickson, and I'm here to express my support for 89779. Many of my fellow Madisonians have made a strong moral case for keeping Dairy Drive open. Tonight, I'd like to focus on the fiscal case for doing so. Dairy Drive has achieved remarkable results. Most of the residents served have been people experiencing chronic homelessness, and a majority of them have left Dairy Drive for positive housing destinations. This is no small feat. This proposal puts Dairy Drive on a financially prudent path to continued success. The proposed authorization to amend the city's contract with Madison Street Medicine asks for no net new direct expenditures from the city, relies upon existing county rental assistance funds that will disappear if not used, carries no significant implementation risks as the campground is already operational, transfers responsibility for utilities and maintenance to avert future costs, and leverages the continuing work of an experienced operator. We also know that cost avoidance is a well-documented benefit of connecting those experiencing chronic homelessness to temporary and permanent supportive housing. A 2021 meta-analysis of 17 U.S. studies found a median total benefit for these interventions of more than $18,000 per person per year. This is net of housing and other support costs. Much of this cost avoidance is realized through reduced healthcare and public safety costs, like reductions in EMS responses and police contacts, which relate directly to city spend. Make no mistake, with no real plan to house Dairy Drive residents until the new men's shelter opens in April, many will return to unsheltered homelessness if we close Dairy Drive. This creates health and safety risks for these individuals, inefficiencies for city contracted agencies as they grapple with disruptions to their clients' lives, and fiscal risks from increased utilization of city services. We can easily envision how keeping Dairy Drive open can help us avoid unnecessary costs. For residents, it can look like buying groceries or medicine instead of scraping together a security deposit on short notice. For the city, it can look like fewer unreimbursed ambulance dispatches to overdose calls complicated by cold exposure. And of course, cost avoidance can look like keeping actual expenditures in line with budget projections, giving Common Council more room to set and execute on your priorities for this city. For these reasons and more, it is abundantly clear to me that keeping Dairy Drive open is the morally and fiscally responsible choice. I respectfully urge Common Council to support 89779. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Benjamin Paul Bishop of District 13, to be followed by David Rivera Kaur, to be followed by TJ Jones. Do we have Benjamin?
There's no one on the list by that name.
All right, we'll go on then to David Rivera Kaur of District 12, representing Madison Tenant Power, to be followed by TJ Jones, to be followed by Aaron Kotz.
Hi, everyone. I'm David Rivera Kaur with Madison Tenant Power and the Dane County Homeless Justice Initiative. Demolishing Dairy Drive would be a death sentence for the most vulnerable people in our community. Madison does not have the infrastructure to put all of Dairy Drive's residents into more stable housing. Some of these residents aren't physically able to cycle in and out of our emergency shelters day in and day out. Our emergency shelters are already so overcrowded that many homeless people would rather sleep on the streets than subject themselves to the violent and traumatizing and dehumanizing conditions in our shelters. And when people sleep on the streets, they are exposed to the elements, exposed to the disease, and exposed to the violence that kill homeless people every day. This is not just a homeless issue. The afflictions of homelessness ripple through the broader community, making Madison a less healthy and less safe place to live. Although Dairy Drive was intended to be temporary, it has become one of the most effective solutions to homelessness that Madison offers, with 80% of its residents moving into more stable housing. Obviously, we should not demolish one of the only facilities that actually seems to be working. We should do whatever it takes to sustain Dairy Drive until we have better options for its residents than the cold, hard concrete. To the members of the Common Council, this is the only piece of legislation on the table to protect the residents of Dairy Drive. If you do not vote in favor of this resolution, you are conducting political violence and engaging in class warfare. If you do not vote in favor of this resolution, you do not feel the urgency of the housing crisis, you do not respect the humanity of homeless people, and you are neglecting your responsibility to keep Madison healthy and safe. These people have already been failed by the system. Do not become another example of the system's failure. Please do the right thing and protect the residents of Dairy Drive by voting in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is TJ Jones of District 12, representing Madison Street, Madison, to be followed by Aaron Kautz, to be followed by Juliana Bennett. TJ?
Yeah, hi. Good evening. I've been before you not that long ago. At that time, we were talking about a different matter slightly, and that was the demolition potential. With this extension, I think my job is pretty much easier. So I'm a representative of Madison Street Medicine. I'm the facilities lead. The project manager, Stephen King, handed me the key in October of 2021, and I've been there ever since. Continuing as an operator and the person I get to be with the individuals who I've known, every one of them since the thing was open, is a pleasure. Being able to continue would be a service of its highest leverage. You've created the possibility of that leverage by creating this sanctioned campground. I highly recommend you keep the value of it, allow us to continue doing the good work we have done. I think it's that simple. The alternative that I have at some point will be to say goodbye from the Dairy Drive location to individuals and go back to volunteering to support them on the streets. That is the reality. It's where I knew some of them before Dairy Drive opened up, and unfortunately it may be the place that I at some point regard them again and try to support them through the difficulties. Yeah, leverage. I'm an industrial engineer. You've given me a lot of leverage. Let's keep it.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Aaron Kautz of District 6, to be followed by Juliana Bennett, to be followed by James DeGray. Aaron?
Hello, thank you for having me and allowing me to speak. I want to express my sincere support for this resolution and extending the Dairy Drive project. I think that the Dairy Drive project is a shining example of housing first policies. It's allowed a very low barrier and non-rent option of housing to a lot of unhoused people in our area. And the vast majority of those people have gone on to find permanent housing solutions or have gone on to other positive housing outcomes. I think that the Common Council voting to extend the contract with Dairy Drive will help support this and continue to show that housing first policies are what work to end homelessness. Homelessness is fixed by giving people places to live. And I mean to say that very clearly. It's not just housing, it's giving people places to live. Because what people say now when they say the solution to homelessness is housing is just giving a lot of market-driven solutions that aren't really fixing the root cause of the affordability of housing. And I just think that extending the Dairy Drive contract and letting Madison show the Trump regime that housing first is actually how we fix homelessness would be a great use of the council's power. So thank you again for giving me the space to speak.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Juliana Bennett of District 18, to be followed by James DeGray, to be followed by Jesse Ransom. Do we have Juliana? She's not in the room.
There is no one by that name as an attendee.
Thank you. Then we'll go to James DeGray of District 16, to be followed by Jesse Ransom, to be followed by Brandy Grayson. Do we have James?
There is no one by the name of James DeGray in the attendees.
Thank you. And we'll go to
Just a moment.
yeah,
There's a
it
hand
looks
raised by
like
James Stacy.
Stacy is maybe facilitating from Dairy Drive.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry, technical difficulties. Changing chairs here. So, I am myself, James Michael DeGray, born James Michael DeGray Grimes, Dallas, Texas, St. Paul Hospital downtown, making me the third generation born in Oak Cliff. First sworn a Marine officially by Ronald Reagan, first position applied for and highest rank obtained, Judge Advocate General of the Marine Corps. The other TPEs had been closed. We were commanded to move to Rindall Park. I was elected mayor of Rindall Park, elected to be the only Dane County sheriff serving Rindall Parish during its short existence. I got everyone there I could into city council meetings electronically, given the severity of the problem. As just a citizen of Wisconsin, I believe Wisconsin needs a constitutional convention. My prescriber's license has been back over Federal Review Board since. I have been working completely pro bono, reviewing the program at Dairy Drive, which until John Hyland declared me incompetent to stand trial, while the 3 doctors said I met every metric for competency with a robust knowledge of law, I was saving Wisconsin approximately a little over $100,000 a month being on site. I did that because Wisconsin, Madison, nor Dane would offer me a job. I asked publicly. It's natural to me. It's been my compulsion to assist during COVID-19 being a biological threat because I was unanimously commissioned pro bono by Congress, the Senate, and 3 presidents, unanimously, all of that, to deproliferate nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons. I was as well FEMA director on the ground for the TPE. I stopped 3 skyjackings as a U.S. Marshal and was then acting DH Secretary until we were safely on the ground. Don't steal a plane with me on it. I don't appreciate it. I have recovered flight data recorders from downed aircraft, and I am federally bonded for the gates and general property well-being of everybody here at this city's sanctioned campground on Dairy Drive. So that means I have the highest invested interest in campus security probably of anyone. My Marine Air Reserve Guard card was over Kirtland Air Force Base's security for more than 10 years, while we still had my tacos, a fighting squadron for Kirtland and Albuquerque. This was on international television, so I feel it's kind of a known thing. When I started consulting the Pentagon on matters of biological weapons threats, volunteered pro bono that commissioned work, the $7,000 an hour was charged to insurance to cover follow-up care when I would consult for an hour. I don't expect Madison to match me in my contributions, definitely not completely, and as I made myself sacrifice that others might live, just kind of my thing. It would be nice, though, if more funding could be found, and if this mobile offloading program, by the way, if this program could become mobile, it would be more saleable so that there would be more of a potential return on the investment. Being a Boy Scout that completed 3
You have
aerial-
about 30 seconds left.
I must lead the way. For example, I sent emails which reached the inbox of every Madison and I believe every Wisconsin civil servant about the dangers of the EUA, Emergency Youth Authorization, COVID-19 injections, pulled from public evidence that was accounted at a trial, made a private document public. I have venues of funding I would like to pursue, but I am not allowed to steal control of the program. I am a resident. Residents shape the program, but I don't get to choose the program. I serve where I can with the program and have to do what the residents request within reason.
Thank you. That's your time, James. Our next registrant is Jesse Ransom of Middleton, to be followed by Brandy Grayson, to be followed by Joseph Russo. Do we have Jesse?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
So last time I talked about how one resident can cost the city up to $2 million just by ambulance calls. A lot of times I respond to calls for like homeless people that have vehicles that are down, and situations like that where they're stuck at like a Walmart parking lot, stuff like that. And one of the boundaries to going into the homeless shelters is they have to get rid of all their stuff, all their possessions. If they have animals, they have to get rid of those. And with Dairy Drive, you don't have to necessarily get rid of all your stuff. You can bring a lot with you. So you have that dignity. Like you still get to keep most of your stuff instead of just loading up a backpack and going into the housing shelter. And it's very hard to get people to say goodbye to a lot of mementos, especially when their car is like, I had one guy last winter, their transmission went out in a Walmart parking lot and they were able to move it a few feet every once in a while in reverse. But he had all his stuff in there, like all his family pictures, like he was divorced, he had everything in there, like all his kids' pictures. And it was pretty sad because what are you going to do? Like, how do you tell somebody like, hey, if you want help, you have to get rid of all your possessions so that we can help them. And it's not fair. This type of situation at Dairy Drive gives those people the ability to get back on their feet without losing everything. And I think that's one of the reasons why it is so successful compared to going to the homeless shelter, where you're literally having to watch your back the entire time, whether somebody's going to steal something out of your backpack, or you're going to get COVID, or you're going to get tuberculosis, So that's pretty much all I wanted to say was, regardless of, we really need to vote and try to keep this. And we're going to have a program like this in the future if we do get rid of Dairy Drive. So, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Brandy Grayson of District 14, to be followed by Joseph Russo, to be followed by Stacy Knudsen. Brandy?
Hey, you guys, Brandy Grayson, Urban Triage founder, CEO. I just wanted to provide a little insight on our work at Dairy Drive. We did send everybody an email with details about how the work has been progressing. The HUD funding has given us an opportunity to provide additional wraparound supports along with Dairy Drive staff and case managers, which has increased our ability to house folks. And as our email laid out, in 4 months, I feel like we've done a pretty tremendous job with housing folks from Dairy Drive, given the chronic barriers they have and the challenges they face. And what I wanted to add to the conversation, if you give us a little bit more time by allowing the funding to continue past the 30-day extension, it just increases the probability for us to house them. If we lose them in terms of having them in a central location, it makes it very, very challenging for us to do our work. Having them at Dairy Drive, of course, helps us with contact and having folks that's already, working there, coordinating with them. Transportation has been a huge success. And just so you know, it's not just about the funding, because our funding comes directly from HUD. So our work will continue, whether it's with folks at Dairy Drive or folks coming directly from coordinated entry. However, it took us a while to get this work off the ground because of just barriers with getting the contract agreement from HUD. And now that we're off and running and we have the right staff and the right processes and the right systems, and we've had the opportunity to build relationships with them, I just want to ask that you give us a little bit longer to do the job that we're really hired to do in collaboration with Dairy Drive. And as our email laid out. We also have challenges with CDA and communications. So we just need a little bit longer to work out some of the bumps in the roads. If anybody knows, we're working with agencies and multi-collaborations. It often takes us just a little time to get things situated. But I feel like we're in a good place. If you look at the numbers, I think we've done an extraordinary job at placing folks and dealing with their barriers. We have really tight relationships with landlords at this time, and that can change in 6 months because, you know, landlord relationships are in and out, depending on who's working there. So my ask of you is to give us the opportunity to do the job that we're being paid to do through HUD and that we're really good at. So extend the funding, support the work, and let us house these people. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Joseph Russo, to be followed by Stacy Knudsen, to be followed by James Triggs. Joseph is of District 16. We have them. Looks like you should have the ability to unmute on your end. You think you have to unmute on your end to get us to Joey. Might be a prompt hidden by a window somewhere. And it looks like on our end, you have the ability to unmute yourselves. All right, I think we've got a number of the next folks that are all on the same line from District 16. So while you all try and figure out how to unmute, I'm going to go forward to Erica Bach of Middleton, and then we'll circle back to Joey, Stacy, and James. Do we have Erica? So it doesn't look like...
There is no one as an attendee with that name.
Okay. What about Savannah Harple of District 12, representing Madison Street Medicine? Okay, we have Savannah.
Hello, thank you. One sec. Hi, my name is Savannah, case manager over at Dairy Drive. You've heard my voice many times probably. Since January of this year, January 1st of this year, we have had over 223 appointments for our campers. That's housing, that's healthcare, that's mental health care, getting referred to benefits like Social Security, and there's only been about 260 days in the year. I don't know if that number lands with you, but that is a huge win to have the same amount of appointments as like days in the year, and most of them attended. Today you'll hear from a few of our folks at Dairy Drive. You've heard from one already. I ask that you listen closely because they are the only voices that really matter today. I hope that their presence also serves as a reminder that this is not just a vote on a program, but it's a vote on people's lives. You're voting on their future, truly, and their lives are in your hand at this moment. I truly wish every one of you could experience Dairy Drive and be touched by the lives of the people that live there and work there, because it is something that words can truly not describe. It is incredibly special in my heart. In a world that sees unhoused people as a group and as a crisis that we need to solve, Dairy Drive sees people and treats them like people. I understand today's vote is not easy for all of you today, but after this meeting, most of you will probably go home to a bed, into a shelter, I'm assuming, and in a few weeks you may not even think about it again, but the people at Dairy Drive don't have that luxury. This is their livelihoods, this is their future. And I understand that Dairy Drive started out as a temporary thing, but places all over the country are trying to emulate what Dairy Drive does, and instead of we're still here trying to fight and beg for this one to be kept afloat while others are trying to do what we're doing. And I understand that it's a temporary thing during a pandemic, but we are in the middle of many crises in this country, and we need Dairy Drive now, if not more than ever. We need it to also be bigger and not just eliminated. When we're faced with new information and when we're faced with evidence that something works, we are allowed to change our minds. And we should in this instance, and realize that this is not something that should just be temporary, but this is something that has potential to grow and to be amazing and to flourish and to be something that the rest of the country looks at. Watching our people prepare for the worst and make plans to return to the streets or to the woods is extremely disheartening. It's depressing. Everybody's scared.
You have about 30 seconds.
I just ask you, please don't let that happen. I'm available for any questions. I can provide any updates about housing as well. And thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's try again for the folks that are at Dairy Drive. You should have a prompt to unmute yourself.
Okay, go ahead.
There you go. All right, so first up, Joey Russo.
Joey, what do I do? Tell them how you feel. Well, for the most part, Dairy Drive is at home. There are people that people look at us like we are misfits. Well, if we're misfits, this is where we belong. Staff that cares for us. For people that need some type of assistance. You know, Dairy Drive provides assistance for people like me that need each other's help. This is our home. This is our home. Yeah. Do I continue? Yeah, it's your turn. Did I just start talking? Yeah, here you go. Here's some things. They should hear you. Okay. Should I ask them if they can hear me? Yeah, you should be able to read it. They can hear you.
We can hear you. You've got about a minute and a half left.
All right, my name is Stacy. Dairy Drive has provided me with a stable place to live. Even though it's not a 3-bedroom house, it's still my home, and it works for me. I'm able to have visitation with my son, where I can make him food, play basketball, and take him to the park.
You can do it, Stacy.
And I have a place to bring him back, to warm him up or cool him down. This place has shown my kid how to care for each other and how to take care of yourself. Because if you don't do it, who is going to? If it gets shut down, it's harder for me to get time with my son because I won't have a place to be able to keep up with the day, the weather, his clothes, his items, etc. It would also force us all to live in tents, and then the garbage would be everywhere in the city again. With the help of this place, I know I can be in clean clothes every day, and I can get help when I need it. My health is getting better. The staff and nurse at Dairy Drive help me get to my appointments scheduled and give me reminders to keep up on myself. It's good to know someone has your back and that someone is always here to help with whatever. I don't have to worry about not being able to make it to appointments or going without food and going hungry. I have access to the shower, which is very helpful, very nice. Things that people take for granted are very appreciated here. Stuff like bread and a hot meal. This stuff means a lot. I just don't understand why you would spend $1 million to build the place and then just tear it down. Why give us a chance of being better and take it away? I'm willing to do any kind of community service that anyone needs help with to keep this place open. We would make a community garden and give back to the community. Anything. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have James Triggs there also?
Yeah.
Go ahead, James. It's your turn.
I'm giving a lot of thought to what to say. I practiced it over and over and over again, but I'll say this. since the opening of Dairy Drive, in the beginning, I feel like it was misunderstood. And from outside looking in, it doesn't look like much, but to the people here, there's potential here and there's possibilities. And I've seen it witness firsthand and change people's lives. This place has the ability to give someone that doesn't have much hope for the future all the confidence that they can rebuild the future, and it's never too late to make a change in your life and have a better life. The staff here is amazing, and it brings about a sense of independence and community, and it's almost as like similar to a family here. And I've seen people that come here and go through the adjustment period of a different lifestyle, but it saves people from being on the streets. And I mean, that's the reality of the days we're in, that makes a huge difference what we do here and I say we because it is like a family here, and possibilities are endless. Well, we all have talents here. We're all good at something. And we go to this with, an open mind to possibilities, what can come from here. As Stacy said, there's a garden that could be made here. Tutoring could be done, work experience, job experience, it's things to get back to the community and make a niche in the community for ourselves and continue that. And doesn't only mean a lot to me, but it means a lot to a lot of people to see this place continue. And it's worth investing in, it's worth it. For every one of us that have been here, that have worked here, or lived here.
You have about 30 seconds left.
And for the family members as well. They no longer have to worry about having people on the streets and whether they're okay or not. There's resources here to be had, and there's possibilities. The best thing to do would be to continue it.
Thank you. Is by any chance Kenneth Shapiro there with you as well? Looks like not.
He's on his way down in person.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you facilitating that.
Thank you.
All right, then our next registrant is Brenda Conkle of District 2, representing Madison Street Medicine.
Well, that was a tough act to follow, I think. I'm mostly here for questions tonight. I have sent many informational emails to you, 2 of them on budget past and present, 1 on how many campers were left as of this morning, which also Urban Triage replied to, and 1 on the outcomes of the program. There has been a lot of discussions back and forth, and it's a little unfortunate that things have sort of become so contentious. And I really do want to express my gratitude to the city and the mayor and the CDC staff, engineering staff, and all the people who helped make this happen. It has been a long, hard road, and they were here with us every single step of the way. So it sucks to be adversarial at this point. But I'm here because it's so important for the people you just listened to. So I really do mean my sincere gratitude to everybody who helped make this happen. At the end of the day, though, we do have a pretty big crisis coming at us, or we are in the middle of a crisis already, and it's getting more extreme. And there's multiple reasons for that, and some of that you can't control, right? Like the orange guy and constant chaos he keeps creating, and the values that he's portraying out there that do not align with Madison's values. The economy and the rising costs of everything, the affordable housing crisis. And who knew when you guys put together plans to build a shelter that it wasn't going to be big enough? Like, I laughed when they said there was going to be 350 people in the shelter, and I was wrong. A lot of people were wrong. We all didn't know that this is where we were going to be at. And I think that's why we continue to fight to keep Dairy Drive open. It's because we're in a different place than we were 4 years ago. And we can all agree or disagree on a lot of things, but in the end, it's not about you and I and the city staff and the other people. It's about the people who just spoke. You know, the things that people have to go through when they're living on the streets, most people don't even know what day it is. Their brains can't think that far ahead because they're so busy thinking about where am I going to eat, where am I going to sleep, how am I going to get my basic needs met, where am I going to go to the bathroom, where am I going to put my stuff and not have it stolen, where am I going to get a dry shirt after I've been rained on, how do I dry my sleeping bag when it's still raining and it's going to rain for the next 3 days.
About 30 seconds.
Yep. You know, how do I deal with all of these things that are happening to me? And Dairy Drive is a place where people can be safe. It's a place where they can be themselves, not be judged, not be, you know, have people walking by them and making funny faces at them and all those things. So that's really what this is about tonight. And please don't forget that when you vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kenneth Shapiro of District 16.
Hey.
You're just in time.
I'm Kenneth Shapiro. I've been out there on Dairy Drive since December 6, 2021. And about every single thing that's happened there, and so basically right since the inception. At the beginning, we really had no idea what we were doing. And now we've gotten to the point where we're getting pretty good at what we do out there. The neighbors are starting to like us. Cops like us. We have, I personally have had pretty heavy influence on the situation out there. There's been no violence, which is original. It doesn't seem to be happening anywhere. While there was violence all over the city, I did manage to get the people not to hurt each other. You got to be real personal with them and explain why not to, and they're doing it. And the neighbors, there's little people staying outside in neighboring places, like in woods, and they're not hurting each other either because I'm explaining why not to. They're doing good. We're finding housing for people at an astonishing rate. We're incredibly successful. It's too bad we don't have more funding. Now, with a little creativity, I'm sure we could. But right now, I want to do something good for the first time in my life. I'm about ready to do it. And to pull it now, when I'm just about ready. Everything else that I had to do is out of the way. And I'm ready to make this place a beautiful thing. And now I think it would be a big mistake to pull the funding. Now I have a cat that's 22. I'm not sure she'll survive the moon. I'm sure I will. But we're just about to make this into a wonderful thing, and way more wonderful than it is. And I mean, the neighbors in Monona, they just love me. And everyone's just, we're so close. And to close it down now would just be, in my opinion, I think it would be a huge mistake. You know, it's not like I'm charging to do what I'm doing. I'm incredibly good at what I do, and I'm just there, and I'm doing this because I want to do something nice for people. And I think you should let me do it. I really do. I think we're just so close, and it would be a real shame. There's so many people scared right now. And you know who's I scared? A lot of I knew the police, the Madison policemen all up there, parents. And now these are their children, and they know that no one's been getting hurt because of me. And if I go, what's going to happen? There's a lot of people scared right now. I'm going to be okay, but who isn't? There's going to be some. I think we should try to continue it. As far as funding goes, you know, I know other people know people that have money. I don't think funding is a big deal. It's just right now, I'm not ready to leave. And we're so close to, getting the place in order and making it a beautiful thing.
You have about 30 seconds
So
left.
I think we should let me do it. I really do. I don't want to just walk away. And if I go somewhere else, I'm not going to be able to do it. I really am. I mean, the momentum built here, I'm not going to be able to do it somewhere else. I mean, I'll be able to make myself happy, but not the whole community. I'll just let next person have the floor. All right.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Tris Cushman of District 16, to be followed by Mary Ransom. And then we'll circle back up to see if we have Benjamin Paul Bishop. Do we have Tris?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, thank you everyone for letting me speak before you today. I did send an email earlier with some of my thoughts more written out, but I wanted to highlight some of those. You've heard from people who live there, and they are the voices that we have to listen to tonight. You've also heard from people who work at Dairy, and I want to impress upon you how important the people that work there and the people that live there are. The thing is that Dairy was started as an alternative program for people who are completely unable to use the current shelter systems. Not only are there problems of overcrowding, but some people just are not able to use those systems. It doesn't matter what the reason is. Maybe they're traumatized and it's too triggering to be there. Maybe they have too many things and they can't carry them on their backs day in and out, back and forth between a night shelter and the beacon during the day. Or maybe they're a queer person who is targeted within shelters for being different. I'm speaking largely of queer women whose only option is a shelter run by the Salvation Army where they are not allowed to stay if they're in a relationship with another woman. I don't even know how many years I've been working to volunteer with the unhoused populations, and I have been present at multiple occasions when people have been turned away from the women's shelter for having a partner who is also queer. Not only that, but if you look at Dairy itself, it is one of the most, if not the most successful housing programs that has been shown in the data. And not only does it help to have a location to live, but the critical nature of this program is that there's staff on site who are able to come, just as you heard from Urban Triage, as you've heard from MSM. The largest barrier to getting help to people who are unhoused is often being unable to contact them. So if we don't extend this program, people are on the street Thursday. People are sleeping on the street Thursday, maybe in a tent. And if we don't do something in order to make sure that we have sufficient resolution for each of the people who are living there.
About 30 seconds.
Thank you. Not only those who already are working on programs to help them get into housing, but especially the people who are completely underserved, the people who have no place to go. Everyone will be out Thursday. And I just ask that you support extending such a program that can really provide help to people who are just a little different. I am not a resident there, but I am a partner, and I
Thank you. That's your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Mary Ransom of Middleton, to be followed by Benjamin Paul Bishop, to be followed by Juliana Bennett. Do we have Mary? Oh, hi.
Hi, I'm a registered nurse. I spoke here once before. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in about Dairy Drive. I think it's a fantastic program. It should be extended. I've worked at detox, the hospitals, mental health facilities, and there's a vicious cycle, and it's very expensive. We added just one client up one night, and it was just like we were going, oh my God. But it goes police contact, EMS, detox, police, hospital, back and forth. And a lot of times you'll get people in that don't want to leave. You would think waking up in detox or waking up in a mental health facility, you would want to get the hell out of there. A lot of people don't because they have no place to go. And their backpacks are packed, and it's just, we've seen some really amazing success stories, and it seems like a lot of times it starts with a little room to put your books in, a little room to stay warm. We had one client that had a cat. He ended up speaking in front of the UW Department of Nursing, 3 auditoriums full of people, because he had a great story and he was an alcoholic. and he loved his cat, and that's all he needed. And we told him, you sober up for a year, you come back and apply, and you got a job, and he did it. But it all started with a little room.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Benjamin Paul Bishop of District 13, to be followed by Juliana Bennett, to be followed by Erica Bach. Do we have Benjamin? Looks like we don't have Benjamin in the room or on the Zoom.
There are no attendees by that name.
Thank you. So then we'll go to Juliana Bennett of District 18, to be followed by Erica Bach. Juliana? Go ahead.
I'm back. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Did y'all miss me? Oh, I see, it's even showing Alder Juliana Bennett because that's who I am. Yeah. Well, look, I really appreciate being able to connect with some of y'all over the past few weeks about Dairy Drive. I know that this vote is incredibly complicated and really a challenging one because I know you all, and I know that most of you, and I say most, maybe not all, really don't want to be kicking people out onto the streets and feel like your hands are tied right now, without a real solution. And I recall back in 2021 when the city was looking to evict folks in Rindell Park, being in that same shoes. I remember the city telling us that there was no other solution, that the only thing that we could do was throw these homeless folks into a tick-infested swamp. And somehow, some way out of that, we finagled a way around it. And look, I'm not on council right now, so I haven't been able to dig into it as much as y'all have been able to, or some of y'all who actually work have been able to. But I do think that I think the thing that stuck out to me in watching the last council meeting was the framing that this is a pandemic response, when, as we've heard today, this is far more than a pandemic response. It is a real and working solution, or a solution that has worked, to people that otherwise have no other option. And I think that if there is any way that we can finagle or put together the really smart, bright minds that are in that room right now to finding a solution that isn't just kicking people to the curb, that would be dope. And I know that...
You have about 30 seconds.
See, this sucks. I liked when I could talk for like 10 minutes and y'all could interrupt me. But I think that... where was I? The best way that we can do this is to put our hearts and minds together, find another solution. I know that there is one out there, and it might not be the same solution that we pulled together to start Dairy Drive, but there is a solution that takes all of us working together and not fighting against each other.
I'm sorry, that's your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just check one more time and see if we have Erica Bach of Middleton. Doesn't look like it. So then, are there questions for any of the registrants on item 35? Alder Vitever.
Yeah, Kenneth, I'm wondering if you could join us.
Kenneth, would you be willing to?
Able to come back and answer a question?
Yes.
Kenneth, you told us last time and tonight that you've been at Dairy Drive since it started.
Yeah, since I stayed a little while longer to shut down. I helped the park ranger shut down the other park. That place was just a terrible mess. and not talk to people and leave and try to make it make sense to them to leave. So I stayed there an extra little bit of time to make sure they cleaned out without it being a disaster with police and everything. And when I came there, it was a few months early, I just sort of automatically made it so there was no violence.
Wonderful.
And that's my expertise, is just making it so there's no violence, and I'm really good at it.
Excellent.
It's just, you got to explain to people why. And if you're personal enough with them and they understand it, they don't do it. But they're clever. You got to keep up on it.
Can I ask, have you been offered permanent housing since you've been at Dairy Drive?
Yeah, I was offered several times.
And why didn't you take it?
They were all well, first of all, I didn't want to leave. But second of all, the places were, in the beginning, those were places I wouldn't want to go to.
Why not?
They were all places where they all just did crack and sold crack, and they were all basically crack houses. So I didn't want to go to those. It's just, I didn't want it there. I'm not getting in trouble, and I didn't want to go somewhere where I was going to get in trouble.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
They were unacceptable.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Are any of the other questions for Kenneth? Alder Pritchett?
Quickie question. Would you consider yourself to be a go-to person?
Yeah, they feel safe with me. Everybody trusts me, and they don't trust each other, but they all tell me everything, so.
So other residents at Dairy Drive look up to you?
Yeah, and the staff, everyone trusts me, and they all tell me everything. Yeah, they all trust me.
Okay.
Completely. And right now, I think everyone should trust me. I'm doing a good job, and it's not like it's. I think it's going to be all right out there. It's just I'm still learning what I'm doing, and I can't. The momentum I built. I think that there's going to be a lot of deaths if I go. There's going to be things first. There's going to be what the cops have to deal with that they can't figure out if I'm not there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that that doesn't happen. If they shut it down, my plan is to stay right there if I have to. I will live in the woods with the people that live in the woods out there, and I will just take my cat out there, and I will make sure they love me in Monona. I'm going to stay there. If I have to sleep outside, if I have to get a job, even though I haven't worked since '95, I will work for one of those industrial businessmen out there who love me so much, and I will stay because I found a place where they really understand me, they like me, and I'm not going to let them all get hurt simply because some people are having trouble understanding how to pay for it after the funding. I do understand there was funding because of COVID, but now we just got to try to get people to understand that it's important enough to pay for it. I mean, everyone's backed off to the point where they're Rindell Park. We didn't have any staff or anything like that. I was doing just me and this one friend of mine's wife. We were doing really good. There, just the two of us. And funding is nice. I'd like it so that it was more, getting the place cleaned up. It's going to be more presentable. We're doing good. Let's go squeak by on what they have for now. There's, people have ideas. They know people that have money. There's no reason to worry about that right now. What we should worry about is, me for one. What's going to happen to me? Now, if I go sleep outside, there's a good chance I just get killed. And I'm willing to die if you want me to, but it's scary outside. And those people, they feel safer with me there, but guess what? Yeah, they feel safer with me there, but I'm not safe outside and neither are they.
So do other residents out there look up to you, meaning that they will follow through on things that you suggest?
Oh yeah, if I ask them to do things, they'll actually do it. It's nice, It's the point now where if I say, hey, you guys, we got to clean the bathrooms, we got to clean up the place, they actually do it.
Okay.
It's made a lot of progress with them. And right now, they listen to me about everything, kind of like a parent who they love, that they don't fear, that they got good results with. And they feel kind of like they're in my home.
Come here a second.
Yeah, they feel kind of like that in my house. They love me. Everybody, and I love everybody.
I'm looking up to you.
Well, that's good. I think you can. I love it. And just, right now we have you, and it would be such a shame. God, all these things that had to happen to get us to this point where I'm here and I'm okay. I have no health problems. Everything is in order. I'm not on paper or anything. I am free to do this for everyone, and I'm willing to do it. And I just want to do this. It's not, this is what I'm doing right now, and I think we should let me do it. It's gonna be so nice. I'm gonna make the place so beautiful. It's gonna be.
Don't let me down.
It's gonna be so cute. Well,
Thank you, Alder. Thank you, Kenneth. Alder Madison?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have some always process-oriented clarifying questions. For, I think, Madison Street Medicine, like a combination of CAVA, Madison Street Medicine, and Urban Triage, whomever can answer. So I did see an email from Brenda Conco earlier, but I've been working all day, so I haven't had a chance to review all of that. So I'm wondering if someone can just talk about like what exactly is available for funding in 2025 and 2026 and what it can be used for.
I think that's probably
She's right there.
Brenda.
Yeah, I just I'm leaving. No, I wanted to be where my laptop could sit. So I could answer questions. So budget.
Yep, so, because I saw your text, but it's been a long work day for me. But can you just give a brief overview, like what exact funding is left or you have for this year and for 2026, and what can it be used for?
So I did a very detailed budget for you so that you could see that the funding, this is the way I have to do my budget for all my programs at work, which is you have to list the funding source and where the funding is going to go in addition to just having enough money in that line item, right? So you have a budget before you. The green is 2025 for the rest of the year, September through December, and the blue is the funding sources we have for next year. And so when I figured it out, I was, with the utilities, I have to raise $10,000 is where I'm at. CABA staff can stay there through the end of the year, and if we raise more funds, they can continue to stay, and that's our plan. That's what we are hoping to do. But we have $571,000 that we can apply towards the program. The one thing is that with the HUD funding, it can only go towards certain staff. It can't go towards all the staff, and it can't go towards CABA. And we do need to leave some funds left in that so that we don't have to lay off our staff because they will likely continue on. So there's $98,000 that's left over for case management May through July when they can keep working with the clients that have been at Dairy Drive. And then hopefully that will get extended and we will continue to have that funding into the future. So I don't want to lay the staff off for 3 months and then try to bring them back. That wouldn't be very effective. The staffing patterns that we have at the moment are for 2 case managers, somebody to manage the food, transportation, donations, sort of camper, we call it campers' needs, because it can fluctuate depending upon what people need when they're there. And then we have our night staff and our weekend staff. And then I just wanted to point out that we have some other grants that we can put. There's a lot of guests at Dairy Drive that are also sleeping outside. And so we want our SOS coordinator to spend 1 day a week there so they can get connected to the people who are sleeping outside and refer them to a case manager. And then we have our own case managers. The plan that we have is if we fill up the empty units, they will be people we only deal with people who have been sleeping outside. So they should have an outreach worker that's working with them, and they also can help with some of the case management. And then, of course, we have all of our clients that are involved in CCS and CSP and other programs. And when they're at Dairy Drive, they seem to utilize those programs at a higher rate because they are reminded by staff to make it to their appointments and encouraged and supported along that process to be able to get people connected to those other programs. So that's the staffing that we have. And with all of that, it does work, except for I have to raise $10,000 for the utilities because those aren't expenses I can apply to any of the grants and keep CABA at the same time, if that makes sense. But it's very detailed, and if anybody has any specific questions about it, I'd be happy to answer them.
Go ahead, keep going.
Yeah. Oh, I was just going to say, what I did do, I didn't list all of our operating expenses, but I had our CPAs calculate how much it had been for the last year and 8 months. And it was about $8,000 a month, so I just put a broad line in that, but that does include things like food and transportation and some of the other costs that go towards the campers, as well as repairs and maintenance, and those types of things. And then I did include that $5,000 a month for utilities.
Does the budget also, well, I'll come back to that one. But how many, because I know how many residents currently are approximately still at Dairy Drive. I know folks are in a various stages of, using the 15 vouchers for housing, but where are you all at right now? Like, what's the most recent update?
Right, so you also have an email about that. There's a pie chart in there. We have 7 campers that have moved out as of this morning. I went through it with our case managers. I came over here in case I need to look over at my staff to make sure I got something right. And then we have 5 that are just about to move out. They're in various states. If you look in the email, you can see where they're at. There are several people who are waiting for inspections. Like they've been accepted by their landlord. They have a Section 8 voucher. They got all of the paperwork done. And then they're at the point where the CDA comes out and inspects them. There were 2 units, I think, that failed. And so, all of that takes a lot of timing, coordination and stuff. And so we're just right at the end of the process for them to actually get into housing. And I hope at least 4 of them might be in by next week, but it depends upon if the landlord passes inspection and all those types of things. A lot of it's out of our control. Then I have 3 people who still have vouchers, 4 people who have rapid rehousing, and then 2 who are applying at Enzo, and they will, they're in the appeal process right now, and so we're waiting to hear on that. And then we have 8 people who don't have any housing opportunity in the near future. They're on waiting lists, they're on various things, but they're not getting to the top fast enough.
And I just need to clarify, because again, I'm in the process of drinking a coffee. So just to be, I'm hearing you correctly, because I'm trying to write as you're talking. 7 have moved out, 5 have almost moved out. So that's 12 who are either moved out or just about moved out. And then there was another 4. What was the 4? I'm sorry.
It is all in the email.
Yep, I got it, but
and with all the details.
Yep, I have a full-time job. So today just happened to be one of those days where I didn't have like 2 hours before council to look at the email. So just to clarify, 7 moved out, 5 are just about moved out, which that's 12. And then there was another 4.
Have rapid rehousing. Housing opportunities.
And where are they at in their process? Or are they part of the 12?
They're not part of the 12. 1 is currently working with Salvation Army. 1 has an intake done with Urban Triage and is working with them. 1 is waiting on a social security card and a driver's license to get to them. And 1 needs to complete intake with Urban Triage. And if you look, Urban Triage added a few more details to this. They weren't in our meeting this morning, right? And so, but I think it was mostly what we understand. It just, we didn't have the latest information.
So to clarify, 16, it sounds like then are either currently moved out, in the process or moving out, or in the process somehow, and 8 people will be left without, some solidified housing option. Am I reading it correct?
I definitely 8 will return to the streets.
I just want to be sure I got the numbers.
You have all the numbers right. I might be disagreeing with, just because they have a housing, like a Section 8 voucher or a rapid rehousing opportunity, doesn't mean we have a landlord that will rent to them.
Yep. So that's what I'm trying to also clarify. So the 7 have moved out though, so that means they do have the landlord, and then the 5 are almost moved out, but are they still in flux with getting landlords, I guess?
No.
Okay.
No, they've been approved by landlords and CDA and jumped through all the hoops and did all the
So then 12 are a bit more firm as far as moved out or in the process of moving out. It's the 4 that are still there, it's not firm. Is that what you're saying, or am I not hearing it correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So 4 are not really too firm just yet.
Yeah.
But we have 12 who've moved out or, almost moved out, 4 kind of not firm, 8 no options yet. And then, so thank you for that. I just have a couple more questions to help me in my processing this. So, because I know you've said a couple times that the amount per person to serve at Dairy Drive was about $6,000, and that was the same amount at the men's shelter. So where, I guess, where are you at with the cost per person for, providing services in general, like between Mach 1, CABA, and anybody else?
So this is so confusing because we have what we've done, what we can do through April, and what I proposed to Community Development Division in the 4-year process that you just approved earlier tonight.
So for
And
my
so
question,
the
I'm just only asking
$6,000
about for this resolution, because I think that's all I can ask about. For 2025 and for 2026.
Yeah, I have to do math, sorry.
And just looking at the numbers that we just, because again, for me, I just need to I hate to make decisions without the actual correct information for myself.
I hate doing math in public. So the budget presented as $473,000, and it will last for 7 months. That's $67,000 per month. And we have 29 beds. My decimal points are in the wrong spot.
No, I guess
2,330?
I guess what I'm looking
Doesn't
for
seem right.
for the people who, because I don't think, maybe I read it incorrectly, but I don't think the proposal adds new people through April 2026, or did I read that incorrectly?
I would have a hard time having empty units in the middle of the winter and not allowing new people into them. So I think we have to let new people in. I think when they come, we will be very clear that this is a temporary thing. We may use some of them as respite with some of the outreach groups if we can, coordinate who we think really needs, like a respite bed for a couple of weeks, or, due to all kinds of things, might be some medical conditions. We may want to look at a different model for how we admit people, and I guess that would have to be a conversation with the CDD staff. And I know I've talked to some of the outreach groups who really like that idea, because then we're not committing to somebody fully living there, but we're not letting the cabins go empty. So if somebody gets frostbite this winter while they're going through recovery, they could stay there, and those types of things. So that's kind of how we were thinking about filling them, so that we weren't like moving in new residents that we don't get here in April, and now we have 29 more people to move out that we would have to be very clear about.
So just to be sure, but that part isn't clarified in the resolution, right?
And there may be an amendment towards it, I can't remember.
Because I could be wrong. I've had a long day and lack of coffee.
Although that's a question for staff.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Sorry.
Or for the
brain, y'all.
sponsor
Okay.
when we get there.
Please forgive me. Here's my last question, I think. Again, it might not be my last, but it's a combination of your organization, CABA, and Urban Triage. So I know in the Homelessness Issues Committee meeting, you mentioned there was a conversation about fundraising. I guess I'm just curious, would you be fundraising for, if this was extended, like how does fundraising look for CABA for 2026? It sounds like your dollars only would keep them there through end of 2025. Are they expected to fundraise, you fundraise on their behalf, or how would that look?
I mean, my guess is we'll do it together. We do they're our partner, right? So we haven't gotten to all of those details. And I do believe Sarah's registered to answer questions if you want to also ask questions of her. Sarah Ali Jada from CABA.
Gotcha. Okay, that actually wraps up my questions.
Thank you. Don't go away, Brenda. Just want to check. Alder Evers, is it for Ms. Conkle? Alder Evers?
Yes, it is, Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, Brenda, you answered the first question. The question was, do you intend to fill the empty units? Second question is, and I guess you're aware that staff is somewhat concerned that this then, we've had a drawing down process to get to where we're at, and you're essentially going to put us, if we come to April 30th, with perhaps all 29 units filled. Doesn't that create challenges in and of itself?
I think I just answered that, but let me try again in case it wasn't clear, and I'm not sure.
Well, no, specifically, I understand why you would do it, but you understand that you can tell people that it's temporary, but aren't we going to be in the same position we're at right now? Because with the exception of Brandy Grayson, every single one of the registrants, yourself included, have been advocating for making Dairy Drive permanent. That this would not be a temporary extension, but that it should be permanent. So aren't we going to be in the same place on April 30th? Because you don't have a funding plan. Nobody has addressed that funds are certainly not readily available. And I appreciate former Alder Bennett says we could.
Alder, a question?
The question is, aren't we going to be in a really difficult position at April 30th in the exact same place with people coming and testifying and saying, please don't shut this down?
If I speak real frankly, the biggest problem we have is that you're not going to make budget decisions until November. And so you will decide, and the county board will decide in November if you're going to extend any funding to us. If you don't extend any funding to us, it's over, right? And so there may be amendments in both of those processes in the fall that could extend our funding. If you demolish it now, we don't have that opportunity. If we keep it going till April, we have an opportunity to put together a different kind of funding plan. And we've heard criticisms of our plans, and it'll give us time to address those. But if you vote tonight to demolish it, it's over. I think that this is an asset that will not be easily replaced in the community. I don't know how we're ever going to find another piece of property, how we would ever have the funds to be able to buy that piece of property, let alone put houses on it and get zoning approvals for it. And it's another neighborhood to fight, and it's all of the things that would make it nearly impossible to replace this, and this exists right now, and we are asking you, do not tear it down and give us that opportunity to see once if you all would agree in the future or not. And that's what we're asking for, very frankly. And I maybe that was too frank. I don't know.
Well, no, it's helpful. I think, given the testimony in yours, I think that the intention and the goal is to keep this open permanently. One last question. There's reference in the current resolution still to the use of $100,000 from Dane County. It's my understanding that's somewhat of a mirage, that there is not $100,000 available from Dane County. And whatever money that might be available, it might be $40,000, might be $50,000. It has to be used by September 30th. Could you speak to that, please?
Yes, I would love to. Back in June, I had conversations with frontline staff, and we had a plan to get us around $66,000, and we were working to see what else we could get the funding for. We got pretty far, and we were going to put a resolution through the county board. But the fight between the city and the county is killing us, because the county board would not pass a resolution to give us the money because the city council, or because the city was going to end our contract. So we needed to get a resolution to extend the contract to get the money. And a lot of time went by, and now their funds are running out. Initially, we thought, and we were told on more than one occasion, that that funding, we would be able to get funding June through September, and we could, be reimbursed for our costs during that time. That answer changed somewhere along the line, depending upon which staff person was talking. And so we just recently found out, and this is county, just so to be really clear, but that was county. And so we were trying to navigate, county doesn't want to do anything if the city doesn't want to do it, city doesn't want to do anything if the county doesn't want to do it. And now we have wasted our opportunity to use that money for this project. It's difficult to be in our position because we can't introduce resolutions. We can't do the things that need to happen to make those things happen. And we were trying, we were working on it. We had a plan, but as you know, plans are just plans and they fall apart. But we tried very hard to try to use those funds.
I understand that you tried, but in your current budget, then you are not including this 100,000 from the county.
No, there is no county funds in that. I mean, there's still hope that there could be some, but it's slim.
Okay, so it's referenced in the resolution, but that money doesn't exist as far as you know.
Yes, I believe somebody will probably offer an amendment.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Mayor, is it for Brenda?
Yes, thank you. I forgot I'd hit that. I was going to ask earlier about the budget, but you answered a lot of those questions. Do you have anything else that you wanted to highlight from it that you think is of note beyond what you've said?
No, like I said, it's there for your reference. If you want to just quick open it, you could probably see all the details and try to figure, and hopefully it makes enough sense. Nobody likes looking at my budgets because they got a lot of numbers in them and it's not fun. But I had my CPAs and my bookkeeper look at it with me today, and these are the numbers that we came up with, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Alder. Alder Vitiver? Go ahead.
Okay, so Brenda, can you tell us, so how many of the 8 remaining residents who will have no option, how many of them are like Kenneth and have been offered permanent housing but have chosen not to accept it?
Hold on.
Somebody else?
Yep, hold on one second. It's hard to talk about our clients in public and answer your question. I guess I would say this. Right now, 2 are currently in jail.
But so then they're not residents?
Well,
I mean, that's
they
their
can be
address.
residents for 90 days.
Right, but that's their address.
But they're in
not-
and out of jail.
Right.
Often. 2 are on the sex offender registry list, which makes it incredibly difficult for us to help find housing, and their options are very limited. 1 person, well, what I wrote was, had a voucher but experienced a personal crisis. Like somebody died next to them, right? Their head is not in a space where we can help them at this point. They need some more time, basically. 1, we couldn't get to go through the intake process with urban triage, that happens. People have a lot of reasons for that to happen. 1 was newer and missed the opportunities when we were going through the whole list. So that didn't help. And then 1 has a mental health issue and turned down some opportunities despite our best efforts to help them make good choices.
So it sounds like there's 2 of the 8 who've been offered opportunities for permanent housing and haven't, for one reason or another, haven't been able to take them. Is that accurate?
2? Yeah, okay.
That's
thumbs up from
helpful.
Savannah.
That's helpful, thank you. And then you said something earlier that struck me. You said that there were people sleeping outside at the campground? Did I hear that correctly?
No.
We have guests sleeping outside.
We have guests that are sleeping outside. So we allow guests at the campground between 10 and 6, and we have been a little bit permissive in letting people come in and take showers and do other things and use our facilities when they are guests of the other campers. And so we have guests that come during the day and they can stay 3 nights per week.
Okay. And that's in keeping with the campground regulations?
Yes.
Okay. And then my other question, actually 2 more questions, sorry. One was about the AmeriCorps members. So I was seeing on your website that you use AmeriCorps members, and that's obviously been a challenging program with what, as you said, the Orange Man has done. And so just wondering if you're still reliant on AmeriCorps members going forward?
Our AmeriCorps members have not worked on the Dairy Drive program. Okay. We do have, hopefully as of today, we have 2. One is helping with our medical programs and transport and some other things there, and the other is helping with grant writing and some other things. They're in a new it's not I don't know what it's called anymore, but it's the formula. They're calling it the formula. I don't know. But we were able to get 2 this year, so.
And then my other question is sort of related. So you're obviously very involved in the Occupy Madison movement, and that's a very different model. And so I'm just wondering about if, as Alder Evers alluded to, right, your intention is really to create this more permanent and have it be more like the tiny house villages, long-term, or, how you see the difference between the tiny house villages and Dairy Drive.
They're absolutely completely different. I could not stress that enough. At Dairy Drive, if it was to stay for 4 years, our intent would be to take the people that get to the top of the coordinated entry list. Then we have a tier 1 and a tier 2, and when they become available for tier 2, there's a bunch of work that has to be done, and there's a lot of work that has to be done. They should be at that point working with an outreach worker, otherwise they would not have gotten to the top of the list. And so our idea is to move those folks into the campground and use it as sort of a rotating source of beds where we can find people and have them be stable or more stable than sleeping in a tent or sleeping outside on the street, that they'd be able to be at a place we can find them, that we can provide transportation for them and all those types of things. And then I don't think they would fill all 29 cabins. And then for the other half of the cabins, and this is kind of our 4-year plan, right? But the other half of the cabins would again be for the street outreach workers. We meet twice a month, and we case conference our clients, and that based on those recommendations, people would be able to get into Dairy Drive for short periods of time, right? So hopefully this would be a place where more people cycle through and it's not like a permanent place. At Occupy Madison, completely different. Occupy Madison, at least 2 of our villages don't have any restrictions. One has some county restrictions on who gets in. But that is like more of a sweat equity process. So people help build their homes, they have to help with the governance, they have to go to lots of meetings, there's all kinds of things you have to do. There's no application process, it's just you put your sweat equity in, and as long as you're following our rules, which boil down to don't be a jerk, as long as you follow the rules, you get to live there, and as long as you continue participating, you get to stay. But that is, I would say it's different populations. I would say many of the chronically homeless people can't even get to the point where they can manage that process, right? Because again, they're still worried about all the other things that come along with homelessness. So I see them as 2 very, very, very different programs, even though they both prioritize people who are unsheltered.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alder Okovitz. Is it for Brenda? Go ahead.
It is. Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking at the budget that you sent out earlier for Madison Street Medicine to pay for services through the end of December and then also through April 2026. What I'm noticing is that in the column for the 2026 payments, the salaries are the same or lower than in the 2025, even though there's 4 months January, February, March, April in 2026 that you would need to pay salaries and only 3 months in 2025. So are you planning on reducing services in 2026?
The reduction is because the plan was to end the campground facilities maintenance, all that kind of stuff, March 31st, but continue the services through April. So we wouldn't have a facilities manager if the property is shut down. We won't have nights and weekend staff if the property is shut down. So it's that last month of April where we continue providing services, but my understanding, if I understood it correctly, is they wanted to have that extra month at the end of our contract to make sure everybody's out of the campground and everything has gone smoothly.
Okay. But do those services include case managers?
Yes. And actually, the case managers can continue all the way through July 31st.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Revere?
Thank you, Mayor. And indeed, this is from Ms. Conkle. Thank you, Brenda, and thank you for the budget spreadsheet that you sent a few hours ago and for your helpful testimony tonight. Have you had the opportunity to review the updated substitute resolution fiscal note?
No, I have not.
Okay. Many of the comments in the updated fiscal note are questions that have already been asked and answered. Would you be able to, since you have your laptop there, would you be able to? Okay, very good. Thank you, Mayor and Attorney Haas. So that includes the updated fiscal note that has underlined language in it, what you have in your hand?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I was just wondering if you could please maybe take a moment, since you haven't yet already, to review the updated fiscal note again. It's the underlined language, and see if any of your testimony that you've shared tonight already would be, if it would be beneficial to add to it. For example, the first couple sections are about the county funding. I think you have probably addressed that to the fullest, unless there's more commentary you'd like to provide to these fiscal note concerns, again, in the substitute.
Is all of the new language underlined? Or
Yes. And someone can correct me if I'm wrong on that. That's my belief and understanding from the finance department.
I don't think I have the right thing.
Oh, can you pull up Legistar then? It's in Legistar. It was updated. Yes, that's not the updated fiscal note.
Yeah, the printed copy just says that it will be updated.
Yeah, so I'd have to refer everybody, please, to Legistar, and again, the substitute resolution, which is the controlling file in Legistar version number 2, fiscal note. And again, the finance director can correct me if I'm wrong, and
Alder Revere, maybe we could give her a chance to review and come back.
that's fine with me.
Yeah, that would,
Okay.
yeah.
Alder
Thank you.
Glenn, is it
Thank you.
for Ms. Conkle?
I guess I want to give you time to be able to look at this, but I just have a couple questions. So,
Let me just see, is it, Alder Matthews, is it also for Ms. Conkle?
should we give her just?
Alder Madison?
I have one for, sorry, Mayor. I have one for Kaba and one for Brenda, but.
Okay, so I'll come back. Alder Madison? We'll let you off the hot seat for a moment, Brenda.
Thank you.
Yeah. I believe there was someone registered to speak or available for questions for Kaba.
Yes.
Sarah?
Yep, Sarah is here.
All right. Sarah, are you there?
I am here.
All right. Thank you. And thank you if this is a late night for you. But I just wanted to quickly ask about the fundraising portion. Like, what's your understanding of It sounds like you all would be still contracted through the end of 2025, but there may need to be some level of fundraising for 2026. So I just wanted to just hear from you about your plans or how that might look for 2026, should it be extended.
Sure. So over the last several weeks, as we have been going through this process, Brenda and I, or Madison Street Medicine and CABA, have been collaborating and trying to figure out solutions. And we did talk about fundraising. And as Brenda mentioned, that we would be doing fundraising together for the program specific to Dairy Drive. So that is our plan.
Do you have an idea of what would need to be raised for 2026 collectively or individually, like individual organizations?
I don't know. I believe Brenda has all of the financial data regarding the program finances.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, is it for CABA? Yes. Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you. Going along the line of the fundraising, was there a fundraising strategy that was discussed prior to us moving into where we are now? Where did that land? Where did that fundraising strategy come into play?
Sure. We had talked about fundraising previously. It's very difficult, and I believe this has been answered before, but it's very difficult to fundraise for a program with such uncertainty and, with such public plans for closing. So that has made it very difficult. But knowing where we're at right now, hearing all of, the concerns and, we have talked about fundraising at this point to see if we can, if we get funded through April to offset some of those costs. I do want to say, over the past 4 years, while we didn't do specific fundraising, CABA did, and Madison Street Medicine, we did apply for several grants. Early in 2022, CABA did get approved a grant from the state of Wisconsin for providing substance abuse treatment. So that was helpful, but that was only for 6 months. We did also try to do a CCS model. That is very difficult to do in that type of program, where we're dealing with all kinds of crises on the fly. And then now we have been able to start billing Medicaid. And while Brenda, or Madison Street Medicine and CABA are sharing the clients, the volume of billing that can be done at this point is not enough to keep things going. So we've been talking about fundraising, so that is definitely an option that we will work on.
Thank you, Alder. I think we're back to, Alder Matthews, you have a question for CABA as well?
I was gonna say, could we have a 5-minute break, maybe?
It's the will of the body. We don't usually go in the middle of public comment, but we have been here for a while. Is there a second? Is there any objection to taking a 5-minute break? All right, seeing no objection, let's say 8:50, we'll be back.
Look at y'all, gotta run to the bathroom.
I was looking at Joey. You can't look at this one. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, we're a minute past. If we can have the alders in the room take their seats. The alders on Zoom are already got their cameras on, which we very much appreciate.
Sorry, I always turn the mic off. Downstairs, green is on and red is off.
Oh. If I can have the alders in the room take their seats, please. And I will return us to order and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Alder Matthews. Here. Mayor. Here. O'Brien. Here. Okovich. Here. Pritchett. Here. Tischler.
Yeah, I'm here.
Verveer.
Here.
Vitiver. Here. Duncan. Here. Evers.
Here.
Field.
Here.
Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Glenn.
Here.
Govindarajan.
Here.
Ugair.
Here.
Harrington McKinney. Lankella.
Here.
Knox. Alder Knox.
Here.
Madison. Here. And Martinez Rutherford is excused. Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. All right, so we are still on questions for registrants on item 35, and I believe that will take us back to Alder Verveer's question for Ms. Conkle.
Thank you, Mayor.
Hopefully you've had a moment to review.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Brenda.
All right, so,
I don't need to restate my question.
no, I got it.
Thank you.
I see the changes, and I'll try to address them each, and then you can tell me if you have any follow-ups.
Thank you.
I did not include any county ERA funds because of what I explained, which was the county-city timing did not line up, and the time to spend those funds. If, like, the only way we could get any county funds is if tomorrow morning there was a contract routed, and we could only charge from tomorrow morning to the end of the month. Like, that's how limited it would be, and it can only be for essentially the same staff that HUD can pay for. And I'm not sure we could have CABA as a subrecipient in it, but it would be such a small amount of funds, it probably isn't worth all of everything that would have to be done to do that at this point. So we have not counted, when I presented the budget to you guys, that does not include any county funds at this point. The next thing says to extend the funding through April. It probably should extend the use of the campground through April. And again, this is in the budget that I sent to you, and I apologize, I should have sent it to Finance Director Schmidtke, because that probably would have helped. But we plan to spend all the city funds by the end of the year. That's why there's 3 columns in green and only 2 in blue. We are not spending city funds in the second year. And and we understand, we tried to make it so that we weren't extending funds so you don't have the expenditure restraint program problem, right? So we did that. For the utilities, I included those costs in the budget. It's the second from the end expense in there. That would have an expenditure restraint issue of $15,000 for January, February, and March. So it'd be $15,000 more towards your expenditure restraint program. And the fiscal note happens to say that we should pay, that the city has to pay for those things because it's city-owned land. The county owns Occupy Madison's third village, and the water bill is in our name. So I don't know if they did it. I don't know. You may have some sort of rule somewhere in the city that is different than what the county can do. There may be some state law that's different than what the county can do. But at Occupy Madison's third village at 201 South Stoughton Road, we pay all the utilities. Nothing is in the county's name, and we pay all the bills directly. I assumed, and I know that's a bad word, but I assumed that also could be done here with the city. I would require the trash pickup to be changed to our name. It would require the pest control to be changed to our name. I don't know if those two things, you guys get some sort of magical bulk discount or something, and you just added it to another contract somewhere. So I don't know the inner workings of that, if that would have some sort of an impact, but it should only have a $15,000 impact on in expenditure restraint program, whatever it's called now, moving forward. So I think that something can be worked out there. Unfortunately, because we just keep being told the campground's going to shut down, we can't get to those conversations again. And then the last one says the plan for funding sources that will close camp. We will do everything to do all the things that we agreed to do with the CDD development, and we don't need more money. We don't have $220,000 to restore the site, right? That's not something we can do at this point without some help from somewhere. I think that's all of them.
Yes.
Did I miss anything?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Brenda. You certainly covered all of the edits to the original fiscal note, responding to the substitute resolution. Perhaps just one or two follow-up questions, and it's the latter two subjects. The first one is as it relates to the billings for these expenses, like the monthly municipal services bill and the pest control and so forth. When you testified at our last council meeting, you also had suggested that could you just present us the bills and we will pay them. So besides what you're just offering, can't you change the account to our name and responsibility? You likewise.
If that works for you guys, I don't know in accounting wise if that is still your expense or not. That would have to be a question for Mr. Schmidtke. But we have been handed bills before, like to clean up camps for outreach, and we have paid them with some funds that we had. So I have paid some bills. I just don't know how that relates to the expenditure restraint program issue
Right.
that you guys are looking at. I don't know if that helps or not, right?
Thank
But we
you.
could do that if that's possible,
Yes.
and it works for you guys.
You're a full partner and you want to be as helpful as you can with our fiscal constraints, obviously. And then the plan by February, you're obviously agreeable to that, and there'd be a written plan that would be submitted to, we could even amend this further to, that has to be accepted by the committee and or council.
Yeah, as I was speaking to you frankly, when an elder ever is asking me a question, like, we need it extended so we can make an argument during budget time. But if we don't win at budget time, you won't see us back here in April. We were supposed to close in 2023. We were supposed to close in 2024. We're supposed to close in 2025. That has a very upsetting impact on the campers, on the staff. It's hard to plan, all those things. It did keep, thankfully, it kept getting extended because there were still funds available, and we appreciate that so much. I'm not criticizing anything. It's just you guys didn't know any more than we knew where the funding sources were going to come from and what would be left over and how those ARPA funds would get extended or not get extended and all those types of things. But we've been through this for quite some time. If we don't win at budget time, I can promise you we will not be back here in April because I think we're out of options.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And I did forward your budget of late today to
Okay.
Finance Director Schmidtke as you were testifying.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Alder Glenn, you were next.
Did I just shut me off? Okay. This mic thing. Okay, so will you be fundraising?
Yes. If this passes tonight, a GoFundMe will go out in the next 24 hours, and 48 hours, I should say, just in case. I did put a lot of things off till tomorrow because of uncertainty about so many things. But within 48 hours, you will see us fundraising, and we will do that in conjunction with CABA as long as they're in agreement and as long as we can figure out. One of our problems is I don't want to fundraise and overly restrict the funds that come in, and yet I want to be transparent with the people donating money, and I want to make sure that we are very clear to the donors that when they donate to us, that it will be used for Dairy Drive, or this is what will happen with it. And that's where I got to talk to CABA a little bit to see what we would want to say there. So, but I would hope by, Thursday, we would have something out and be working on it.
Thank you. Who all do you work with? Who are all your CBOs that you work with?
Well, everybody in the Homeless Services Consortium, which is a lot of different organizations. We work with, and I'll just rattle off a few, and I'm going to forget somebody, I'm going to feel bad tomorrow. But, for our outreach groups, our main partner is Catalyst for Change, but we also work with Tellurian, Briar Patch, the two veterans groups, the federal and state veterans groups, and Urban Triage and Outreach. So those are people who could potentially have clients that are also in our village. We definitely work with, CABA has been our partner from the beginning. Urban Triage has become our partner with that grant. And then we work with like Safe Communities, we work with the CSP program, the CCS workers, and they all come from different organizations. That's why I can't rattle them off real well. We work with probation and parole and even the police sometime. I mean, we work with a lot of different organizations. Anybody who has clients there, we work with. Am I missing anyone big? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, all the food places. The River Food Pantry, the St. Vinny's, private donors, Second Harvest. Yeah, tons of different. We take people to community meals at Wilmar or at Bridge Lake Point or, various places like that as well. So, our partners have changed a little over time, but we have worked with anybody who will partner with us, basically. It's a lot of relationships to manage, but they've all been quite good. So.
When you put the call out for fundraising, how's it usually go?
Hard to say. I mean, Madison Street Medicine hasn't done as much fundraising as I've done in other organizations, so I can't predict. I feel confident we can raise $10,000 to $40,000. We could possibly raise more than that. I do not know, and I guess we're going to find out if this passes. It's something that's hard to sustain over time. This has gotten a lot of news recently. It has a good potential. It's hard to. It would be hard for me to predict, but I do think 10 to 40 is reasonable.
And long-term plan?
Long-term plan is if an alder and a county board supervisor agree, I suspect you may see us during budget time. But if we don't win at budget time, I think we're just done because like I said, it's hard to predict everything moving forward. I'm hoping, and what I'm calling the proposal Dairy Drive 2.0 because we're hoping to bring in even more community partners and talk in the outreach meetings and some other things about, we have this asset, given our current climate and it ending or not ending, what's the best use of it, and to work with the city then to figure that out a little bit. But what I suggested is what I had been describing earlier, is like, as the permanent people move out, we only accept the tier 2 people and then use the rest. And that number is unpredictable to me right now because we've only been doing the tier 1, tier 2 thing since February. And sometimes I get 15 clients that got on the list and sometimes I get 4. So it's hard to predict how many clients would be coming in, but the remaining cabins would be for those emergency respite things. one of the things that I think was really hard for us is that we designed the program to take people off the top of the coordinated entry list, which means they were getting close to getting a housing opportunity. But we also helped the city with some other issues that were going on. So like when Rindell Park closed, not everybody was at the top of the list. Or when Highway 30 had too many people there, we took some folks in and they weren't at the top of the list. And so their housing opportunities through the Homeless Services Consortium were more limited, which means it has to be in the private market and means they have to have income and all these things. And we are working with a population that has a lot of barriers.
How long have you been doing this?
Depends on what you call this, but I became an executive director of a nonprofit since 1995, and that was at the Tenant Resource Center, and I've been
30 years?
Over 30 years.
Last question. With all of the talk of how does this get paid for, and then all of the great and awesome testimony, how do we, other than the things we've heard, can you tell me why this is part of a system of success? Because there's a lot of talk about, numbers and, which is always hard, right? Seeing people as numbers. Numbers to pay bills, though, which is real, right? You understand that more than anyone running a nonprofit. And numbers of success. And so what is the... I don't even know how to form this into a question. What does success look like?
So success for us is people getting into housing, ultimately, right? But also success for us can be somebody successfully finishing probation, somebody reducing the amount of time that they're getting arrested, reducing the amount of time that they're staying in jail, getting into a treatment program, getting sober, maybe relapsing, and getting sober quicker next time. Success for us is people come out of their shells, they make friends, they talk, they open up about things that they don't talk to people about. People feel safe. We have a very strong harm reduction program. We have literally saved lives. We get people to their doctor's appointments. I mean, success happens every single day. It's kind of funny. We often laugh at ourselves because every day there's a success. Sometimes we forget to recognize them. And then someone will say, but remember when, right? And then we're like, oh yeah, right? So our successes are daily. Sometimes our success is, hey, that person didn't punch that person this time. Like it is, some of it is very slow and gradual and hopefully longer lasting, right? So we hope that we're making real changes in people's lives, that wherever they go next, they have a firmer foot on the ground to be able to be successful in what they do next. And people get jobs, people get reunited with their family, there's just so many things that happen there that I would call success. Obviously, the big number is housing, because that's what our goal is for the programs, but the successes are way more than that.
Okay, just one more. We've heard also that there are those that will not fit into the box of typical housing, of what people think people should want. Will you continue to still work with them regardless? And what does that plan look like, if with or without Dairy Drive?
Yeah, In how we call it progressive engagement, right? So that's the word we use. Like, so progressive engagement to us means somebody tells us screw off, and we're like, okay, and then we come back the next day, right? And they tell us again they don't want to hear from us, and we come back the next day, and we continue to offer, and we continue to build relationships, and in building those relationships, we can sometimes get to why, sometimes it uncovers things that need to be addressed in people's lives that we can help so that they feel comfortable saying yes. Sometimes it's an education thing about, what are these options? What does this mean? Sometimes there are fears that need to get talked through. Savannah would do a better job of answering this question, but I think, our daily work, it could just be somebody got food and prepared it. It could just be so many things. They followed through on the telephone call they needed to make. They got to the appointment on time. It's skill building. We do I guess that's the word the social workers would use, skill building. We do a lot of skill building with people, and it's amazing because a lot of people have a lot of skills. Sometimes they just need a little support along the way to make it work for them. I'm continued to be impressed by people's resilience and their ability to figure things out for themselves.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to ask a question that I think in some ways you've already answered, but I want to phrase it a different way. Part of what I personally have seen this weekend, let me just say the budget outlook for the men's shelter is not good. And that's not directly related to this. But I've seen a lot of community outcry and support for this program. This past weekend, I specifically talked with a bunch of folks who on their own brought up potential solutions or potential fundraising from the community or all kinds of community-led and community-centered ways to help this program succeed. I know that that's not a guarantee. None of that is written in writing. But what I want to ask you is is there a will to work with community members on a community-centered solution to keep these services going?
Yes, I would say a couple things. The mutual aid network, mutual aid network we've been meeting actually for a couple months now, talking about I don't know how to, this is not my area of expertise, but some community-led financing types of opportunities. So we are continuing to meet with them, and other people have come forward and offered to meet and to talk about things. Of course, this has to pass for those opportunities to happen. That is the box that we're in, right? And so, yes, and I think you will see us, me particularly, maybe I should say I, will be right there by your side fighting for that money for the shelter, right? That is equally important. So, but yes, within our capabilities and our time limits, time constraints, right? But yes, that's to some extent, that's what we've been doing, but we've gotten a lot of attention now, and so there's more opportunities coming forward, I would say.
Thank you. I know this process can be and feel somewhat demoralizing, so I just wanted to give you the opportunity to say that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison, is it for Ms. Conkle?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two questions. So in the event, if the resolution doesn't pass, are you able to use any of the city's unspent dollars towards providing extended housing opportunities such as, I don't know, maybe motel vouchers for not the folks who are, they're going to be at various stages of moving out, but I believe the contract is extended through the end of October, but anybody left, November 1st and beyond, how would that look potentially?
Yeah, I have a list of expenses that would be acceptable that I got from staff. The one question the communications, there may be an answer in my inbox, I'm not sure, but the one question I had is I don't know how to put people in hotels without staffing it. And so those funds would also have to go for the staffing of it. And we just haven't finished that conversation. But yes, I believe that is the plan. And Lynette could probably answer more questions. And there may be something I'm missing in the restrictions.
Yep.
But yeah.
And if I remember correctly from the meeting the other night, was it almost $100,000 from the city that may be left over, or am I incorrect with that?
The $200,000 is the demolition money.
So at I forget the homelessness needs committee the other night, I think you gave a bunch of different amounts, and one of the amounts you gave was $95,000 for current services, but $100,000 left in a city contract for city services that must be spent before the end of the year.
Yeah.
Or maybe I could have noted that incorrectly too.
No, that was right.
All right, so could those are the dollars I'm more asking about. It sounds like those are the ones where you're still waiting on an answer, or you might have an answer.
The 100,000-ish amount is the one that I was working with staff on about what that could be spent on.
Gotcha.
The 95, I have a board of directors, and we haven't discussed where that money would go, but I would presume, and I don't want to speak without their vote or whatever, right? But I would presume that would also go towards these folks or other unhoused folks.
So there's potentially right under $200,000 that are not the demo dollars that potentially could be used towards keeping folks housed in some sort of temporary solution.
Only September 26th to October 31st, because that's the end of the contract.
I mean, October 31st beyond, like November 1st beyond.
Only the 95,000 can be spent beyond November 1st.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. Okay. And then my second question. Should the resolution pass? I'm just more interested in the Alder Glenn asked about partnerships, and it sounds like so did Alder Matthews. But I'm curious on what's been, or is there a plan to work with the faith communities to use the ordinance that the city, wrote and edited the Mission Camp District to encourage more folks, because you're already at capacity, whether this passes or not, you're at capacity. And if more folks can sort of like take on a Dairy Drive model, we would increase our capacity across the city. So I'm just curious about what's been the relationship, or is there a plan to even encourage more participation from the faith communities?
So there's two different ordinances out there. One allows faith communities to have up to 3 portable shelter units or tents on their property as long as it's adjacent to the church property. And I personally, through Occupy, have worked with many churches, and it just never seems to work out for various reasons. Sometimes it's insurance. Sometimes it's trying to figure out how to get the water, bathroom facilities to work out. Sometimes it's because they want to have weddings and don't want to have a porta potty outside. There's all kinds of things that come up. There have been churches that have come forward and faith community folks who have wanted to do those types of things, and it hasn't quite worked out. I've not talked to any faith communities about setting up a whole campground. I don't know if faith communities can under your ordinance. I think it's nonprofits and the city, but I'm not entirely sure. But nobody has come forward about that, but I don't think that, I guess it's not out of the question if there's a church that's got an extra $2 million sitting around.
I guess I'm just more so about the relationships with the faith communities to increase their participation to help solve some of this and increase capacity.
We work with them all the time. We get so many donations, and we have some of our staff who are connected with some of those folks, and like so generous and so helpful to the work that we do. We say we need blankets and blankets show up. We say we need shoes and shoes show up. We say we need whatever and it shows up. Like I would say between our doctors and nurses and our staff, because we have 85 volunteers that are doctors and nurses. So sometimes we just have to tell our doctors and nurses, and it spreads out very quickly. And most of the faith community folks have been quite generous to us.
Gotcha.
Not usually with dollars we can spend sometimes, but it tends to come more in the form of in-kind donations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, is it from Ms. Conkle?
Yes, it is. I think you just answered my question because I was going in the realm of what is that relationship with the faith communities. And how I found out first about Dairy Drive was a faith community partner asked me about it. And so I'm not talking about facilities, I'm talking about the fundraising capacity, and is that, and so you said much of the faith community engagement is by in-kind. Is that so? As you're developing if this passes, as you're developing your strategy, fundraising specifically in your GoFundMe, will faith communities also be in that realm that you would be searching through?
Yes.
Okay, it should be.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. I'm complete.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue with questions. Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you.
Okay. And I believe that is it for public comment. So we can go on to item 8. Which is Legistar 89711. Don't be messing with the order on me. 89711, I am so pleased to submit to you, the Common Council, the appointment of Lydia McComas for confirmation of a 5-year term as city clerk. And Lydia, welcome to the city of Madison. Would you like to join us at either side of the dais and introduce yourself, please?
Hi, everyone. My name is Lydia McComas. I am honored to be here with you all tonight and to be considered for the role of city clerk. I've been with Hennepin County in Minnesota for the past 8 years, where I've been the voter engagement division manager. I've learned the importance of accountability, accuracy, and accessibility, and I'm so excited to bring those values to the city of Madison. Thank you so much, Mayor and Council, for having me.
Thank you. Are there questions for Lydia? Alder Madison.
Yes, I do have a question, but I want to preface it by saying in District 17, which I refer to as the best district in Madison and the best side of the east side, I am looking forward to having you in the district. But I would love just to know one of your, what you're most proud of in your career history thus far, like more fun,
Sure. So we, I don't know how fun this is. It's fun to me, but we rolled out express votes in Hennepin County last year, which I know you all have. They're accessible voting devices. And we were able to do 20 outreach events with communities who serve people with disabilities. And so that was really exciting to do. And we built way more robust relationships with those community organizations. So that was really exciting to do. And this year, Hennepin County is rolling them out to all of our polling places, and all of our election judges, which is what we call them in Hennepin County, are more prepared to serve their voters because of the work that we did last year. So that's, I think, what I'm most proud of.
I love that.
Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Govindarajan?
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome. I'm so excited to work with you. This might just be my general lack of geography, but did you have the Twin Cities campus in?
Yes, sorry. Hennepin County includes Minneapolis, which includes the University of Minnesota.
Follow up. Now that you have the better UW-Madison campus, what are you like excited to do with students and engaging them in the voting prospect as their first-time voters usually?
Yeah, totally. I'm very excited to come to Wisconsin and come to Madison. Wisconsin beat Minnesota in youth voter turnout, so I'm excited to now be number one. But I love how enthusiastic student voters have been just going on campus. I know the clerk's office was out doing engagement today and this week for National Voter Registration Day, so I'm excited to harness the enthusiasm of the youth. Thanks.
Right, thank you, Alder. Alder, oh my goodness, folks. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you very much. I want to ask this question because it's on my mind, so I might as well ask it. How has, and we're not talking about uncounted ballots, so let me put that aside. How has the reception been for you, to you, in the department, and what have you found positive in the department?
Sure. Yeah. So I start on the 29th. So I haven't been in the office a whole ton yet, but I'm really excited to get started. The staff have sent me emails and welcomed me. I've had some great conversations even before starting the application process. I worked with a couple of folks in the clerk's office around restructuring and that kind of thing. So I've met folks in the office and have had the pleasure of working with them. And everything that I've heard of the staff is that they are highly competent, highly motivated people who want to make sure that we are serving our voters as best we can. So the reception has been good so far.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Mayor?
Welcome. As a longtime, besides being an alder, I've been a longtime chief inspector, and I'm not the only alder who's served as a chief inspector. And it's a wonderful way to see how our democracy works at a very granular level. And I just wanted to ask you, what does a successful election look like? What is it, from the administrative side?
Yeah, thank you. A successful election looks like voters were able to cast their ballot in their preferred method, that people felt like they could go to their polling place and that they could be greeted by their election inspector and cast their ballot. That they could trust the process, that they knew that the clerk's office was going to count their ballot, and that they could trust the results. That's what a successful election looks like to me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Pritchett.
I'm going to cut to the chase. So, you're from Minnesota. Do you ice fish?
I've never been ice fishing. My husband has, but he got stuck in the ice fishing hut. So the family has not been ice fishing since, but one of these days maybe.
It's better here.
Is it better here?
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I didn't know we were going to bring out so much state rivalry tonight. All right, I have no other alders in the queue with questions, so thank you very much, Lydia. And President Vitiver, a motion, please.
Move to confirm.
Moved and seconded to confirm. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of confirmation? The city attorney would like to vote. Or should I say the acting clerk would like to vote? I see no objection, so congratulations and welcome to Madison. All right, so then that will take us to item number 9, which is Legistar 89716. And I am delighted also to submit to you the appointment of Jamie M. Acton for confirmation of a 5-year term as Transit General Manager. Jamie, please.
Good evening. I didn't know I needed to bring snacks, so good to know. Thank you for having me tonight. I just want to give you a quick introduction for those of you that weren't with the Finance Committee earlier last week. So I have about 15 years in with public transit, specifically nearly 2 decades associated with public service. So I started my career with the municipality of Anchorage in Anchorage, Alaska. Very well versed in snow and darkness and ice fishing, evidently, which is important. And so I started as a mobility manager where I fell in love with everything that walked and rolled and got communities moving and people mobile. So after that, I served as a senior planner for the Metropolitan Transportation Planning Organization in Anchorage, which was also housed within the municipality. There I focused on long-range planning and a ton of community engagement. I was working on some special projects with the mayor's office at the time, and the mayor, Berkowitz, tapped me to be the executive director. I spent 6 years as the executive director for the public transit department, where I focused on the fixed route paratransit and our rideshare program there, which is one of the largest in the nation, actually. So I had those 3 services. I had over 200 employees with 3 different unions. Teamsters, IBEW techs were my maintenance technicians. And then also a small kind of local Anchorage union for my paraprofessionals and planning staff. That was AMEA. So at that point, I was focused on our 2018 route restructure, which you all did here as well. Safety and security for not just all transit employees, but our riders as well. And then also our pandemic response. So had that under my belt. Wrote a ton of discretionary grants for FTA and the Federal Transit Administration and Federal Highway that we were very successful in securing. And then we attacked our labor shortages, whether it was CDL operators or mechanics, and our workforce issues that we had there. So that was kind of my tenure with the municipality of Anchorage. I transitioned to the Federal Transit Administration, where I was the director of planning and program development. There I oversaw a team that dealt with planning and program development for agencies and organizations and tribal entities throughout Alaska, Washington, Idaho, and Oregon. And then we also focused a bit on grant making, per usual, with the Federal Transit Administration, and then just ongoing support and partnerships throughout the different agencies that support transit and mobility options. So I got really familiar with FHWA and all their programs in conjunction with FTA. At that point, the opportunity in Madison presented itself, so I'm here today, and I look forward to having the opportunity to join the Metro team. And I hear that they are a fantastic bunch. I met with them Friday and was welcomed warmly, and really look forward to the work that they're doing and looking at refining and really looking at some of the different opportunities that we have ahead with the service.
Thank you. Alder Madison?
Thank you, Mayor. Just again, as representing the best district of Madison. But I recently took a tour of Metro and had a blast. I got to meet drivers, mechanics, the whole, shebang. And then I took a bus ride from my district to, I think, Bree Stevens recently, also turned up and had a blast on that ride. So for our previous speaker too, I'm just more interested in your if you had to brag about any of your community engagement opportunities, what would it be? Because parts of my district for a long time felt, like no one saw them. Mm-hmm. And I've not got one single complaint, at least from my residents, about BRT. And so I would love to just hear, one example of something you just are absolutely proud of when it comes to engaging the community around transit.
Sure thing. That was one of my favorite pieces about getting involved with public transit was the community engagement piece, getting out to where everybody is and having those conversations. One of the things that we did after our route restructure in 2018 was we did a short range plan that basically went out to the community and said, all right, we did this massive switch. We hear you, we see what's happening. It may be working great in your area, it might not be working so great in other areas. And we took the investments that we currently were making, we kind of what-if'd what resources would be needed to do a short-range plan, and from the community divided up staff over about 9 months' time having community conversations about, all right, the next investment or the next refinement, where would that come from? And so when I was able to get $1 extra or $50 extra or $500,000 extra for operations, we already had a community-led list of what the next investment was going to look like in operations. And so having that and having the community behind that plan and that work already laid out and in front of us, we were able to implement quickly. So that was a really proud moment for me, and the work that I even went out and did at the libraries, my staff did. It was amazing to see them come out and have those conversations and have it be community-led. So
I love it, especially too that you mentioned libraries.
Yeah, you said the magic word for Alder Madison.
They are my favorite.
Yes.
Thank you, Alder Ochowicz.
Thank you, Mayor, and welcome, probable future Director Acton. I'm on the Transportation Commission. We would love for you to stop by and say hello and talk with us, although I'm sure you'll be there in the future regardless. For the route restructure that you did in 2018, this is, as you alluded to, we did this in Madison. How did you prioritize coverage versus, reliability slash just hitting frequency? Thank you.
Yeah, so coverage versus frequency, the hardest conversation that we have often in transit. We really looked at where we had just passed our land use plan map, right? So it was chicken or the egg. It was, all right, transit, are you going to jump first? And are you going to go, or are we going to change our zoning? And so we had the resources available to say we had declining ridership. We had a recipe that potentially was going to work, and we put all our eggs in one basket, essentially. And so we looked at the density, we looked at where the jobs were, we looked at the services, we looked at schools, we looked at universities, and we really just honed in on where we thought that frequency would show us the biggest bang for the buck, for lack of a better word. And we just really started to invest in that, and then we saw if you build it, they will come, per se. And so we saw the ridership pre-pandemic start to grow. We saw when people were able to get on a bus more frequently, they continued to ride. When they had more opportunities, it's that whole adage of if you can only get out of your driveway once an hour, how good of a resource is that to you? So we had those hard conversations. Of course, in Anchorage, we had people that were there that were saying, you're taking away my bus route. And then the next question I asked generally was, when was the last time you rode? So we had good dialogue. We had a lot of back and forth, and we made the hard choices, but it was with, probably just like Madison did, a massive community engagement effort, with the promise to follow up and refine, with the promise to look back at the results afterwards, and to continually develop and progress. Make things more efficient.
Thank you. I think it's a good answer. I had not heard if you could only get out of your driveway once an hour, how good is it?
Right? That's kind of the go-to.
Is it? I also wanted to ask if you have any experience in open data or, exposing things like we have an API so you can see where buses are located, but also ridership numbers, things like that.
Yeah, so I'm always super cautious of where we're going to put our data, because I want to make sure that we are sharing good data, good in, good out. But I do think as we have quality data and we're able to share it, we will have more opportunities for those services and technologies and things to be exposed. So especially with the university here, I can imagine there's a ton of opportunity. Just need to harness our data and make sure it's good.
Yeah, and I can promise you there's a lot of nerds who want to look at it. Last question. Do you have a favorite bus line on Madison yet?
Oh, man. So my favorite one, actually, when I came in for my in-person interview, I learned promptly, because of the signage, Christophe and I have talked about signage a little bit already, wayfinding. I promptly learned the D1 and the D2 would not get me to the airport. The D2, yes. And my operator was so lovely and just said, you have a suitcase, you don't want my bus. So right now, the D2 is my favorite.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox.
Hi, welcome to our city, and just had a kind of a follow-up question. First of all, I'm Alder Knox. I live on the south side of Madison, the gateway to Madison, the great city part of the city of Madison. So I'm gonna just let you know that now. But you know that the south side and the north side is the last connection to this bus rapid transit. And so a lot of issues come with that for my south side residents, particularly, like I'll give you an example, Park Street, one of the busiest thoroughways into the city. They want to eliminate a lot of left turns. A lot of my residents are having an issue with that for sure. And then obviously you're going to have to tackle the issue of funding for the north-south. I don't want to overload you, but just kind of giving you a little, idea of some issues that are coming up. But the biggest issue for my residents is outreach and access to the bus line. So have you had a chance to at least read some of the feedback from the different areas? And if not, what's your plan to come to the south side and help address some of these issues that are coming up?
So I haven't quite dug into the exact feedback yet, but as a community engagement practitioner, that is something that's very important to me. If I'm hearing things like we're having a lot of feedback about left turns and removal of lanes, that should probably be looked at. How does that align with our current plans? The planner in me at heart wants to dive into that and see, what's going on there. So I promise you that myself and my department will definitely look at that. As it relates to the funding, my relationships with the Federal Transit Administration, FHWA, are still very strong. And so I'm very comfortable in knowing and saying and being willing to reach out to those partners, in the sense that what I was seeing in Region 10 was that there were more investments being made in bus rapid transit. That is where the dollars were being spent, rather than light rail extensions and things like that in our Region 10. However, those same conversations are being held across the nation. So the fact that bus rapid transit is already happening in Madison, and there's the north-south extension as well, looking to be developed and needing funding, that's a really right project for us to reach out to our federal partners on, which totally comfortable with doing that.
And what are you hearing in terms of some of those transit funds? Are they still going to be coming? Are they still in I don't know what the technical term is, in a hold pattern, in appropriations? What have you heard about that?
Yeah, so right now, we're still kind of in a holding pattern as to what's going to happen with the next transportation bill. But we do continually hear bus rapid transit is a smarter investment. We're seeing less capital costs associated with bus rapid transit compared to other modes. And so really having that groundwork already laid here, and showing the success that the bus rapid transit is having here in Madison is in our favor, to be able to sell another investment in a discretionary program or whatever's happening with the formula funding as it comes down. So I think bus rapid transit is, it's kind of the hot new, I don't want to say trendy, but it's definitely, on their radar and things that the federal government is funding.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Vitiver?
I'm just wondering about your philosophy on fares. We have a consistent critic who thinks that we should be having fare free. And my response is always, where do we make up that budget money? And then, of course, there's people who think that we should increase the fares so that we get more budget money. And so just kind of wondering if you have a general philosophy about fares.
Yeah, fares is kind of a multi-prong issue. It's a little sticky, as you allude to. I think what my biggest thing is right now surrounding fares and what we saw coming out of the pandemic was surrounding safety. And so first and foremost, I want our operators and our customer service agents and anybody that's touching a vehicle, whether it's myself or anybody else, to be safe. And so I don't want an operator focusing on collecting a fare per se. I want them to focus on driving a vehicle. With that being said, I realize that fares are an important piece of our revenue. They act as match. They act as different, levers in the budgeting process. So it really does kind of dial back to that, base level. What are we doing? How are we approaching it? And how do we enforce it? And how do we enforce it consistently? Because if I'm going to go ahead and tell an operator, we're gonna enforce fares 100%. Each one of those operators is gonna interpret that differently, and they're gonna interpret their role in enforcing that fare differently. So it's a double-edged sword. So I want to make sure that we have the right intentions in mind when we look at fare policy. If we're ever gonna raise or lower fares, there's studies and analysis that have to come with that according to the federal regulations. So it's not just to flip the switch. One day we're going to do it, one day we're not. We have to prove why and justify it. But I do think that for me, in my experience, enforcing fare and having fare being paid has been a successful measure. It's just, it's one of those things that I think from time to time when we end up in a situation where we have to make those tough choices, looking at capturing fare and the revenue that's generated there helps us move other things down the road. It helps us, follow through with other priorities and other implementation of plans and processes that we have waiting in place. So.
Thank you, Alder Mayor.
Thank you. Welcome. I'm a lifelong Madison Metro rider. In fact, I've been riding so long that when I was a kid, routes were named after letters the first time. And my question, I received an email from a constituent just yesterday who's having accessibility issues on the BRT because of her specific disability. And I will forward that to you as soon as you have a City of Madison email address. But my question for you is what sorts of accessibility issues you've worked on?
So when I started my career as a mobility manager, I was heavily engaged with the paratransit system and heavily engaged with travel training and human service transportation providers. And so I was working with everything from, people in, a mobility device or using a cane or using, low vision or hearing impaired, just all kinds of accessibility issues. So I'm pretty comfortable with that in the sense that that's where I got my start. That's kind of what gave me my love for transportation, was that mobility is freedom, in my opinion. But if it's being a barrier and we are having issues with our accessibility and how we're providing service, that's something that we need to dig into, because not only is it the right thing, it's the federally required thing. So I want to make sure we're doing the right thing there.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right. I have no other alders in the queue with questions. President Vitover, a motion, please.
Move to confirm.
Moved and seconded to confirm. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of confirmation? Seeing no objection, congratulations and welcome to Madison.
Thank you.
All right. So that will then take us to item 33. Item 33 is Legistar 89724, authorizing the allocation of approximately $3.5 million of combined city and federal funds among 7 nonprofit agencies to support the provision of homeless services and housing resources beginning in 2026. The funding is an outcome of a competitive RFP process conducted by the Community Development Division and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to enter into agreements with agencies selected to receive funds to implement the specified programs and services. On item 33, President Bittever, a motion, please. Moved and seconded to adopt item 33. On item 33, are there questions for staff? Seeing no questions for Alder Govindarajan.
Not questions for staff, but clerk, can you please add me as a sponsor? Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there questions for staff? Alder Glenn.
Ditto to what he said.
Okay, y'all are killing me. You can email the clerk. Thank you, Alder. I am not seeing any questions for staff. Item 33 has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of item 33? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 33. The next item is item 35. The item after that is item 37, a presentation from our police chief. Is there a motion? Is there objection to taking up item 37 next? Seeing no objection, we'll move to item 37, which is Legistar 85968, the Chief of Police second quarter report from Chief, no longer interim, Chief John Patterson.
Thank you. Thank you very much for moving us up. Thank you for your time tonight. The chair was getting a little too comfortable, so I thought I'd stand up here. Before we jump in, similar to the first quarter, I've brought a colleague with me tonight. I'm very proud to share the podium with her this evening. It's Captain Diana Nadigal. She's captain of community outreach. We started in the same year in 1998, except I started as a police officer. She started as an account tech. And I think she's the only commander in MPD history that started off in a civilian role, so it's exciting. And this year, she's probably going to kick me later for saying this, but she was named one of the 25 most influential Native American leaders in the state of Wisconsin. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Diane to kick us off with an update on our MARI program.
Good evening. As Chief Patterson said, I am Captain Diana Nautical of the Community Outreach Program. I have been with MPD since 1998 in various roles, but most recently as the Captain of Community Outreach. In the sections that I supervise are the mental health unit, and the MARI program is run by that unit specifically. I also supervise our core, our community outreach officers. So I wanted to talk to you about our MARI program and give you some updates on what we're looking forward to doing in the future. For those of you that aren't familiar with our MARI program, it is a pre-arrest diversion program that began in September of 2017. It is it's based on evidence-based initiatives with the goal of promoting recovery and prioritizing the quality of life for individuals living with substance use disorder in the community, and also reducing overdose deaths. The program is a 6-month individualized treatment program that includes peer support services and recovery coaching. The participants must complete the program in order to have any charges that were issued at the time be voided. And what we are hearing from people that successfully complete the program, what's most important to them, is that when they do complete this program, since it is a pre-arrest, and the charges are never forwarded to the district attorney's office for any kind of consideration, so they never show up on CCAP. And so that's different from other programs where it's post-arrest or even pre-charge. Sometimes that does show up on CCAP, and we know that that has long-lasting implications for them when they try to seek housing. So some of the updates that we have done, we've lowered the criteria. We've dropped it from 18 to 17 because we are seeing some additional people that we can serve. And we recently, this year, worked with probation and parole to accept people that are under supervision. That has always been one of the eligibility criteria in the past that has excluded a large number of people. So we're able to serve more people, and we are actually getting a lot of referrals from DOC agents. We are also accepting now voluntary referrals. So we have our outreach team that goes out and does tabling events at different areas in the community. And so we give out harm reduction supplies, but then we also offer them a self-referral pathway to our program now. And then we have also been invited to participate in the Dane County Community Justice Council strategic planning efforts in substance use disorder and mental behavioral health. So that is, we have some great partnerships that we are working with. We are also conducting additional outreach events. We have now been invited into the Dane County Jail, where we can meet with people that have already been arrested, and we can also work with them now in a self-referral pathway. We are also working with other partners to host tabling events. We've recently added locations at the Job Center, Red Roof Inn, Ho Chunk, several libraries, and starting next week, we'll be working at the Beacon. And then part of our grant that we received in November of last year included funding for advertising. So we're trying to get the word out of our program, because our goal is always to expand to other agencies. We're hoping to work with the Dane County Sheriff's Office and some of the other outlying agencies. We have a great partner in Safe Communities, and so they are part of our outreach team. We, about 30 hours a week, our outreach officer pairs with a certified peer specialist from Safe Communities, and they go out and they actively do community outreach. So they reach people that we may have missed, people that were never seen by police, maybe treated for EMS of a recent overdose. And so they're not making it in our system initially, but we can go out and we'll knock doors, we'll go find them wherever they live. And sometimes we can set them up with an in-person assessment through Tellurian within an hour. So we're trying to improve our services. We're trying to go where people are. And Safe Communities has been a great partner. So in June of this year, we received funding and we created an ad. We work with the city cable channel. And it aired on all of the Quick Trip gas pumps in the Dane County area. And we had over 1 million plays. So that lasted about 2 months, believe it or not. And going forward, like I said, and last year we received $1.6 million from the CASAP grant. We're looking at expanding to other agencies. We're also looking at potentially working with community partners to fund residential treatment, which is something that we have realized is a gap and a great need in our community. And we're also looking to fund additional ways of getting to our clients, to transporting them to assessment, to treatment, and then also contingency management. So those are some of the new updates for our MARI program.
Thank you. Okay, I'll jump into stats and then obviously any questions that any of you may have. So we'll start with shots fired. As a reminder, this includes self-inflicted incidents and accidental unintentional discharges, but we are still trending in a positive way. So a 10% decrease from the first quarter of 2025. And just jump to the next slide. I'll go pretty quick through these. Heroin and fentanyl, one area that we're paying attention to closely are the overdose deaths. So there was an uptick from the second quarter from the first quarter. It's running fairly consistent with what we saw in the second quarter of last year. We talked to our investigators, our narcotics investigators, and there isn't what they would deem as like an influx of bad heroin or more potent fentanyl. What we think we're seeing in the second quarter is a delay in reporting. And so what's happening is we're getting some of the returns from incidents that may have actually happened earlier. But it's something we're paying very close attention to, and we'll hopefully have better data come the third quarter. So we'll jump to the next slide. Robberies are still trending down, so a 23.1% increase overall. Jump to the next one. Burglaries, we're seeing, again, still enjoying a very nice decrease, a 45% decrease from the first quarter, and then when comparatively speaking, we're looking at a 54% drop. Stolen autos, we did see a slight increase in incidents when looking at the quarter two of 2024. But when you look at those two quarters, pretty similar, 42 incidents last year to 44 this year. So it's a small number, even though showing an increase. We're still trending down from the first quarter. So. Theft from autos, a 24.6% decrease from the same time last year. And my last one? Oh, I'm sorry, I went a little faster than I thought. Oh, there. Hopefully Eric Wiem didn't stay up late to watch this, because that officer should have a safety vest on standing in the sewer grate. But he saved the duck, and so that I had to share that. Officer Sergenian is one of your East Side officers. Just threw this up here as a reminder of things that are in the complete report, and then point out a couple of updates. I think that Alder Matthews, you brought up last time. This time we included the incident types for all of the use of force incidents. I think that was a request that you made back in the first quarter, so you'll see that breakdown of the 86 instances of use of force. And then I tried to show a complete breakdown of all the incidents. That was a request from this body last time as well. When you just list them all out, there's so many, it's kind of hard to track. So I just broke it into 4 tables to hopefully create more of a visual in the chart graphics. So if there's another way that you'd like that, please feel free to email me, or I'm also happy to come to CCEC sometime if we want to talk more meaningfully about everything that's landed in this report over time. So that's all I have for tonight. If you have any questions, happy to try to answer them.
Thank you, Chief. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. I was actually going to try to pull the presentation up, but you beat me to it. So for this funding for Mari, is that what the name? Is that this year? Is that a new thing?
It's been ongoing. Well, you can pop up and talk about the grant funding. It's been ongoing through various grant sources for the last
Since
7.
2017.
Yes. Since
Okay.
2017.
And what is the capacity for it with the $1.6 million? Like, how many people do you get to help?
So I don't have the numbers that we're currently serving. It's about 263 were the people that were eligible over our first grant period, which was about 3 years. So about 163 actually participate in the program on average. I don't have the number right in front of me of the number of completers, but it's about 67%.
And for the funding, is that then, do you use that funding to pay your partners, like the Beryllium and things like that?
Yes.
Does that include, like, is the training done, is the program run by you guys or by your partners?
The overall program?
Yeah.
Well, it's coordinated by Madison PD, but we have obviously our partners in-house with us as part of the
Okay.
resource.
Yeah, that's, if I don't know, I mean, I'm gonna go and review the presentation, but it would be nice to see the impact, and especially by age, because I see you lower the number for the, which is also great. Yeah, I don't remember this program, so sounds like pretty good.
We just finished last spring a grant summary of the most recent funding source, and I can share that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll save more detailed questions for a meeting, but I am curious for the stolen autos, are those trending where these are adults or young people, a mix, or what might it
I can
look
get
like?
that breakdown for you. I don't I don't have
Gotcha.
that in front of me yet.
And then for youth arrest, pretty much the same question. Are youth arrests at this time, compared to last year at this time, are they trending up, trending down, or flat?
Around the same.
Around the same?
Yeah.
Okay. And then my other question is I'm sorry, I forgot your first name already because coffee, sorry. But I have a question about community engagement. Sure. I know you mentioned Mari, but I guess I'm more interested in is part of your role like an expanded role? For example, maybe partnering with community centers or other programs across the city that work with young people?
Yeah, so that's our 6 core officers.
Okay.
So we have one assigned to each district, and they're responsible for doing youth programming in each district.
Okay. And not for now, but one thing I would love to have as part of this, and we may get it, I think, in an annual report, but update on youth partnerships and what has that look like, and what does I know there wasn't measurements last time, but I would love, what is the goal for those kind of relationships? Mm-hmm. So yeah.
So our goal is to increase trust between the Madison Police Department and the community. And so we really look at engaging with young people because that's where we find that we can have really good relationships. And so our 6 core officers work with the district command in each district station and talk about kind of where they're seeing some of the activity involving youth. And so we kind of look at going to those places and meeting with the residents and finding out what they want from the police department and developing programming to attract the youth and really engaging them in positive activities and having some positive interactions. That's our goal, is to build trust.
I guess what I'm more so looking for is part of the goal, and maybe it's not part of the goal, but is part of the goal hoping to decrease youth arrests, or is it just to do the engagement to build trust, but not necessarily would that help to alleviate some of the arrests?
Yeah, that is a goal. And so we also work with some community partners, and we attend a biweekly meeting with some of the youth supervision workers, and we work with other organizations, and we work with the school district, with other social workers. And so we try to work with youth that are maybe coming to some kind of attention for the police department and try to divert them. So how can we re-engage them in positive activities?
Gotcha. Those are the things I'm looking for, like how, is there some correlation between the numbers dropping and those activities?
Yeah, we have an officer that works in the East District, Officer Vic Wickersheim, and she's been amazing, and she's done some really good things some of that has been in one of our reports. And so I would highlight her as kind of what we hope to do in each district.
Yeah, I would love that one too.
Okay.
More like concrete, like this has been the outcome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Pritchett.
Quickie question. You mentioned the age was dropped from 18 to 17 for the offenders. And my question is, of those who have completed the program, are there those who are repeat offenders?
We haven't seen a repeat person go through and have to complete the program more than once.
Okay. Then the second question I have is for auto thefts. Do you know what percentage of those auto thefts are opportunistic, meaning an owner didn't do what he or she should be doing? How many of those, are opportunistic, meaning they just left the keys in the car, those kinds of things? Because that says to me that there's some education that needs to take place.
The short answer is yes, but not right this minute. I wouldn't be able to break it down, but we do have that broken down by how the vehicle was taken.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Ugair.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I've recently read in national, international press about the arrival on the scene of some new synthetic opioids that are even more problematic, perhaps, than fentanyl in terms of ease of production, cost of production? Do we have any evidence that these have arrived in Wisconsin or Madison yet?
Well, I just met with, on Monday, I met with a parent of a young man who passed away 2 months ago from a fentanyl overdose. And I brought in our lead detective on that case, and she works with a lot of our drug investigations, and it has her finger on the pulse of all things. Reached out to the drug unit as well. Right now, we're seeing mostly fentanyl-related issues. I have not heard of those synthetics coming in yet, but there is a lot of fentanyl everywhere in our country right now, including here in Madison.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox?
Thank you. First of all, Chief Patterson, I want to congratulate you on becoming our new chief. And I guess one of the questions, and this could be, I just kind of scanned through your report, and then you were talking about some additional things that were requested to be added. So, and this could probably be reported at the Public Service Review Commission if you don't have that now. But I'm curious about what your workforce looks like from a demographic perspective, and particularly as it relates to promotion to diversity. And you just brought us one example, but I don't see the data. I see the procedures in your report, but not the data. Can you elaborate on that for me?
Yeah, I could. So in our 21st century policing reporting that we do, that includes a diversity report of our workforce.
Okay.
I can send the most recent link to this body just as a reminder where to find that, but that's included there.
Okay. And then you have a sense of how MPD is doing related to other cities of its size in terms of diversity?
Well, it's been a while since I've compared us to other police departments. I mean, overall, our recruitment is going very well. We're fully staffed currently, and I think our diversity reflects our community. But that's obviously, Alder, as you know, an area that we're constantly striving to improve upon and just ensure that our workforce is as diverse as the people that we serve every day.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that was just my question. I recall us several years ago going up to Minneapolis expecting to see something that we could model, and we realized that we were a lot better than they were on that count. But so I just want to make sure that we're maintaining our goals. Thank you.
Absolutely. And thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole?
Thank you, Mayor. Alder Madison brought up a couple of things that I want to follow up on. So the prior chief was working on a dashboard, on a data dashboard to be released, or a different way to collect data. Is there any progress on that particular project, or are we starting something different for data sets?
The public-facing dashboard. So I have a draft of that actually today. It's a basic start, to be honest, but it's highlighting the crime categories that we track right now during our monthly accountability meetings. And what we're going to strive to do is on a weekly basis provide an update to the public on our website. And so you'll hopefully see that soon, but it's on its
I mean, I'm only asking because Alder Madison was asking for data that, this report comes from some resolution that prior alders put together, and it's very specific on the ask of what to be on the report. So I agree that we need the data that she's asking, but I have toyed before with the idea of changing the resolution to have more meaningful reporting, but if there's something else on the works that is more efficient than do it by resolution, that's what I'm trying to, I don't want to waste my time.
And this has evolved over time, frankly. This doesn't reflect, I think, what the first report looked like, but I'm happy to create whatever is of most use to this body.
I just don't want to double, waste resources, doing something for us versus something from the community.
No,
So
absolutely.
if the dashboard is moving in the direction that can help all of us with the input, like what Sabrina was asking, then I would like to know. That's what I want to know, what's the status of that. And then are we going to get any feedback at some point on the results of the speeding strategy for the summer?
Yes. I'll include that in the next report.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Permanent Chief and Captain, for your respective presentations. Alder Figueroa Cole just ended on the topic I wanted to raise, and that's traffic, since it wasn't discussed tonight. It looked like in your data that you presented in the formal quarterly report, JP, that it only would include 1 month of the summer traffic plan. So the month of June, correct? If I remember Chief Ty's memo to the department, it was a June 1 to September 1 program. Is that correct? Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
So it looked like the number of traffic stops didn't really increase by a substantial rate in the second quarter, but admittedly that's only 1 month of the proactive summer traffic initiative. Can you, and I appreciate that, of course, you're doing a lot of data now that the plan has ended, officially at least. Could you share what your initial feedback that you've heard from your colleagues is on the plan and how its efficacy?
Well, we're trying to, what we want to do is, cross-reference our crash data.
Of course.
And the high injury network data that we use to create the plan to begin with, and just to see, did our efforts actually impact those outcomes as well? So that's what we're working on currently. But, from the qualitative side of things, I guess, the staff overall like to have their efforts better directed by data. Over the last year and a half now, 2 years, they've become very accustomed and comfortable with their daily patrols being a little more directed by data, and that's what I think we're seeing these results as I presented, being impacted by that type of directed patrol. So a qualitative, Alder, is what I can offer is that, overall it was well received. Now, whether or not it had a meaningful impact to the crash data, I think that's what we'll be able to analyze and hopefully produce soon for all of you. So
I appreciate that. And the data of this summer operation is similar to how you review the stratified policing
correct
data, and the same kind of methodology, is that right? Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Do you think that there's any chance that might information or initial information might be available to us before your next quarterly?
I could get it to you
report?
before that. That's fine. Absolutely.
As you might know, it's obviously a huge priority for the community, for us in this body, and it's something that some of us have talked about in terms of the operating budget priorities for next year. So that might be very helpful to have that sooner rather than later.
Understood. Yeah, we can get that done.
Great. Thanks very much, Chief.
bet.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Glenn?
I did it again. First of all, I just want to say thanks for Lester Moore. I just want to say that he'll be our youth officer over on the north side. He is a long history of doing some really great work over in the Darbo area, so I appreciate getting him. I would like to have a corps officer eventually on the north side. But my question to you is, how are police working around those that are not having housing at the time?
That's a good question. So I can tell you for next year, I have redirected some resources, and we are going to have 2 new neighborhood officer positions next year that will focus largely in the northeast corridor and then in the central corridor, and hopefully establish some more meaningful connections to our unhoused population and serve as a better resource to them. But I think I met with Brenda actually earlier today, and we talked about some of the communication challenges that have been going on. And I'm hopeful that, it's not going to all be solved by 2 positions, but I think that will help us better coordinate some of our efforts internally. improve our communication internally about folks who, may have higher needs than others. And so that'll be coming in February of next year, just how the timing of our shift changes work. But those were internal reallocations that were made just last week.
So more of those positions will give time to be able to kind of build those relationships, so it's not that initial contact where we don't know each other. And
I mean, there could be some initial contacts, but yes, it's intended to be not necessarily call-driven and, more similar to what, you see Tierney, De La Rosa do on the north side in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
But with multiple, geographic locations, I think, so.
Okay. And then the last question would be, I saw it on there, and I kind of know the answer a little bit, but how are you working towards what's been going on with, the accidental shootings?
No, that's challenging. I mean, there definitely have been, I think, quite a few this year, to say the least. It's challenging because clearly there are a lot of guns out there, and there are a lot of people that are not trained in how to carry them, and how to shoot them, and how to manipulate them properly, and it's led to people accidentally shooting themselves, people accidentally shooting others, and then obviously we had a death this year as a result of poor handling of the firearms, or 2 deaths. It's really a question that I think we need to keep working with public health on and try to figure out ways to better educate the community. There are some ideas floated out there, but I don't have an easy answer, I guess, tonight. But it's definitely something that I think we need to focus meaningfully on because, it's having as tragic impacts as intentional shootings have been having, so.
Thank you. And thank you for the report, and thank you for talking about Mari. I think it's one of those programs that could be transformational, properly taken care of and grown. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Pridgett, additional questions?
Okay, question. With the implementation of the CARES program and the collaboration between mental health services and the police department, are you trending up or down with respect to calls that the police department receives versus those that go directly to CARES program?
That's a good question. I don't have those numbers in front of me. I can tell you our relationship with CARES is very positive. It's very strong. I think we're collaborating well, but we're going to frankly look for ways to hopefully enhance their service and if possible, maybe divert even more calls away from police officers and towards CARES. But that's something that we're constantly looking at. I know, Diane oversees the mental health unit as well, and our mental health officers collaborate with CARES staff around certain individuals that, we both may intersect with and try to improve response on both sides. So, but it's a good question. Hopefully someone answered it.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Revere.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I can't help myself to ask you one more question.
Right.
Chief, thank you for the great news about an additional NRO Central District and its emphasis on liaisoning with the unhoused population. I had heard rumors of that. I just want to confirm, does that mean that there would be 3 NRO positions, Central District, come
Yes.
next year? It's not at the expense of one of the other 2 positions?
No, it's not at the expense of those, no.
Very good. And I know you have a volunteer for that new position, as you're aware.
I heard that, so that's good.
She's very excited about it, so thank you for confirming that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue with questions. So thank you, Chief. Thank you, Captain.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all.
This is a report, so I think a motion to accept the report is in order. President Vitiver?
Move to accept.
Moved and second to accept the report under item 37. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, the report is accepted. That will take us back to item 35, which is Legistar 89779. extending the contract between the City of Madison and Mach 1 Health Incorporated, doing business as Madison Street Medicine, to provide those services and extend currently allocated funding through April of 2026 at additional cost of $0 from the City of Madison, and authorizes the use of up to $100,000 of additional funds from Dane County to pay for those services. On item 35, President Vitterer, let's get a motion first, and we'll go to staff.
Move to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 35. Are there questions for staff on item 35? President Vitterer.
I was expecting other people to go first, but that's okay. Okay. The memo that got sent out very late after we had begun, I had a couple questions about. What I wasn't clear on is it said something about that we have, that the site restoration funds come from ARPA funding. And so they're not part of CDD's base budget, and if not used, will lapse into the city's general fund. So I guess I don't understand how, if it's ARPA, it'll go into the general fund, because I thought ARPA had to be used or lost.
Given the timing of the arrival of the memo, would it be beneficial for staff to give a brief overview of it altogether?
That would be delightful.
All right, let's do that. Which one is which? Oh, no, there you go. Director O'Keefe.
Thank you, Mayor. So I, in the course of over the last few days or week or more, have fielded a lot of questions. A lot of those were repetitive from members of the council, and so tried to put to paper some of the basic information, some of the background about Dairy Drive, how we got to where we are, and then the implications of the pending resolution that contemplates the extension of the operations beyond the scheduled September 30th closing date. So the history and background just speaks to how we set this up. It was a part of a broader response to emerging issues that really took hold during the course of the pandemic and took advantage of, like a number of other initiatives did, took advantage to a significant influx of federal revenues that flowed to the city from the Congress as part of that COVID response. So I describe a little bit about setting the campsite up. We spent a little over $1 million to put it in place. And a very important aspect of Dairy Drive was to provide on-site support services, very robust services. And so we committed very significant funding to a partnership that involved Mach 1 Health, now Madison Street Medicine, and CABA Recovery Services. It started at about an $86,000 per month rate for those services, included property management services, and then a litany of other services. Importantly, that included mental health counseling, it included substance use disorder counseling, it included housing navigation services. Early on, there was attention to security that fell away a little bit. So that was sort of how we came to be. When this facility was set up, it was always understood that we would continue its operation so long as there was funding available to do so. Initially, we thought that with the projected budgets that we had and with the revenues that we had available to us, that it would have a lifespan of about 2 years. We were able over the course of those 2 years to identify and secure other funding sources, some of which were city administered. I would note in particular money that came to us through the CARES Act, which was actually a precursor to ARPA. We also got contributions from Madison Gas and Electric Foundation. A little bit later, we received funding contributions from Dane County. Part of that was one-time funding, the use of their ARPA funds. Part of it was money that was authorized or appropriated out of general purpose revenue funds. That particular part of it was appropriated, money was appropriated in both 2024 and 2025, and it was in the course of securing the commitment of county funds, which was part of the 2024 budget process, conversations that members of this council had with members of the Dane County Board in the fall of 2023 that I think made it clear to us that that we now would have the resources to extend the life into the summer, hopefully late summer of 2025. So that's when the die was cast, really, with a late summer or summertime of 2025 closing schedule. In making those decisions, we were very, very careful. We did not want to contemplate closing the facility at the onset of winter or in the middle of winter. So we weren't interested in a closing date at the end of a year, a budget year. So for us, it was either we thought it would make the most sense to do so in the spring or sometime summer, early fall. So the funding that was available, the budget projections, made it pretty clear to us in that fall of 23 time period that it was the summer of 2025. I didn't mention that there was a third source of funding that emerged I think in 2023. That was funding from HUD, a COC grant that was available for outreach services, and that was deployed to support operations at Dairy Drive. This paper then, or this memo then goes on to talk about the 2025, what's in it. The contract that the city has with Madison Street Medicine in 2025 supports a total project budget of a little over $600,000. A little over $400,000 of that is quote unquote the city contract. That's a combination of about little over $225,000 of repurposed, or let me describe it this way. It's city levy, but it's city levy that was derived from ARPA. You might recall in 2024, we took action to utilize all of our ARPA funds, and we switched some of those funds out in favor of levy funds later on. So I always think of these as being derived from ARPA, even though they look in the budget like they're levy funds. But the important point about them is that because they were originally ARPA funds, they were time limited. And so in the 2025 budget, the money that we put toward Dairy Drive, all of the money that we put toward Dairy Drive, having come from ARPA, had that feature to it that they would expire at the end of 2025. They were not part of our base budget, so they wouldn't continue beyond that. Also included in funding in the Community Development Division's 2025 budget was money that was set aside to pay utility costs. You've heard about those. And $220,000 that we believed would be necessary to restore the site to its previous state. That was one of the commitments that was made when Dairy Drive was set up, is that when we finished with it, we would return the site to its state. Again, that money, $220,000, looks like levy. It's really derived from ARPA, time limited in terms of when it can be used to 2025 and cannot be carried over and is not part of our base budget. So our contract is from anticipating a September 30th closure. That contract covers 10 months at $602,000 and some change. That's how we get to about a $60,000 monthly expense for the contract. We also were able to bring to bear sorry, let me take a step back. Anticipated September 30th closure, so the cost to support the campground go through 10 months. We added an additional month of support to the program contract, expecting that Madison Street Medicine would continue to work with the remaining campers in the late stages of closure, and those funds would be available to assist in transitioning people to either to housing or to other arrangements. We were also able to bring to bear 10 Section 8 housing choice vouchers and 5 rapid rehousing slots. You've heard some about those, and those are being deployed. The balance of the paper goes on to discuss the implications of extending the campground operations as proposed in the resolution through April 30th of 2026. So we first identify what we believe are the 2025 costs, and those again hinge on that $60,000 monthly program or contract budget. So 2 months of that, months of November and December, $5,000 monthly facilities costs, and then we project about $3,500 in maintenance or repair expenses. These are the kinds of tasks that the city's engineering staff are often called upon to deal with. Tim is an excellent resource out there. He does a lot of maintenance work on his own. There are occasions that he needs help, and that takes the form of support from city engineering. Total of about $140,000 in incremental cost required through the end of 2025. I then discuss what funds are available to cover those costs. There is, the numbers have changed a little bit over the last couple of weeks, but there is in the neighborhood of about $300,000 of unused HUD funds. The use of those funds are governed by a contract agreement between Madison Street Medicine and HUD. So there's a little bit of uncertainty about whether all of the uses that are suggested could be made of those funds indeed would be eligible uses. In any event, it's pretty clear that the contract agreement that currently exists would need to be amended, and there's a fair amount of question about the timing, the amount of time it would take to secure that amendment and make those funds available. Second, there is the $220,000 of city funds that are in the 2025 budget that are destined to be used for site restoration, but if the campground doesn't close as scheduled this year, then those would be available to be repurposed for other uses. There's been a lot of talk about the $100,000 of county funding, likely sourced from unused emergency rental assistance funds. I think that conversation has been had. I think it's pretty clear, and I think even county sources would agree that that money is really not available in 2025, and even if it was, its use would be confined to 2025, would have to be expended before the end of September. So the practical value of it is little or nothing. In 2026, assuming that the campground would extend through April 30th, and we make the same assumption, so have to be careful about this, and I want to be transparent about it. We make the assumption that just as we, in anticipation of a September 30th closing, we would add a month to the service contract. Here too, we project that if the campground is expected to close on April 30th, that a month would be added through May for that service contract. And so if you calculate the $60,000 per month cost over that 5-month period, if you account for the utility expenses for an additional 4 months in 2026, deal with a maintenance and repair expense. In this case, we're projecting $6,500. It's an estimate, but that's our best estimate. And then the $220,000 cost to restore the site. So that brings a 2026 estimated cost to about $550,000. In terms of what is available then, there are no city funds currently budgeted for 2026. There are no county funds budgeted for 2026. I would note that, and did note that the general purpose revenue that the county committed in 2024 and in 2025 is not part of the County Department of Human Services recommendations for 2026, so we assume that those funds would not be available. What remains is whatever portion of that $300,000 or so of unused HUD funds would remain. And again, the question about the degree to which those can be used and the timing at which they might be available, given the need to go back to HUD and amend the contract agreement. Those are all issues I think that need to be considered. To close, just raise a couple of issues for you all to consider as you make your decision. I just again reiterate the misalignment in timing between the year in which funds are most easily available, that being 2025, and the year in which the largest share of the additional costs will be incurred, and that's 2026. So there's not good alignment between sources and uses of funds. Nor is there compatibility between the sources that we believe would be available and some of the future spending needs, and this is particularly the case with respect to the site restoration expenses. I raise the point that as this property and its improvements are city-owned, that there is risk to the city that would accrue in the event that the funds that are expected or hoped for don't materialize, and we find ourselves in the middle of a winter stretch. Before tonight, I don't think that that it had been discussed, at least with me, the prospect of extending the operations beyond April 30th. So I raised in the paper that there really is no exit strategy at April 30. And we might find ourselves in a very similar position then as we are now. But as I think Alder Evers mentioned earlier, perhaps with more shelters being occupied than is the case now, and without some of the resources that are available to us, and perhaps and very likely not being available in April. So it presents a very potentially a very more difficult decision in April than the one that we face now. And then I thought it finally just to make the point that the early successes at Dairy Drive, and I think few people dispute them, we feel pretty strongly in community development are attributable to the robust, the commitment of resources and the ability to support a robust array of services. So we've come a little bit alarmed at the erosion of those services and the erosion of the funding commitment that continues in the proposals that are in front of you now. There is, for example, in the 2025 budget, there is a staffing structure that accounts for 10.05 FTEs. The proposals that we have seen, and I can't really tell by what was presented today, but a couple of months ago, Madison Street Medicine did respond to the city's homeless services RFP process, and in it, they presented a service plan that accounted for just 6.5 positions. So what appears to be a further erosion of those services, and I just think it's a factor that you ought to consider as you make the decision. So that's what I tried to cover in the paper. It was written a bit hastily, but I wanted to get as much information out to you as I could, and I expect that there are plenty of questions that remain unanswered, and between Lynette and I, we're happy to try to do that now.
Thank you. President Vitiver?
Yeah, so, okay, I'm going to get away from the memo. So we have had conversations about, and I think there has been some information in writing about how much staff time has been allocated to this project, and how that staff time really does need to shift to working on the men's homeless shelter in order for that to be a successful opening. Obviously, it's very hard to have this concept of, fighting amongst, it's like infighting about, services for different groups of people facing homelessness. But we also have to recognize that we're in a space of limited resources. So I'm just wondering if you can tell us a little bit about how you and your staff apportion your time, and if there were a continuation of this, if there are ways that you think it could be successful to lessen the staff time that is devoted to Dairy Drive and still have it be successful while you are doing what's needed to make sure that the men's shelter opens successfully.
So there's a number of different ways that city staff time is devoted to the Dairy Drive facility. Some of it is through the Community Development Division. We've spent a fair amount of time early on, in particular, developing guidelines and procedures for the conduct of the operation. I don't mind telling you that over the course of the lifespan of that operation, there has been internal strife City staff have played a mediator role at times in it. Early on, there were a lot of complaints from surrounding business owners. Those often came to us. We invested a good amount of time meeting with property owners and business owners in the area. That really has fallen away significantly. Second, Madison Police have had initially a somewhat rocky relationship. I think it improved as the two parties sort of got acclimated to working with one another. Some of the early issues that marked Dairy Drive, I think that owed to bringing a lot of people with a lot of challenges together in one place in a very short period of time. Those became problematic at times. So the level of interaction with Madison Police and also with Madison Fire is significantly reduced from what it was early on, but it's not nothing. And then city engineering staff, again, early on, they were the folks involved in setting this up. They were the folks that worked through a lot of the kinks. Later on, were responsible for doing some of the more significant repair and remediation. We certainly, as we put together our 2026 budget recommendations, did not contemplate that we would be having this discussion. I certainly think that we would have reached this conclusion, that we have two facilities that will serve two different populations, and they both serve a need and a niche in Madison. In one case, these numbers can bounce around a little bit, but given the 2025 spending levels and dividing that over about 45 people that the Dairy Drive campground served, talking about a $13,000 to $15,000 per person expenditure rate. Contrast that with a shelter operation that is currently running a little bit north of $3 million, but is serving close to 1,700 different individuals, not the same people every night, but 1,700 different guests. And so that's just a fraction. That's a $2,000 to $2,500 per person expenditure. We've invested $25 million as a community into that facility. We realize that we've got a very significant challenge in assembling the resources, not just to operate it, but to operate it in a way that will take full advantage of what we have designed and built, and that means a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week operation. So that's where we think we need to be devoting our time. We've been working on financial issues. We are working regularly with Porchlight and with our county colleagues on protocols and procedures that will govern the operations of the shelter. So there's only so much time. I don't want to claim that Dairy Drive would devote a lot of our time, but there's a lot of uncertainty. I think as we look ahead beyond September 30th, there's a lot of uncertainty about budgets and about staffing levels and about services. I think there is uncertainty around the funding that folks are hoping might materialize. I worry about what our plan is if those funds don't materialize and we're into December, January. I worry about what our plan is if what are really fragile structures, these 8-foot by 8-foot shelters that have been heavily used in 4 years, the renovated trailer and the bathrooms and showers that has been heavily used over these 4 years. I worry about what happens if those fail again in the middle of winter. So we were very mindful of steering clear of anything that might put us at risk of a wintertime closure or near wintertime closure. And I regret that we're having this conversation at this point in time because it is now so kind of convoluted and compressed and frantic. And it's made it difficult to respond to some of the different proposals and some of the different scenarios.
Next, I'll ask you the question that I asked you over email with a slight twist, which is why can't the city just wash their hands of it? Why can't we just sell the land, because I'm not the only one who asked this question, to Madison Street Madison for $1, let them take over, let them fail or succeed of their own volition. We would obviously have to rewrite our city ordinance allowing the Mission Campground related to that, but we could do that. So you alluded to some of the instability, some of the tension that's been among the groups that have been providing services. But why not? Why not let them fail or succeed on their own?
Because, Alder, I still carry the scars of the last time that we allowed, it's not the same as Dairy Drive, but Dairy Drive was born of an experience in this city, the Rindle Park experience, where there were not adequate resources to support a significant number of people that were trying to make a go of it in that setting. I don't know what the prospects for fundraising are for Madison Street Medicine and CABA. I think they would say the same. They don't know what the prospects are. In fact, they've admitted that long-term, that's not an answer to this. So I go back to where I started. This has always been about supporting this operation so long as there are funds to do so. And it's certainly your prerogative to make a financial commitment to keep this going. But in the absence of that, I think there's a lot of risk of things not going well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Ohowitz.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering if you could, this is a question for Jim, if you could go into a bit more detail on the HUD contract, and it sounds like you're confident it needs to change, but I'm wondering if you could go into more detail about why you think that.
Go ahead.
Don't stop touching things. I'm okay now? Okay.
So the HUD contract is a contract directly with Madison Street Medicine and HUD. Right now, it is allocated to pay some just general operations like food and transportation, and then 2 case managers. So what Brenda is going to be proposing to HUD is to expand that staffing to cover more individuals. We don't have an answer yet from HUD. Do we think that that's an eligible use? Yes. That part, I don't think that they would say no. We just asked for a HUD amendment on another COC grant, and they are telling us it's going to take 4 to 6 months to process those amendments. So I think our only concern, especially there, is just the timing of all of it. Again, we are just kind of pointing out the risks that we don't want them, to Madison Street Medicine, to adjust their staffing, and HUD delay anything with their amendments. We also just want to note, even if they do that amendment would not be able to pay for CAPA. So it is just to amend to kind of grow the staffing from 2 case managers to what she just sent today to propose. So again, I think that would be an eligible expense. It's just we don't know the timing of what HUD would end up giving them that amendment for, and that's out of our hands.
Thank you, Alder Glenn? Don't.
Lynette, I did it too. All right, this is me. Okay, so I don't even know who this is for 100%, but I need to know, do we know where the money is coming from to clean it up if we use that money and move it? To clean up the park at closing? April, the $220,000?
Alder, I think neither the initial, the base resolution nor the substitute addresses that issue, though there is a reference, and I certainly don't want to speak for the author, but there is a reference in the substitute that alludes to 2026 funding decisions that could pave the way for money
Is that in
being
the
appropriated
substitute that we
2026.
got, the paper one, Davey, that's Alder Meyer, the one that's printed out? I didn't see about,
Still on questions for staff.
yeah, so that was my question for staff.
The language that I'm referring to, Alder, is the second to last resolve clause that authorizes the mayor and city clerk to further amend the contract with Mach1 Health to reflect decisions regarding funding made by the council through adoption of the city's 2026 operating budget. There isn't any other reference that I see that speaks to the site restoration or the funding needed to complete it.
Okay.
And I think we've made clear that there isn't any city money, all of which is appropriated in 2025, that can be carried over and used in 2026 without further action from the council.
Can the cleanup become part of capital budget?
Alder Glenn, I think your question is, how is the cost addressed in the 2026 budget?
Thank
Right.
you.
The 2026 budget is not before you. You've not acted on it yet. You will be acting on it over the next few weeks, and it'll be adopted in November. The question's been asked of how to characterize these expenses, whether they're an operating or a capital expense. I've responded to questions on that saying these are really an operating expense. From a capital perspective, they don't improve the site. They're not a long-term asset. They don't meet the definitions under city ordinance for a capital expenditure. They don't meet the definitions for a capitalizable expense under accounting rules. Now, that having been said, the mayor and the council can characterize what capital outlays are by what they decide in the budget. And so this body can act to put this cost in either the operating or the capital budget. In either place, the council needs to decide how to fund that cost. What will be the source of funding to pay for the $220,000 in costs? Now, it technically should be in the operating budget, could be put in the capital budget, but even in the capital budget, what will be the source of funding? All those questions need to be answered in the context of what this body decides for the 2026 budget.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Carmela beat me to one of my questions I was going to ask. But I do have, I think, a couple additional questions. I think they might not be, I'm not sure if anyone here can necessarily answer them. But I guess my first question is for the potential auction of the items that are at the site. If there is anyone who can go a little bit more into how that works, and mostly, I guess, like I don't want to ask the city to say what a minimum bid that could be accepted on the items would be, because that seems like bad financial business. But I am wondering, like for the shelters, for example, which are not built to be very long-term, especially in this climate, if there is, I'm just trying to understand, I guess, how those would be valued for the purposes of an auction.
We do have Brian Cooper here, which might be your best bet.
Thank you, sorry.
Brian?
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I guess I don't know the answer to the Alder's question directly. We don't have much experience auctioning shelters of this kind. So, and we're sort of a little bit frozen by, the decision here. So once the decision's made, either to continue the operation of the campground through October of next year or proceed with the restoration work, then we would engage more in a more focused effort with an auction vendor, and then there would probably help some guidance on what the value we should start with for the shelters themselves. I just think it would be unlikely that we would start at $0 for the minimum bid. So we'll probably put some value on those as a minimum value, the shelters.
Thank you, that makes sense. I guess, and this is maybe too much of a hypothetical, but if there was a coordinated effort from the community to purchase those for some kind of use, is that something that could happen outside of the auction process? Or if that were to happen within the auction process and all of the shelters were auctioned off, how would that impact the costs of the site restoration?
Okay, so I think the question is, I guess, two parts. One is it possible to potentially sell the shelters to some group within the city that's not in the public auction? Is that maybe the first question?
Yes.
Okay. I guess on the first question, I don't know the answer if that would be allowed to auction off to a specific group. And then I guess the second question is, well, just to finish the first thought, I think that, and I'm not sure if someone can weigh in from the finance department, but I think we would have to competitively auction the items. So that's one. And then two is so for every shelter that is sold, that's one less shelter that would have to be demolished by the public works contractor. And there's also a concrete base that goes with each shelter that we would also potentially be able to auction to go with the shelters. So I'm just looking at my estimate here. And again, these are estimates, but we're assuming close to $1,000, $800 to $1,000 per shelter for the demolition efforts and disposal efforts for those. So that would be times 29.
Thank you. And then I think this question is probably more for CDD staff again. But if there were, I guess regardless of what happens with the shelters, if they're auctioned or if they're fully there needing to be demolished, do you think that it would be, and I understand that this is not city policy, it's not an ideal situation, but I would say that very little of the world we're living in right now is an ideal situation. Would removing the shelters be enough for CDD staff in the first year, in 1 year, be enough for CDD staff to feel comfortable that the site wouldn't be a problem as it would stand vacant until like the next year if we were to then do the rest of the restoration?
If I can just go back to your previous question and say a couple of things about it. First, I think the starting point on this auction is to do an assessment of those structures and determine what their value, if any, might be. Some of them are maybe in pretty good shape, some maybe not, but I don't think we have a good sense of that at this point. I want to make sure that you hear that these structures were never intended to be housing. They're 8 foot by 8 foot. They don't have their own bathrooms. They don't have running water, any of that. So I suspect that building inspection would have something to say about their future use, just as building inspection had something to say about their uses when we set them up at Dairy Drive. I think a lot might depend on the setting. We had to take action to move those off the ground and put them onto concrete blocks. So there's a lot that might go into that. And I've forgotten your real question.
The second question was if, I guess regardless of what happens to the shelters, if CDD staff, I think it was asked in a previous meeting, why can't we just leave the site as it is? And that I think was answered as being a safety risk and like a liability. So my question is, would removal of just the shelters, or is there something similar to that for an initial phase of the site restoration be enough to alleviate that concern of liability, or that people would still be that it could be a problem in that way, leaving it partially?
Yep, I understand. So the first part of my response would be that we did commit when we established the campground that when we finished, we would return it to its normal state. So we have that commitment that was made, including to the surrounding property and business owners. But you're right. The one thing that we want to try to avoid is vacating the campground, but leaving the structures in place, because we fear that would tempt folks to try to continue to use with or without water, with or without heat. So I don't think that there's, and I don't want to get in front of Brian, but could the restoration be done in phases? I suppose that's possible. There's some question about whether they will be able to fully complete site restoration before winter sets in and prevents further work. So I think that's something that, Alder, that could be open to discussion, but again, we wouldn't want to leave a facility that that might attract people to try to use it.
Thank you, Director O'Keefe. I think that I am good for now.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison?
Oh. Thank you, Mayor. I do have a couple questions, and my apologies if they've been answered, but just to clarify. In the resolution, one of the clauses says, be it further resolved that Mach 1 Health will be responsible for all expenses related to electricity, water, waste pickup, pest control, and the emergency call box from November 1st onwards. Can you help me understand whether or not any of that's, I don't think it does, but I want to be sure. Does any of this address insurance, liability insurance, property insurance, just insurance?
No, it does not.
And is it taken care of anywhere else in the resolution? I haven't found it just yet. I want to be sure. Or to make sure I understand how that part works out.
So, Alder Madison, the contractor, the vendor, is required to have a contract with the city. As a part of that contract, it must have liability insurance in force. That's a requirement of the contract. If that insurance is not, that liability insurance is not in force, then the vendor is in breach of the contract. So that's on the liability side. The structures themselves, on the property, those are covered by the city's property insurance. And basically up to the replacement value of that. And so that would cover damage or loss of, let's say, one of those physical facilities. And that's a minimal amount of cost for that. I think it totals around $250 a year in terms of the share of the city's overall property insurance that's covering all of city property.
Gotcha. Then my next question, in one of the clauses, it notes that Madison Street Medicine will present a plan to move forward with non-city funding sources or commit or prepare to close the camp by April 30th. In theory, I understand what this means, but I really don't understand what it means. Is there additional, like an addendum or anything that was attached to Legistar about what is necessary in the plan? Like more detail on what the plan would include?
Alder, I'm not sure that's a question for staff.
Oh, my bad, I'm sorry. Because I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything. Okay. The other question I have is more so, I believe I got the answer, but just to clarify, for finance, I guess I don't understand. In it, it says the cost would not be zero in the resolution. So is the implication that we could pass a resolution where we have not actually figured out where the money is coming from and it says zero? Like, I'm just so confused on that. I don't understand. Normally when I see something is at zero, it's because, like, for example, there's a federal grant that covers whatever the intended costs are. I guess I'm a little confused on the process of passing a resolution that says zero cost, but we're also saying the cost will not be zero, and we don't have a number.
Alder Madison, I can't really speak to the intent of the author of the resolution. If you read it on its face, it says an additional cost of $0. It does not really reference the change in fiscal years in terms of the availability of funding for any sort of cleanup and restoration of the site. It does reference in the resolution that a plan needs to be developed one way or another by February 28th. And so, it's hard to sort of speak to that. The city may face additional costs that aren't anticipated in the resolution. But I do think in terms of what's been talked about this evening, issues around those costs that are known, such as the utilities, the services at the site, and at least in terms of the already in force liability insurance, that would all be covered. The city would continue to cover what is effectively its umbrella property insurance for the structures themselves if anything were to happen to those. But I do think the open question that's sort of touched on by a reference to the 2026 operating budget would be what is the future in 2026, whether it's the dismantling of the property, of the structures on the property, or some other approach that the council will have to decide in the context of the 2026 budget.
So just to recap and clarify for my, after whatever time it is, brain, the resolution says that the cost will not be zero. The resolution does not figure out what that number is for 2026, for example, and where those dollars would come from. So the resolution doesn't find those dollars potentially, because we've not got to the 2026 budget, but it implies that we're gonna find those dollars in this year's budget. I mean, when we're setting the budget for next year, this year. Despite having not
one way to
found it.
read the resolution, yes.
Then my next question is, I'm confident this has been shared probably a lot, but I'm still confused a little bit on what is the financial gap for 2026. And I'm assuming we don't have that number really because there's no plan. There's been not a lot of financial work, it seems, or do I have that incorrect? Like, it's not stated what the financial gap is, or I'm just missing it.
Alder, there isn't just one estimate of financial gap. There are multiple estimates of financial gaps, and they hinge on differences in what that program or service or contract budget should be. We would prefer that it be not less than it is in 2025. I think the proposal put forward by Madison Street Medicine reduces it. It's also clouded by uncertainty over what other funds might be available, particularly the HUD funds. Will there be sufficient eligible expenses to consume that $300,000 or so, or will some of those expenses not be eligible? Will a grant agreement be approved in time for it to be useful or not? What kind of fundraising might occur? So there's a lot of uncertainty around the budget.
So,
but I think the one item that I don't see identified in uncovered cost is that site restoration cost of about $220,000. It's not part of the Madison Street Medicine proposal. It's not an eligible activity, certainly under the HUD grant. So that's kind of unspoken for.
So just to clarify, so essentially in planning for the 2026 budget, should Dairy Drive be extended, we would have to work, when we're working on next year's budget, we will have to find the restoration, the demo dollars or restoration dollars, plus any additional costs in 2026 that we might incur, but we don't technically know what those costs are because there's a lot of uncertainty. So basically, basically the resolution is asking us to support, and this is, I'm trying to make sense of it, but the resolution is asking us to support numbers that we don't have yet, and there's uncertainty about what those numbers will be. Do I understand that correctly? Or am I?
Well, Alder, we've seen in the last, we've seen a version of a budget today.
Yep.
We've seen a different version of a program budget submitted in response to our homeless services RFP. So it has changed. It continues to change.
Yep.
And then again, the second piece of that is where does the money come from?
Yep.
And the uncertainty around the funding sources, including fundraising or HUD funding. All of that makes it very, very difficult with any precision to project what that gap might be.
And then I guess my last question is outside of the budget. You mentioned internal strife where the city had to play a mediator role without, whatever details you share. But I guess I'm just curious how, has this been resolved? I'm just thinking about should we move into 2026 and are we still dealing with internal strife? I have so many questions, and I know I'm all over the place, but some of this is so confusing because I don't see it sort of spelled out. Okay, so my question is,
I heard the question.
Okay, sorry. I'm also trying to make sense of it for myself to understand, because I'm just thinking the reason I'm asking the question is more so related to the service delivery because it sounds like in your report to us, part of why there was so much success is because there was a level of, I'm just using the tree lane example to help myself understand it, where there's the abundance of services. And then as the services, just being in the nonprofit world, as service delivery declines, oftentimes your success rate is difficult to keep up. So I'm just trying to understand the internal strife and how that's been alleviated. Is it expected to be alleviated?
Alder, what I'll say is this, that we're talking about people working under very trying circumstances. And oftentimes that results in conflict. In this case, it did. In this case, city staff were asked to intervene to try to resolve differences. I think a lot of progress was made in resolving those differences. Some people departed, left employment. So I don't see that as being a prominent issue. I'm more concerned with respect to staffing and services. I'm more concerned about the fact that the provision of mental health counseling and substance use disorder counseling, some of the services that I think were integral to making Dairy Drive successful, those don't appear to be in place or to be expected to continue under the new staffing arrangement, and that gives us pause.
And that staffing arrangement, that's for 2026, right?
Yes.
All right. And is it, okay. I think that's all I got for now. Yes.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Duncan?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess this is just a silly question. I'm trying to figure this out. What's the intent of the site? I mean, I know we're talking about, it's going to be restored to its normal, back to what it was. Is it just going to sit vacant for the next year and a half? Does the city have plans to put something there? Just to get a better understanding of where we're going with this restoration and putting it back, and yeah.
Alder, the site was and is owned by the Madison Fire Department. It was acquired, I don't know when, but quite some time ago for use as a possible training facility site. I think fire department has moved on from that. I don't think that is any longer planned for the site. I don't think that there are other plans for the site. My expectation is that it would become surplus property and be disposed of as city ordinances require. Again, when we moved to the site, part of the understanding, part of the agreement with surrounding property owners was that when we finished, we would restore it to the condition that it was before we started.
So if the contract were to end in September, we restore it, it basically will just sit empty, is what I'm hearing. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Matthews? Nope.
I think that my question is gone. Sorry.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue for questions. Oh, no. Oh, Alder Matthews.
Sorry, I remembered my question. So this is more just to get this question out now, I guess, because this is like the last opportunity to do so, I think. But if it were more explicit in this resolution that, you know, like what the shelters would be used for, or that it would be like primarily wind down or only wind down, does that impact the level of service funding concerns that staff have?
I am not certain. Are you suggesting that rather than bringing new people onto site to occupy vacated shelters, that it would just be a sort of a straight line process of helping those that are already there leave?
Yes, that is like the lowest end of the spectrum, and then if there's potentially, you know, that a certain number could be filled per what the levels are, if there were an additional filled, to still be understandable that this is an extension of the wind down, but that it's also winter and that they'll just be empty otherwise. But is there a certain number that the current projected staffing levels it would be comfortable to have, I guess?
I think it's pretty clear that if there is just a small number of people remaining for the duration of the wind down, that the cost to support them would be less than it is now. It's something that we would want to and need to discuss with Madison Street Medicine. I'll just say though that extending the wind down will delay and probably make impossible the work that Brian Cooper and his engineering team plan to do yet this year. And if that is delayed beyond the end of the year, it would deprive them of the $220,000 that's budgeted to cover that cost.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Mayor?
I'm just curious, I think Director O'Keefe, you said that that land might be sold or go into surplus. I mean, it would be sold.
There's a process that the Economic Development Division, I think, administers that deals with how surplus lands are disposed of.
And do you or Director Schmidtke have any estimate of what that land might be worth?
I sure don't.
No idea? No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Lankella?
Sorry to keep adding more questions in here. Most of the answers, I think we got it from the emails and documents and presentations. one thing confused me is there were some emails. I think it was, if this resolution doesn't get passed, September 30th is the date. But also I saw something about people have to vacate by Thursday. They can't take their items out. Can you shed any light to that one? Is there any truth?
We had, some time ago, we thought an agreement with Madison Street Medicine that, that campers would have left the site by, on or about September the 15th. That would have allowed a little bit of cushion to get to the end of the month. We understand that this conversation and the uncertainty that it has brought to the future of the campground perhaps has frozen some of the activity that would otherwise be taking place. And so we're prepared, and we've had communication with Madison Street Medicine about extending to, I thought it was a little bit later, the 25th or the 26th of September. Our interest is in doing everything possible to have campers out by the end of September so that the restoration work can begin. I'm not sure where the next Thursday date came from, but.
Yeah, there are some communications I saw in emails that said it has to be this next 2 days from today, or. So as long as I think they have enough time, I think this just wanted to make sure that is not true there.
The communication that we have had in the light of this discussion going on is that rather than a September 15th date that we had asked for people to be moved, that date be extended to the 25th, 26th of September.
Which also moves the dates for the RFP for the city and
No,
all that?
it just, it compresses a little bit, the cushion.
Okay.
But the goal was always to be in a position by September 30th for the work by the engineering division to begin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. I do just, also a clarifying question based on some of the emails. There's a range of emails that put the number of campers at Dairy Drive between 60 and 90 people. I just want to clarify that we don't currently have, and we've never had 60 to 90 people staying there at once.
No, the initial capacity was 30 shelters. These are single occupancy shelters. No, we've never had.
Gotcha. And then just one, because I'm just going back to the resolution and trying to come up with a number. I have the 220 for, or whatever that number is for restoration, but what was CDD's, I think, additional request towards the shelter for 2026? It was like 1 point, or?
Alder, the CDD budget request to the mayor asked for supplemental funding of $1 million, with $800,000 of that intended to be added to the $700,000 that is currently in our budget, in some ways reallocated, but money within our budget to provide an ongoing operating subsidy to Porchlight to operate the med shelter, equal to $1.5 million a year.
Okay, and then since there has to be a number eventually that get worked on at some point, should this pass, CDD can be looking at an increase in budget to put, not in the supplemental, but just it seems like there could potentially be an increase to CDD's budget somewhere between like 200 and at minimum $250,000, 250 to maybe 350. I'm just trying to make sense of what we would have to be looking for in November. So if Dairy Drive is extended, so for January, February, March, you know, I get the part with the request to the mayor for, you know, dollars for operating the men's shelter. I'm just thinking about if we're having to find additional dollars in order to actually not have a $0, you know, to get to the true number, it would increase CDDs, not necessarily increase, but I'm so lost without a number. So we'd be looking for more dollars to support CDDs operating at homeless, you know, related services in 2026 is really what we're saying.
Yeah, there's nothing in the Community Development Division base budget.
Yep.
Nor contemplated in our supplemental request that would be allocated to further support for Dairy Drive in 2026. So anything that might be required in 2026 would be additional budget authority over what we currently have.
Yep.
And depending on the mayor's decision, what happens to that supplemental request.
Thank you. And then I'm not sure who it's for, maybe Dave, but if just a refresher on the expenditure restraint and where we're at this year and where we could potentially be at next year in the most, I did not like my stats class kind of way.
So Alder Madison, the expenditure restraint program is one in which state aid is provided to municipalities that keep their growth in general fund operating costs below a certain rate. And that rate is around the rate of inflation. And in return for doing that, the city receives $7 million of state aid.
Yep.
If we go $1 above that in the year, we lose $7 million of state aid. For 2025, based on the mid-year appropriation resolution that this body approved, I think back in August, the budget is at that limit.
Oh, wait.
Right now.
Jesus. I was so sorry. Oh,
For
sorry.
2026, when we looked at the cost to continue and compared that to the estimated limit under expenditure restraint, including supplemental requests, the budget was over the expenditure restraint limit. Now, the mayor's budget, the executive operating budget, will come out on October 7th. That'll obviously have to be under the limit, as well as balanced. That gives you some of the context of where we're at.
Thank you. And I do remember most of this from last year, but the biggest thing I wanted to know where we were at for this year. And you said we're there.
That's correct.
And none of that is addressed in the resolution, just to be sure, right?
I'm sorry?
None of that is mentioned in the resolution. I just want to be sure I'm not missing it.
I don't believe there's a reference to expenditure restraint in the resolution. There is one in the fiscal note, I believe. Now, the resolution itself does not make an appropriation. It is not an amendment to the budget.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Mayor?
Director Schmidtke, so if we're at the limit now for expenditure restraint and we don't spend these funds for demolition, would that give us more room this year to do something else? Or am I misunderstanding that?
I think your question is if the $220,000 that's in CDD's budget were not used for the restoration, the budget could be amended to move that somewhere else. We'll be do, and in addition to that, we will be doing projections for the year end for 2025, which then result in what we call the year-end appropriation resolution, which make adjustments to move funds where there might be insufficient budget in agencies. So all of that will have to be factored in, as well as staying not appropriating any more funding because we've reached that limit.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I once again have no further alders in the queue with questions. All right. Thank you to staff. And what's before us is item 35. It has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Alder Ugair.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to try to take everything we've heard tonight and reduce it into 4 conclusions, let me say tentative conclusions, and then hopefully my colleagues can correct me on any errors that I'm making. I'm going to take the first one I think is the easiest with regard to any funding in 2026. It makes no sense to take any action that would cause us to lose that $7 million in ERIP funds. And I'll come back to that with other aspects of this. Second, listening to everything, if our only thought here is to close it now or to close it in April, with all of the complex financial decisions that involves, as well as unknown operating actions that would need to take place, then the fact that the current census appears to be around 8 people, depending on definition, makes it a lot easier to close it now with more certain difficulties and problems than it would next April. Third, I would say that the folks from Madison Street Medicine, from comments we've heard from CABA, from all of the comments we've had here, would say, yeah, a case has been established for the continuation of the kind of services that that encampment provides. If we provide an adequate level of services so that we have a high degree of certainty that we will get the same results, the same very positive results that we have seen in the past. And I think that translates into somewhere with inflation between $600,000 and $800,000 a year, but probably because we have seen wear and tear, that maybe it requires an extra $200,000 a year. So let's say $800,000 to $1 million a year to carry that forward. And then fourth, we actually know how to make that happen. We just have to be honest with ourselves and say it. If we're going to preserve that $7 million in ERIP, then it becomes clear if we want to spend, and I'm sure we could come up with an amendment to the current resolution to make this possible. We've got a couple of choices. We've got to cut something else. So we could first go at considering let's say 1.6 million of room that appears to be there. So we'd go at I guess a total of 1.8 million in supplemental requests for 2026. And that means doing things like not providing all of the intended support for the men's shelter when it opens up. It could mean halting construction or not providing the whole level of services for the Imagination Center, in which case, given the dirty look I just got, that my life might be shortened here in the next couple of minutes. I'm just saying that we could look first at the supplemental request, because I think we made a commitment to the voters last year in the referendum that we were going to fund a continuation of services. But we could back off on that, and we could say, this is so important, what we accomplish, because we do accomplish things with this niche service for homelessness, that it's worth looking at that continuation of the services we've had in the past. And so we could take that, and we probably know how to do that, because if you remember, for those of you who were here when we were looking at the alternative to a successful budget referendum last year, we laid out a whole series of potential cuts that we would have to consider. We could go to that. We could dredge that up. I know I still have that on my computer at home. I even have my own priorities on there. You could make me czar, and I'd come back in a couple of days, and I'd say, let's cut this. Let's cut the art program. Let's not pick up leaves as often. Let's not do some of the funding for the police department that we have in the past. So they're possible, depending how we rank all of the opportunities that we get off a continuation of Dairy Drive, because they are not zero, they are significant, and weigh that against the others. And that's how we would do it. And we'd have to come up to do that with some kind of amendment to the current resolution to look at a continuation of those services. Those are my observations. I am glad to have anybody take issue with any of those four, hopefully concise reactions to what we've heard tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Glenn?
I didn't touch it. This has been a total roller coaster for me. Very early on, I already knew what my answer was. It was a very simple yes for me. I was like, Davey, why haven't I been reached out to? Why didn't I come up with this? And it was a yes. And then as time has gone on, that yes, because of why my yes was, starts to ask questions, because I'm a very balanced person who believes that multiple things can be true at one time. Sometimes having lived experience is really great, and sometimes it feels burdensome in situations like this. It feels that because I was a mother with a 4-year-old and didn't have any place to live in this city, because I was someone struggling with alcohol abuse, living in this city with a 4-year-old as a Black woman without any money, who sits here now as an alder, that it feels like it should be beneficial. And it doesn't feel beneficial, because it feels like I did this job and I decided to run for office because the system didn't always work for people like me. Matter of fact, most times it didn't. And one of the things people have heard me say a lot is 2 things can be true at once. The system doesn't work sometimes. But then you get inside the system and you see parts of it work really well, and you talk to these awesome people and this awesome staff, and they're working so hard and down to the bone, and they're looking at dollars, and someone's telling them no or someone's telling them yes, and we all want the same thing, which is a healthy place for us all to live. In talking to a lot of the staff and other alders and community over the last couple of weeks, you start to hear stories more and more of lived experience. And then you hear stories of worry of fiscal and budgets and money. And, capitalism is built on scarcity model. We find money in really hard times. And I know these are hard times, and the hard times aren't about to get easier for any of us. They're gonna get harder. The money's gonna be thinner. But what also is going to happen is there's going to be a day, and I believe this, that we're going to be glad we have another place for people to be, because the homeless situation is not getting ready to get better. Not for a while. Matter of fact, I think it's going to get worse. And as a child who raised a child, because both of her parents went off to prison, because she struggled with being unhoused and addiction, and sits here today with the power to be able to voice the opinions of people who typically won't ever make it to this mic, I will be voting yes. And not because this is easy. And I know this isn't supposed to be personal. We're supposed to look at numbers, and we're supposed to be fiscally responsible, and we're supposed to be looking at not having to do another referendum, and we're all supposed to do that. And that is true, but we also all took an oath to be able to take care of the people that voted for us. And the people that voted for us, at least the people that voted for me, really want me and really sit with me in the space of find it, figure it out, because this is important to us. And so, in saying that, I also want to address something that has been eating at me. Kind of what we've all been talking about with political will in the way the world looks right now. And the way I feel like this was handled in the whole thing, there's no pointing of fingers or anything, but we have to do better with how we call things out. We've watched in the last week of political people being caused harm, of communities being caused harm. As someone who works in violence intervention and prevention, we have to care for our community, and we need our community to care for us. And if that doesn't happen, we're not safe, and then our voices get even more silent because we become afraid of what could happen to us by what choices we have to make behind this mic. So I ask us all to do better and be careful with what we do in public when it comes to choices people have to make. I've been telling everybody this, and I know this is probably a horrible thing to say, and everybody who wants me to vote this way is gonna be irritated that I'm gonna say this. I didn't share this and say all of this to change anybody else's mind. This is my vote, my voice, my life, my choice. And I am doing this because I need to go to sleep well tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
Thank you, Mayor, and please excuse my raspy, sexy voice today. Like Carmela, Alder Glenn, this has been weighing on me so heavy, and I don't think I'm going to feel good about either decision that happens. Because on one hand, I understand that the resources are limited, and that unlike me and my household, I can't just cut things from my monthly budget. And all I can think is that if this continues, services for other people experiencing homelessness, other people who need help are not going to get as much. And now I sit with looking over in the gallery and thinking, what if they were somebody that I loved? What if they were part of my family? And I don't know if I could make that decision. And this is really tough. I'm leaning towards voting yes because I believe that how we treat the most vulnerable in a moment of time defines who we are. And like Alder Glenn, I often think we have the ability to find money for things all the time, yet very little will to find that money for the people that need it the most right now. And I want this to be clear. I think that we as a city and as staff do everything they can to make sure that everyone is taken care of. Yet, I don't know what the right answer in this situation is, but for my heart and my soul, whatever, woo-woo, I think I'm going to have to vote yes for this. So, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox?
Just went off.
We're having trouble hearing you, Alder Knox.
Maybe I'll take them. Hold on.
There you go.
All right. Yeah. This is one of those difficult situations that we're dealing with, and I think it's pretty easy to just say that we're not providing services for the homeless or the people in most needs. So I guess we have to ask the question: if we say no, what happens to those 8 or so homeless individuals? And it sounds like they have visitors. Someone just texted me and said it's about 17 people. Well, there are actually more people coming, apparently. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. So will we be able to find placements for these individuals, or will they go to live on the streets? That's a tough thing, especially with winter coming. I was doing some reading recently about Minneapolis and Hennepin County and how they reduced their homelessness around 28% or whatever. So they talked about the common themes were a few things. Number one was funding. You had to have a plan for funding, and we've funded this encampment for 2 years. And we're also funding building a new shelter that's coming up as well. So I think we've kind of looked at putting, tax money into trying to support and help the homeless community. The second thing they talked about was services. And they talked about you have to have case managers and people, boots on the ground, interacting with these individuals so you can assess what their needs are and hopefully transition them to more permanent housing and other things depending on their situation. I think I heard someone say earlier about, I don't know where I got that, 78% of these people have found more permanent housing as this thing is winding down, and so we're left with a smaller population. But I also heard a couple of people talk about they don't necessarily feel that everybody is well suited for a shelter situation. So I know it's not just as simple as finding a placement for these people, but you need people interacting with them, providing direct services and directing them to resources. And it sounds like we've been doing that too. And that's at a cost as well. I'm even having homeless issues in my district. I won't go into details on that, but this is a citywide issue. It's not just our own neighborhood thing. So, and I suspect part of it is we're behind the 8 ball in the housing issues. There are economic issues for a lot of these individuals, and there may be some other needs that they may have as well. So either way we go, we're going to have a tough decision. If we decide to say yes, then we have to find that money from somewhere else out of something. And so I'm pretty undecided, I have to tell you, because these are struggling individuals involved here. But I'm not necessarily saying I can support this amendment.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Duncan?
Oh, it's me already. Okay. I have been torn with this, and I don't want my emotions to guide how I vote. But what I've seen in our current country, my emotions will guide the way that I vote. We have a party that is okay with tearing people's homes and throwing them in the back of trash collectors. We have a party that says the easy way to deal with homelessness is to kill them. That's not where I see the city of Madison. What I've seen over the past 2 years is when we want something and we believe in something, we do magically find the money. And I think that the path that we're going to making sure that these individuals who are at Dairy Drive have a place to stay as they navigate through trying to find housing, and the fact that currently there's no plans for this land, I will be voting yes on this matter.
Thank you, Alder Evers.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, obviously this is difficult. This is challenging. My inclination months ago was that we needed to find a way to keep this open. But as I've learned more about this, I mean, these are things that we're going to have to wrestle with. Alder Knox said that, we funded this for 2 years. Well, actually, we did not. There wasn't a single dollar a city levy that funded this. This was money that was cobbled together from multiple sources, but primarily from the federal government. The operating costs at peak efficiency, and that's probably the wrong term, but when it was most effective, when we were getting the best results, cost about $1 million a year in operating costs to make sure that all those supportive services were there. But that was provided by the federal government. Now, the conversation that we're having now is about keeping it going. And it's the same conversation we're going to have in the spring. The city will have to find a way to fund this. It's, unfortunately, it is a zero-sum game. There's opportunity cost. Dollars spent on this will, because of that expenditure restraint thing, will have to come from somewhere else. And not just a small amount of money. To keep it open year-round and expand it, as some of the Madison Street Medicine folks are calling upon us to do, will cost a lot of money. Now, we can be emotional, of course, and say, and it is an emotional topic. We can be empathetic. But to suggest that there isn't a cost for us to take this on and commit ourselves to it, because this vote now is not just about keeping it open till April. All the arguments that I've heard and all the testimony, all from our registrants in the public testimony, except for Brandy Grayson, who was quite practical, said, give us a little more time and we'll be able to get the remaining ones into more permanent housing, is about keeping this model open, keeping Dairy Drive open year round. Are we prepared to fund this and find the funds to do this? Brenda says that maybe $10,000 to $40,000 that she could raise. That's not anywhere close to be enough to be able to come up with the funds. Will HUD, maybe HUD will come up with some, a new application. But our emotions may run up into a situation where we're stuck, that we're responsible to take care of these people and we don't have the means to do so, but finding money from other sources and pulling money away from other departments and making those cuts. And I just ask you, if you're committed to that, then in November, you're going to have to support a budget that cuts other things in order to fund this. And you'll have to do this it's a year-long commitment. It's not just to April. So it's okay to be emotional, but you also have to be realistic and be pragmatic and deal with reality as it is. Is this the best use of our money? Or are there other alternatives and other ways to be able to take this on? This vote is about taking what was meant to be temporary and saying that it should be permanent. And I don't think that's ever the commitment the city made, and I'm not prepared to make that commitment here. So reluctantly, I'll be voting no.
Thank you, Alder. I feel compelled to remind us that the motion is on the original item that's on the agenda. Just to be clear, that's what's in front of us right now. Alder Figueroa Cole?
So I wrote, I've been trying to collect my thoughts on this particular topic for the last few weeks. Probably not many of you know that I have been part of the Dairy Drive process since it was even a thought. So I am pretty versed on how this came to be, where it is today, all the positive, negative, whatever has happened on Dairy Drive the last few years. So, to me, this is as emotional as for everybody else. But you will think that I will be here fighting to keep that vision from 2021 going. In fact, I used to joke around every time Jim said this is a temporary shelter. I would say, well, no, this is for people who would temporarily be there, and we're going to keep this open forever. So I used to always be poking at that idea. But I cannot sit here and make a decision about Dairy Drive without zooming out of the landscape that we currently have on the city today and take into consideration all the other commitments that we have made to this population. And I had to say, I don't know how many years ago, Lynette can give you the history on that, but at some point the city was giving money to the Beacon, and that was the only contribution the city did make to the on-house population. And at some point that turned around, and we started using CDBG funding for other services and street outreach. And thanks to the if I can thank the pandemic for anything, it would be for the funding that we received from the federal government to support many different programming on the city, but especially this community. In 2022, by 2022, it was decided in collaboration with the county that we needed a permanent shelter for a men's shelter, which, by the way, at the time in 2021 when I became an alder, they were at the bottom of the pile when it came to homelessness services. We had services for women, we had services for families, but we did not have any resources to serve that population, which was extremely frustrating. So just in case people at my colleagues on the county forgot, I'm just going to get a quote here from Joe Parisi in 2022. This will be the single largest new capital expenditure in my budget 2023. This new shelter is a critical important piece of our joint effort to assist those in need in finding a safe and permanent home. The Capital Times also reported that we will have a shelter, one of its kind in Wisconsin, that will accommodate 200 people. So I keep on hearing that we didn't know how many people was going to be on this shelter, but we'll be talking about that number, 200, between 200 and 250 since 2022. So that shouldn't have come as a surprise. The only surprise here is we have a new administration in Washington that's making the things more difficult. As part of the COVID funding, we were able to take advantage of the closure of the Carmenta Center nursing home, and we turned that into a family shelter. Again, something that we did because of a combination of ARPA funding, county funding, and CDBG funding and other sources. And then as part of that, we supported the Dairy Drive, and as Alder Evers just mentioned, 100% funded by ARPA funds. And it's a temporary situation for 2 years, specifically to handle people coming from Randall Park. So fast forward to 2023, Jim already explained this, the city determined that we had a gap in our funding, and we had to close Dairy Drive way earlier, just like a year ago. But thanks to their planning, they got together and they said, hey, Alder Figueroa, we have a gap. Can you go and talk to your friends in the county and see if they help us keep Dairy Drive open until 2025? So with the help of Supervisor Weckliner, we actually were able to manage that. So we have been talking about the closure of Dairy Drive since 2023. So it's unfortunate that here we are in the midst of budget season, preparing for a shelter that we are struggling to also support, and we're having this conversation. So to me, it has been extremely demoralizing, to be honest. So I have been extremely grateful for the residents that have voiced the solidarity with our neighbors, and I want to encourage them to continue to engage on these processes, because the city last year had to pass a referendum, and I thought that was going to be the most difficult budget that we will have, but now we are faced with a county deficit of millions of dollars, and we will need that advocacy along with us, all alders, to be taken at that level to ensure that services are covered there, because this situation is not something that the city of Madison, the city, us, and the council can actually solve alone. We definitely need our partners at the county level to support us. So I'm a little bit frustrated that the numbers keep on changing, and the last count we came down with 8 people. So I am extremely frustrated that we, instead of trying to focus on the 8 people that need the services, we continue to discuss keeping this service open, forever. So we have some of the resources. We have Urban Triage helping them to get housing. So we should be looking for solutions to help the 8 people that are there, instead of trying to present the idea of keeping an expense without really planning for capital investments, or without a real picture of what is that going to look a year from now, or even from now to we we have committed ourselves to supporting the unsheltered population in multiple levels. And I really fear that adding this extension that it wasn't planned, when, again, we've been planning for all the other services to continue, at this moment, it's really not the best, the smartest way to go about this. We can all go and vote with our hearts, and, I use mine sometimes, so I get it. But I cannot ignore the commitments that we have made to the unsheltered population in other areas. So, our community development asked for a total of $1 million, and we have a $1.7 million dedicated to the shelter. I will continue to advocate for the unsheltered population since I have done since 2021. So regardless of how this vote goes, I will continue to do that. However, my laser focus will be on getting the permanent shelter funded and getting the resources and making sure that fundraiser is successful. I just feel that at this moment in time, without having a clear path from our partners at the county, if any of you want to get real feelings going, just go into the county's budget and check out the Human Health and Services budget and see how the millions of dollars of ARPA were there are totally blanked out because, of course, we all run out of money, but none of that money was replaced, and that includes the unsheltered population. So we are really overextending ourselves by doing this, and we are not serving the 8 people that are our Dairy Drive well, and we won't be able to serve other people that need the same resource as well. So this, again, has been a very, very difficult thing for everybody. I don't sleep well at night every night, so this is not going to be different for me. These are always extremely difficult decisions, and I appreciate you so much that I appreciate you so much for advocating for this population, but as elders, we have to zoom out. We have to zoom out and take a look at the broader picture and how all those pieces work together. So I'm not gonna I'm not gonna be able to support this. So I am sorry, but I just can't do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Matthews.
Hi. Okay. So similar somewhat to Alder Glenn, at first, or my gut reaction to this was an easy decision. The part that has been extremely hard is the work of staff and the history of this situation and the magnitude of the current situation of the world that we live in. I've spent hours writing emails and trying to meet with staff and talk about this and hearing all of the really descriptive and really reasonable reasons why this has to shut down now. And so the hard part for me, I tried very, very, very hard to get on board with that. And I respect staff and I understand the history. I also am the district that is sucking up all of the supplemental funding requests, and I will be standing by that. And I'll say this up front right away that I don't think that the city should be what is funding Dairy Drive. I think that there's a way that we can figure out this extension so that we do not have to put more operating funds towards its operation. It seems potentially possible that the site restoration, we could have it be capital, but that I understand is not fully set in stone. But I spent a lot of time asking questions to engineering, and I have numbers for what what different parts of the construction needed for the restoration would cost. And there is there's a possibility that it definitely doesn't have to be $220,000. The cost to just do the shelters with no shelters being the estimated cost, but a real estimate, to just demo the shelters is around, I think, $70,000, and that would be with absolutely nothing getting auctioned or taken off the site by an entity that is not the city. Which I also do believe that there's a way that we could get those shelters off the site without having to do a demo like this. I believe that it is possible. I understand that the city can't just make decisions based off of what might be possible. But, even if it comes down to doing it in phases, there is no projected use of that site. So that's a piece. I don't think that we will have to make a lot of budget expenditures for this if we vote yes tonight. I think that might need to come with some more conversations on what level of folks using the shelters at Jerry Drive over the winter would be, so that those service levels can be matched up. But I also think that it's important to say that we don't live in an ideal world right now. It's extremely far from it. And it is closer to a COVID situation than, funding-wise, we had funding in COVID, and that was great. We also had state leniency for what made the encampments that were in parks possible, because it was a unprecedented global pandemic that spread through air. And I don't believe that would be true in the future. So what this extension does, and whether it might cost us $70,000 in 2026 or not, it gives us time to get to the 2026 budget process, to see what the city is going to need to do to make sure that this men's shelter opens, and that it opens at the levels of service that it has to open at. It also gives the people who are there now, which it's not 8, it's 8 people is who will be left if everyone currently working through the housing process gets into housing. I think it's 17 maybe that are going to be there if a couple are able to get into housing in the next few days. And those are, so 11 of those people are people who have been working through the process, who are working through the process, who have had stability, have their stuff. And we can't just wait for them, or there's a very strict limitation on the time to use this $220,000 to demo the site this year, which is what would need to be done to spend it on that. And it seems like even if we extend it a little bit, there are going to be people who have had stability who are going to have to leave their stuff behind to get picked up by city trash, or get demoed in the demo process. And so this extension gives those people time, which I don't know exactly where they came from, but significant investment has already been made into making sure that those people get housing with these housing vouchers and the rapid rehousing that they're currently working through. And so to go through that, obviously getting into housing, even if you have to abandon mostly all of your stuff, is, I guess, better than going straight out onto the street, but it's not what the wind down seems like it was supposed to be. With the history, and I know I'm sorry I'm being very long-winded, with the history that we've heard over and over and over prior to the pandemic, the community funded most, if not, the vast majority, if not maybe all, of homeless services. The ARPA money is over. The pandemic money is over, and we are in a situation federally where funding is more scarce than maybe it has ever been. This extension gives the community time to help come up with a solution, help potentially fund an extension or the ongoing operations of Dairy Drive. It helps the network that used to exist of community funding and community support to rebuild in a way that, it gives it gives them time. It also, sorry, I guess that's most of it. But I will say there's two big things that were holding me back from supporting this, that I had a change in the information that I was receiving over the weekend. And those two changes are, I went to a meeting on Sunday morning with some folks from the community who were very motivated to be part of this solution. And then they're not the only ones. We've gotten hundreds and hundreds of emails, and while most of them did not fully reflect the situation that we were in, it's all people who care and who are mobilized right now. It's also a different, right, we've had the orange man or whatever for almost a whole year. Or no, sorry, that's not true. He'll almost have been elected for a whole year. It hasn't even been a full year. So again, just to speak to the current situation that we're in. And so I met with these folks, and they really seemed motivated, and they pointed out a lot of ways that other programs have worked in the past, or, kind of this more in-kind model of helping out with services that the city can't do. Like, there are liabilities and there are things. The city can't run a program like that, but the community can. And the other thing that I was definitely concerned about, and I had heard the other concerns about, was if we were resetting that clock of the wind down back to zero. And from some tough conversations that I've had with folks, I do not believe that that has to be the case. And I guess I'll just leave that at that. That's, I guess I can be done.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Govindarajan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first off, I think I want to thank all of the advocates, all of the speakers, all of the people who have emailed in, and just everyone who has been involved in this over the last month, however long it's been, honestly. Because as all of the alders have said, none of this is easy. But anyway, I'm feeling a lot tonight, this morning. And most of that is anger and blame. And the reason I feel blame is because Madison is not like this, at least not the Madison that I imagined Madison to be. And I don't think any of us want us to be like this where we are debating potentially the lives of a lot of people, several people, more than one person. And the reason I feel blame is also because we have a federal government, a regime really, that is defunding programs, cutting local government programs, cutting safety nets across the country like SNAP and Medicaid and food benefits, and cutting nonprofit grants that people rely on. And I remember early on in this session having a discussion with another alder about these federal actions that were happening, and just discussing that all of these safety nets that are now going away, all of the lack of local and state funding that is just vanishing before our eyes, will have an impact on our communities. The people who rely on these safety nets will fall into poverty and then lose their homes and then fall into homelessness. And I just wasn't mentally prepared to have this kind of discussion this early on, I think. And I'm angry because stopping these services that we're seeing, that we rely on the federal government and the state government for this kind of money at the end of the day, and stopping these services will lead to more homelessness. But I think I've also been taking a step back because it's not just talking about Dairy Drive for 3 or 4 years. I think the way I've been viewing this is like, this is a problem that has been in the making for 15 years, give or take. When the state legislature stopped giving us shared revenue or stopped giving us funding of various other types. Because for at least the last 15 years, we have, as the city of Madison, been running a structural deficit. We have not been growing our city government in terms of the employees that we have or the services that we offer. At various points, we have cut our services or reduced it or decided not to create a new program entirely. And that's been how it's been for give or take 15 years. And for this year, the current year we're in, 2025, we were supposed to run a $22 million deficit, where we were supposed to make $22 million in cuts. But we went to a referendum, and now I'm just getting off my speech entirely and into a tangent, I apologize. But we made a decision that we were going to go into a referendum and ask the voters to give us $22 million, and in return, we will maintain essential city services. And I think to the surprise of many, that referendum passed, and that is something I'm very thankful for because we get to maintain those essential services. But when we are facing a moment like this where we are debating the cutting funding to Dairy Drive, I've been looking over the last couple weeks and months, as I'm sure many alders have been, to see where is there remaining funding in other departments and other agencies in the city. Where can I pull $500,000 from, or $50,000, or whatever it is? Where can we do that? And when you think about that in the perspective of, every single department for the last 15 years has been running a structural deficit, and they're at their limit 15 years later, just barely getting by, you quickly start to realize that there is no money that you can pull over. There's no 50,000. There's not even a 5,000. And you might be lucky to find someone because they haven't filled a staff position, but they are planning on filling that staff position, or they needed to move it over because the program that they are already struggling to fund went over budget. And that's the issue that I've come across as we're on the finance committee, or I'm trying to figure out other budget priorities this year. And this year, thankfully, that referendum got us out of that $22 million deficit. Right, so we're at net zero, essentially, is how I look at it. And in next year, 2026, we're at negative $6 million. 2027, negative $13 million. And Dave can correct me, but by 2031, I think we're at negative $31 million. I think that's where the deficit's going to be, if I remember those slideshows correctly. And when I think about that, not only am I angry and blameful, but I'm also scared, because as we're seeing this regime at the federal level cutting these safety nets and these programs, this problem is only going to get worse. So I don't have a solution to that right now. But I do know that if we lose an additional 7 million in federal funding, in the expenditure restraint program next year. And instead of just 6 million, we are at a negative 13 million loss next year. That's going to make the problem even worse. So I don't want to, but I feel like my hands are just being forced into a no vote because we can't cut these services even more next year. That will lead to more people going into homelessness. I want to cure the symptoms so badly, but I know that we as a city also need to address the causes of homelessness, which can prevent this from happening. And even if it seems inevitable at this moment because of factors that we as the city of Madison cannot control, I'm hopeful we can at least delay it as much as we can, even outside of this one single situation. My goal for this budget, when we vote on it in November, whether it be through the finance committee or through the council, is that I am hopeful that in 2026 we can hopefully spend more in homelessness services than we did in 25. Don't know if that is a promise that we can keep, but that is something that I'm going to try to do as much as I can, and I know several other alders will feel that same way. So I'm going to vote no. This is not to convince anyone else. This is not to justify myself because I don't feel justified. I feel like crap. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Pritchett.
Thank you, Mayor. I've sat and I've listened to everyone comment on why they're voting one way or another, and those who have not echoed what their sentiments are. But my response and my sentiment is this: it's very, very visceral. And I do mean visceral. And it's visceral because of what I've seen, what I've had to deal with. To know and to see someone in a stoop, on a sidewalk, here in Madison, trying to get warmth from a vent in some of the buildings around here, should not happen. I think about people who have died because of hypothermia. I have seen people, I have worked with people trying to warm them up because they're frozen. We live in a city, we live in a country where that should not happen. No life should be expendable because of cold. That should not happen. Living in New York, living in Chicago, going around with the coroner's truck to pick up bodies, I have flashbacks. And I do mean flashbacks. And to say that we can't do better because of dollars, because of life is expendable, or as Alder Duncan said, we just kill them. That is by far so inhumane, and I do mean inhumane, to see someone, I think, witness it first before you decide what you will or what you will not do. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alders, you're on the verge of creating a walking quorum of something over there.
It's the same.
Alder Mayor?
I have something to say, but first a point of order. I believe I need to move my substitutes, and once that's approved, it could be amended, but I make it.
If that's what you want to be talking about, then somebody does need to make that motion, yes.
Yes, so I make a motion to move my substitute.
Moved and seconded to bring the substitute before us. Would you like to speak to it?
Sure. So I want to thank everybody for the extremely thoughtful conversation over the last few weeks with this. I want to thank staff for everything that they've contributed. And I want to apologize for kind of muddling through a lot of this. I've only been in Alder for 5 months. A lot of us know that the learning curve is more of a vertical line than anything. I probably should have talked to staff more. I tried to figure out how to navigate talking to my fellow alders without quorums and walking quorums and all sorts of sideways quorums. And it's been difficult, but the thing I won't apologize is trying to help the vulnerable members of our community. And we've heard tonight about how valuable Dairy Drive has been to so many people and how many lives it's saved. And, you know, we look at, this is an important thing to my constituents. I've heard from so many of them, and it's not only because of their care for the people at Dairy Drive, but also what we're faced with in District 6, and a lot of folks who just have nowhere to go. The beacon's full. We know that the new men's shelter will do a lot. It's going to be a great facility, but it won't do everything. We need more. We need something like Dairy Drive to be permanent. That's not what this is. That's not what's before us. But we do have the power. We do have a pathway to keep it open for another several months. And some people might say, what's the point of keeping it open for 6 months? Well, that's 6 more months of helping people. That's 6 more months of giving people shelter, especially during the coldest part of the year. That's 6 more months of fixing lives. And that's 6 more months of saving lives. And I just, you know, maybe this is, I'm naive too, being a new older, that I just think that we can find the money for the demolition when it finally comes. We're a very amenity-rich city, and I love that. But we're maybe facing where we need to turn to a wartime footing where we have to put human services above some of those amenities because there's no help coming from Washington, and there won't be for quite a while. Maybe someday the state legislature will get more even and figure out a way to get shared revenue formula fixed. But right now we're kind of on our own, us in the county, and we need to work these things together. So that's why I really urge you to help keep this open, figure out this problem. I will certainly work all I can do to fully fund the permanent men's shelter and expand services where we can and look for cuts where we can as best I can. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder Vitiver.
Okay, well, now I'm a little confused about process because we have a substitute on the floor, right?
Yes.
So, but then we're discussing the substitute.
The substitute is what's before us.
All right, fine. All right.
I would submit to you that they're not so different.
Yep, I just wanted to make sure process that we didn't need to dispatch with the substitute first.
Nope.
Okay.
That's what's before us.
Thank you. Okay, so what I wanted to say is that in the mornings when I'm getting ready, I listen to 105.5, and they do these, if you don't listen to 105.5, they do all these contests, and they often will play this little clip, I think it's from Family Guy, and it says, whatever you're about to say, I'm sure it's wrong. And I want to say that because I think that no matter what decision we make tonight is wrong. It's either wrong because we are putting finances where it is our responsibility to prioritize them, or we're making a decision that we, are making a yes decision because we don't want to put people on the street. So I want us to own that, and I want the public to recognize that. So that's why I wanted to say it out loud. The world we are fighting for has never existed. I deeply appreciate the mayor saying that, to keep us on task of that this is the item before us, but there is no way to approve of this substitute or even the one that has been put in our email without saying that we are going to devote money to this into 2026. And if we're devoting money to it into 2026, that means we are going to take something away from somewhere else. Those are hard decisions. We're going to have to make them if that's the direction we go. It is crystal clear staff do not have the capacity to continue working on multiple projects that the city is spearheading, and I don't think that we can continue to ask them to continue to do so much. It is really putting them in an impossible situation. And the thing that I have not heard tonight is the thing that is ringing in my ears, because I have a lot of seniors in my district. we get so many emails about how our property taxes are driving people out of their homes. So we have to be fiscally responsible, because otherwise we're just going to compound the problem that we're trying to address tonight. I don't know how I'm voting yet, because again, I think no matter what vote I take is wrong. But I just want us to really recognize that and understand that everything that we do here has a consequence. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The president really landed on the push-pull. I don't know how I'm going to vote, but what's ringing in my ear is balanced budget, and then quality of service, robust resources. We failed at Tree Lane, and we have to own that. The ARPA funds were used to build this alternative shelter. But my question is that over $1 million were spent to build this shelter that was built to be a temporary shelter, and with no thought of keeping it open and operational costs. But then in my mind, as I'm asking, is why didn't we think futuristically? Why didn't we look at the possibility of providing shelter for those who would be unsheltered with $1 million? That question is gone. But I am a part of what's called the proximity project, where an alder and an MPD officer exchanges. And I rode along today with a Sergeant Ray. And the first stop we made was a call for a senior woman who was in a walker, and she apparently was trying to get down to the beacon, and she was stalled. On her walker was all of her clothing, a bag, and a water bottle. And she could only move so far, and then she had to stop. And so the MPD packed her up, all of her clothing, and took her to the beacon. But before she left it, she said, is that I had to leave the shelter because it was horrible. We drove a little further, and the second call we went on, we were at the Black Business Hub. And the DMV, they called because there was a homeless man in the bathroom, changing clothes, washing up, and he had a heart palpitation, and they had to call MPD and the fire department. Those two things really are impacting where I am in terms of not knowing how I'm going to vote. But when I worked for Madison Area Urban Ministry, there was a homeless man that was found on a park bench because he froze to death. So many people know that I'm a very emotional person, but that still rings in my spirit that someone did not have a place to lay their head, laid on a park bench, and froze to death. So I don't know how I'm going to vote, but I have to deal with that because it still resonates within me. We find money for what we need to find money for. We really do. And some of the things that we've collectively voted on were some of the things that we want versus things that we needed. And so in this instance, I have some issues with some of the, and so I heard that there were some internal problems with staff within Dairy Drive, but I had to get that out of the way. And we need to dig in and make sure that if we are going to continue investing city dollars in this project, we've got to be more intentional in terms of what's happening there and what's happening with our money. So I needed to put that in because I don't know how I'm going to vote, but as the president said, is however you vote, it's going to be the wrong vote. So mine will be an emotional vote tied into fiscal responsibility, but the reality of it is that we must do something. So that's my input.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Okowitz.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't rehash everything that everyone said. I wrote up a blog post this weekend on how I was going to vote and never posted it because I didn't know how I was going to vote. I've changed my mind a lot on this. I feel like the truth is we don't have money next year to fund Dairy Drive. And so to me, this is, I don't think the county's going to put money in. I don't think the county's going to put enough money in for the men's shelter, as others have said. And so we're really just talking about extending it through April and giving the people who are in the process, they have those Section 8 vouchers or their rapid rehousing vouchers, a chance to finally get a spot. And for those 8 people who are remaining, for some of those people, if they wanted to try and find supportive housing. We're going to be in the same position in April or I guess the end of March, where the encampment is close to shutting down and we're looking for money, and I don't think we're going to be able to find money for it. But I do think at the very least we'll be able to find some shelter for some people over the winter. This is a very tough decision. And like President Vitiver said, if we vote yes for this, we are voting to allocate some money in 2026, which is a difficult prospect, but I don't know. It's very difficult. So I wanted to say thank you for everyone who's advocated. Thank you to the people from the shelter. Thank you to the other alders and staff who have spent a lot of time on this.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a clarifying question to make your day even longer. I have a amendment to the substitute. Can you let me know the appropriate time to move it because I am tired?
You can move it now.
So I would like to make a motion I did send this all in email. I did also send yet another email to Karen to share with the clerk where I had a 2025 date wrong. So any date that says February, it should be 2026, y'all. Help me. But I would like to make a motion to move the amendment that I shared in email that just changes 2 clauses. And if I get a second, I'll explain.
Has everybody seen the amendment? All right, just want to make sure people know what they're seconding or not. So moved and seconded.
Okay, so the reason for the amendment is really to help give some sort of clarity to numbers, not that we actually have a number. And it only changes technically 30 days, I believe. So in the previous edit, it had the plan going through April 30th. This would give us, the plan now would be to close February 27th with the implied additional month, which would take it to April 1st because February is a short month. There's some weekends, so April 1st would actually be about a month from February 27th. The other thing that I thought could be helpful, I know we've decided this in other scenarios, is that allowing the new council to make any decisions that will go beyond April 1st, because I think elections are April 7th, And any decisions that will go further than that will be made by a new group of people or a combination of new people. And I'm too tired to explain anymore, but I wanted to give a number and I wanted to remove the county part because I think we are all have heard in multiple meetings, but that county part doesn't really exist. And it gives us some number to work for and not to go over in 2026.
Thank you, Alder. So what's before us now is the Madison amendment to the mayor sub. So let me see then. Alder Matthews, is it on the amendment?
I guess.
Point of order is acceptable.
If I were to have an amendment.
You would have to wait.
No, I understand that part. Will I be able to move an amendment after there is a vote on, if it gets to it, what would have been Davies' amendment? And that's voted no.
No, so first we have to amend.
Well, I mean, if that one
No,
gets
what's
voted
before,
no.
it? When you put a substitute before it, you're not going to go back to the original.
Okay.
After that. The substitute is it.
So I'll have to do an amendment before we vote on Davies' substitute if I were to do that.
Yes.
Okay. Then I guess I will just say I'll probably vote for this amendment too, I guess, that is on the table right now. But I think adding an additional cost of up to $380,000 is like at a level of saying a cost of $0. Like, it's at least the same in my mind of the level of like reality that has to be. And I understand that it's up to, but like no one who looks at this or thinks about this outside of this room is gonna like look at up to. And I don't want to spend 300 more thousand. I don't think we can, I don't think we can with the needs of the men's shelter. However, if this makes people feel more comfortable, I will probably vote for it, I guess.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa-Cole, is it on the amendment? Alder Figueroa-Cole.
Madison, I don't understand the dollar amount. I mean, it says currently allocate funding. So are we asking to allocate additional funding?
Okay.
I mean, I'm sorry, wait a second. So I had two questions before she answered that. So if we put in money here, does this changes this from 11 to 15 and votes, or I just don't understand the additional cost up to versus the money that was already there that we can move to 2026?
Yeah, I'm not sure, Alder, that your amendment is actually in order, because if you're intending to amend the budget, you have to specify which budget year you're amending and where the money is coming from in order to, and then allocating it to a thing. I mean, like this, I think what you're trying to say is we might spend up to this amount, but you're not specifying in what budget and from what source. And you don't have the ability to amend the 2026 budget at this time. So you could amend this year's budget.
So, you know what, let's just pull my amendment and then we can be left with what you all got to begin with.
I mean, just that close.
Hold on.
I'd like to make a motion to pull my substitute my amendment to the substitute.
Is there any objection to withdrawing the amendment?
Because.
No objection to withdrawing the amendment, so we're back to the substitute from mayor, unamended. I would suggest you could move the other clause that doesn't have numbers in it if you really wanted that, but I just don't, like, a budget amendment is not really in order in that way. So, Alder Madison?
I want to speak to and are we back in discussion or no?
We have always been in discussion.
Okay. I'm tired. Like this is, and y'all okay, since we're in discussion, I'm gonna just say this. Part of my frustration with this is that, and I think I've said this, is that when we're working on anything like this that is complicated, that is a challenge, we have to sort of like put it on ourselves. Many of us, or some of us, have already been in that situation where we've had to have multiple uncomfortable conversations with staff about numbers that they don't want us to mess with, and just accept it and move on, and eat your feelings and call it a day, cry at home. So I've been there. It's a very hard discussion to have with staff. So I'll just say, Mayor, I don't appreciate that staff wasn't, didn't get included in this conversation that bothers me so much so. So the other thing I want to say, I just have a couple notes. Part of why I'm frustrated is because I am not a fan of trying to create long-term strategies or deal with complicated issues through like performative outrage or like created chaos, because as we can see, none of that gets us to long-term success for people who really need us to be working well together, like collectively across the city, not just in government. So none of that gets us to long-term stability. I've been homeless, I've lived in my car, I've lived in low cost, rundown, horrible motels. And the only reason that I got to long-term stability is because a program that I found before I moved to Madison created long-term stability for me. I do not remember in the city that I lived in before I came to Madison, this level of performative outrage, this level of chaos, this level of misinformation and disinformation, the number of emails that we got from people who are totally irate. They're upset, rightfully so, but they're upset with wrong information. I'm not bothered by anybody being upset. We're all upset about something. But at minimum, can we rile people up with the actual information, the actual facts, the actual truth? So we're doing our best to sort of like help our constituents understand how to find information, how to read in between the lines, and not set them off for reasons that are sort of manufactured to a degree. I'm just not a fan of that kind of thing. The other thing I want to say is that I appreciate in our last term, I invited all alders out to my district. I have Porch Light. For people who know me well, you'll know that I have a relative who uses Porch Light services because he is struggling with mental health and homelessness, and it's a difficult landscape. It's difficult to sort of like use the courts to force somebody to get help despite how much you love them. It just doesn't work like that. So I invited all alders to my district to see the shelter, to take a tour, to see the motels, to see Sandburg, to advocate for the library. And I'm going to send y'all all an invite to do it again. And the reason I share this is because however this goes tonight, you just can't give platitudes and emotions and da-da-da-da-da, and then you make no commitment beyond this vote to sort of like get engaged, get involved for the long term. And I say that not just in our abilities to vote on something, but how we manage the community around homelessness. In my district, for every single email that I get for a new business, a new license, anything that's within walking distance from the men's shelter, do you know what I do? I send an email to connect that business to Porch Light and MPD so we can have a conversation about managing any potential challenges. Because some of the challenges are that people are hungry, people have addictions to feed, people have nowhere to sleep, so things happen. So I wanted to create an environment where the business community doesn't feel turned on this population. So when there are challenges in my district, you know who gets the phone call most likely? Porch Light, Catalyst for Change. It is not always MPD, or they work together to stem the things. So the reason I say this again is because however you feel about all of this, you can't just be crying tonight. You just can't be performing tonight. You just can't give us platitudes tonight. You got to be so invested, so down for the long term to solve it. Because part of why we here is because y'all are participating in a very chaotic way to solve problems for people who need us to work really well together. Well, and not just us, but the business community, the faith community, the nonprofit community, and city and county government. And you all got to figure out for yourselves individually, even if your district doesn't have a level of homelessness like my district does, I don't see you turning up on the east side. I don't see you turning up downtown. You know what I mean? Like, you get to go back and not deal with all of this. Meanwhile, like, I appreciate Alder Field in our conversations because I gave a suggestion, like, hey, I meet with Porchlight every month. I have the businesses, you know, like, we're problem solving all the time. Try this method. You know what Alder Field did? Tried the method. We all had a meeting in his district. It worked out. So anybody over there by Walmart, I guarantee you, I bet Derek hears about it before it becomes a huge issue to turn the business community on these people. So I just want to say one more time, fear, like coded threats or whatever, chaos, performative outrage, riling people up with misinformation, disinformation, or not all the information, it does not serve people who most need like long-term stability. It won't get us there. So I'll see how invested you are to solve this by who accepts my invite and shows up, I guess. Because you know I'll be on you repeatedly again. Okay, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Matthews?
Hello, I will be brief. I just wanted to mention that a couple things that I forgot to mention last time. Seeing this as an extension of the wind down, it is giving not just the people who are currently in the housing process more time to get through, but it is giving people who are not currently working through that process time, as well as people who have said no. Because I do believe, and I see this in my work as well, that for things that have a lot of shame and a lot of emotions attached to them, being asked multiple times over a period of time really does have a positive effect. As well as just people who are struggling, having more time for that stability, more time for that skill building. Like that, again, seems valuable to me. And then this part is, we've heard it a lot through some of the advocacy, and it is frustrating to hear. And it is playing out emotions, but it's also true. There are no other places where the city can tell people that do not have housing and are not in the shelter that they are allowed to be. And this is a place where people are allowed to be. And I think that it's meaningful to give the time for all the other things that I mentioned in my previous long talk, but to keep this, because the extension, it also gives us time to see what happens when the shelter opens. And there isn't, we don't have the 400 beds or whatever is going on with the current temporary shelter. And then I did also want to say, Sabrina, send me the invite. I want to be at those meetings. And I also am committed to doing what I can to figure out how Dairy Drive could potentially exist and not be a city entity, which this gives time for that as well, or at least some time. Not enough in an ideal world, but we're not in that. So thank you.
Alder, we're back to the mayor substitute if you did want to make that amendment.
I mean,
you don't have to. I'm just telling you, this is the time. I mean, there's other alders in the queue. You can come back. But just telling you where we're at. Alder Lankella.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Everybody's speaking their minds. I thought I should too. Sorry for taking late night in there. It's a really roller coaster, like everybody else said. For me, it's all started with Public Works. That's when the first item, I actually heard it a month ago. Until then, I haven't had any background on this project. And I think it's kind of like a misinformation for me at that time is I've been told in the public works that everybody will be moved out. There is only a few people left. So it was a no-brainer to say yes for that RFP, demolition and everything. And then came to council and it's completely changed, right? So from yes to no, we're dealing with people's lives and it doesn't feel like humane to person's life, playing with person's life, right? So that's where the emotions come in. At the same time, leadership means that you got to keep your emotions in control, trying to make right decisions, right? So, so there is a lot of roller coaster, yes or no. At the same time, I also heard time and time again about we can always find money somewhere if we have the will, which is also, I do not completely agree with it. We will not find money. And that's the reason why we also went to referendums, and which is also, like others mentioned too, I don't think we passed it by 80% or 70%, not 60%. It's very, very close. So not everybody agrees for having funds all the time. At the same time, person's life, one person's life, no money can buy. You cannot put a value to life, right? So you can have billions and billions of dollars, but you can't buy your life, right? So it's a very roller coaster in this one. So again, I can't play with emotions when we're working with the people who are also talking about, like the president mentioned, my district is also, when I went door to door on my campaign, they're also very angry that we should belt up. City should start cutting difficult times are coming. So we need to start tightening up our belts. That's another thing I keep hearing from my constituents too. So that's another thing to consider. So I don't know where I can vote. As I said, human life is more valuable than any money that we can ever buy, right? So it just, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue. What's before us is the mayor substitute. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion. I don't know if I anticipate disagreement or not, but just in case, we'll do a roll call. Seems like a lot of you don't know what you're agreeing or disagreeing to. So everybody take a deep breath, because now is when you have to decide. What's before us is the mayor substitute. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, then the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Matthews? Aye. Mayor?
Aye.
Aye. O'Brien?
No.
No. Okovich? Aye. Pritchett? Abstain? Abstain. Tischler? No. Verveer? Aye. Vitiver? No. Duncan? Aye. Evers?
No.
No. Field? No. Figueroa Cole? No. Glenn? Aye. Govindarajan? No. Ugair? No. Harrington McKinney? Aye. Lankella? No. Knox?
Aye.
I. Madison? Aye. I. Martinez Rutherford?
Aye.
Aye. Ten ayes, 9 noes, and 1 abstain.
With 10 ayes, the motion fails. A passing motion requires 11 votes. So that brings us to the end of our agenda. Are there any additional introductions of items from the floor? Oh, Alder Harrington McKinney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move reconsideration of the $150,000 sole source contract with Downtown Madison, Inc. to October the 7th, to the October 7th, 2025 council meeting. And that's file number 89347.
Right, so there's a motion to reconsider. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. So the motion is to reconsider the item. It was passed unanimously at our last meeting, so anybody, any alder can move reconsideration. You have to be on the prevailing side of the item to move reconsideration. Or absent.
Or absent.
So either you have to be absent or on the prevailing side to move reconsideration. So it's in order. It's moved and seconded. It'll come on the next agenda. Alder Pritchett? Something? No. Okay. Alder Figueroa Cole, something additional? No. Any other introductions of items from the floor? Or announcements? Alder Vitever.
We failed to get the resolution through tonight, but the week without driving will begin on September 29th. Please check MPO's website for activities around the week without driving.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other announcements? Seeing none. I forgot who it is. Alder Matthews, it's your turn.
Move to adjourn.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we stand adjourned.